the only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
I think then, to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing. At least, again, from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That, at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix, so it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. but there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn. And my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? We know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Road to CECC 2022 to 2023. I am your host, Paulie Hype, and I'm so excited to be here on behalf of Esports U with Esports U, the Collegiate Sports Management Group, of course, sponsored by Esports Foundry and Esports U, like always. This is so exciting as we are getting ready to pioneer yet another collegiate academic year here for esports, with the games, of course, VALORANT, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Rocket League, and Overwatch 2. So for this first South region, I just want to catch everybody up to kind of what we're doing here. Remember, Overwatch is going to be done in a couple weeks, as to where we're going to wait for Overwatch 2 to launch, on October 4th. So today, we'll have VALORANT, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and Rocket League. And then Overwatch will be on that East Region Online Qualifier date, which will be at a later time. But right now, we're going to start it off on 2 channels here on Twitch. Twitch.tv/esportsu is going to be the home of the VALORANT action all day long. We have so many schools. The landscape has changed from last year's CECC. So many more schools signing up than last year. Really exciting time. That's going to be casted on our main channel, Esports U, by Catinator and Ash Cass. Great to see our team back once again for another year. Some amazing commentators to come back again. And then on Esports U 2, we're going to have Rocket League, Bass from the Past. My homie's going to be holding it down over there, and I'm actually going to join him for some commentary until Gompers comes a little bit later, and she'll be joining us as well. So without further ado, I don't want to waste a second any more time. We have a quick to start out the year right. I want, if everyone's watching at home right now, give me that 30 seconds of hype. Let's make a little noise. Collegiate Esports is back. Woo! It's 2022 to 2023. The series we have lined up for you over the year is going to be amazing. 10 seconds of hype. Let's go! Woo! I can't wait. Without further ado, Esports U, VALORANT action starting right now. Esports U 2, it's going to be me and Bass casting some Rocket League. I'll see you over there on Esports U 2. Over to Catinator, Ash, Bass, and myself.
Let's go, baby. That's right. Collegiate Esports is back. Thank you so much, Paulie Hype. I'm Catinator 3K. That is the ever so lovely, the rebranded Ash Cast coming in for another season. An absolute pleasure to be back on the desk with you for another invitational coming through. And we've got a new format. As Paulie mentioned, we've got ourselves an open qualifier today and tomorrow. That's leading into a closed qualifier, which, as we all know, leads to that ever so coveted CECC LAN event.
Whew, I'm really pumped. I mean, it's gonna be a long day of games today. We have 7 best of ones in store for you guys, and to kick things off, U Houston Scarlet, which is actually the female non-binary team here for U Houston, up against James Madison University, will be the first one to come up here, Kat. But I'm really excited to just kick off this upcoming season.
Oh, absolutely. It's gonna be hype, and we've actually got some collegiate that started this week, so it's honestly a perfect time to get this event kicking off, especially University of Houston in specific. They've played themselves 2 games so far, the Scarlet roster has, over in the NECC tournament, and you know, both those games, they maybe didn't go how they quite would have wanted them to. A 7-13 for that first game against St. Clair Academy, so they do fall on that one pretty great. They fall 8-13, but they're getting the reps in, right? And that's the activation week as well, so that doesn't go towards standing. It's almost really a warm-up week, so the fact they get a warm-up week into what is the first tournament, the first qualifier of the year here in the CECC, that's a W, in my opinion. If you win or lose as a W, because you got that little advantage, you got yourself feeling good going into this one. James Madison, prominent team last year. They are seeded lower in this tournament. They're a team that wasn't just playing collegiate. They're playing a little bit of tier 2 as well. They're playing a little bit of T1, at least trying to. Played VCT quals out in round 28 of 128 both times. And can't lie to you, Ash, it does start at the round of 28 in VCT quals. But
Listen.
the fact they got in and played them, you know what I mean?
It's all about the learning experience, right? I think
Right.
especially for these collegiate teams, you know, for the most part, they do end up being not stuck, but the main tournaments that they're going to be participating in are collegiate-only tournaments.
Right.
And we know that, you know, metas and play styles vary so much from scene to scene. So being able to dip your toes in, whether it's the tier 2 scene, maybe a little bit of the tier 1 scene and whatnot, can even give you just like maybe that small bit of edge up as far as, you know, that learning experience goes.
Right.
As well as just like, I don't know what the scrims are like, if most collegiate teams scrim against each other, but even that can make a really big difference. So hopefully they can pull from those previous experiences, take them into today, and we'll see who comes out victorious.
Yeah, and you talk about that, the chance for learning experiences both in collegiate scrims and just around and about in these tournaments. Like, the fact that they are to play these bigger tournaments means you get a chance to step into something like a Spotlight Val Discord and be able to play against tier 2 teams and be able to get that extra experience, right? So even playing just against collegiate teams, which playing against scrims at collegiate can always be interesting, the fact that ranks can differ quite a bit sometimes. Tier 2, we're usually looking at Immortal to Radiant and around that range. So being able to play those tier 2 is always nice. It gives you that a little bit elevated competition, makes you play a little bit harder, makes you play a little better. I know I always like to say you play to the level of your competition, right? So if you're able to elevate that competition, where you're playing at that elevated level, it's just that simple. And we here on the broadcast, Ash, here for season 2, we've elevated just a little bit. So when we break it down here, we get to look at this head-to-head between the teams. We got ourselves maybe some faces to look at, maybe some rosters to get you accustomed to.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see the heads-to-heads coming up for today because that's a bit of a treat that we haven't had previously to get to actually see who the players are. And I think that just helps to add a bit more to the storyline. You know, you can put the faces to the players and whatnot. It just adds that little bit of special touch over towards the broadcast. But, I mean, I just want to touch back on University of Houston Scarlet. What I think is really cool is that we are having, you know, esports clubs have teams now geared towards female and marginalized genders and investing more into those players who, you know, might even try and break out further in the game changer scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And that pipeline does seem to be an option. I mean, even if it's not this roster going in under a different organization to play game changers, the whole college can jump into game changers. The fact that we say JMU they play VCT quals, you can do the same thing over here. So you gave the spotlight to this female team. Let's give them the spotlight on the broadcast. Let's go check out this team, who this roster is going to be. They were just announced on September 8th. So announced just a week ago. And now to see them here in what is their first tournament of the season. They did get themselves a little bit of league play activation week for NECC, but now it's time to make it happen. Today is the real deal. We got ourselves Orchid, we've got Binko, Ducky Demu, my favorite name on this list by far, Ashcast, I'm not going to lie to you. We got Raven and we got Casprite.
Casprite is a familiar name for me, actually.
Really?
I'm pretty sure Casprite has actually participated in maybe some Game Changers Academy teams and whatnot. Not as familiar with the other names on that roster, but really looking forward to seeing what they have to bring today. And why don't we just go over ahead and check out what James Madison University has to offer as far as these roster cards go.
Now let's do it. Let's check out the Dukes. Over at JMU, we've got ourselves a little Jace Cermak leading the charge. I always love when players throw in their own name. It feels like almost a cool thing to do. Like a lot of pros will throw in just their name, and it means when you got the fans cheering for you, it's a little more personal. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's like having your last name on the back of a jersey, right? But I think what's cool is also in these roster cards, you can see that they actually have esports jerseys for their players over at JMU, and I think that's pretty lit.
I think that's lit as well. You talk about the last name on the jersey. Well, D. Dirico's got their last name on theirs. That's the user there. We got Murr, and the way Murr looking at me. He looking at me like he's running it down mid. Bro's about to drop 20 kills without a doubt in his mind. He looks mean. He looks angry. The sideways pose. It's serious over there. Noah Seraph and Ray gonna round out this roster. I love these headshots, man. I love that the media day came through. It's early in the season for the jerseys to already be ordered, already to be sized properly. They went in the green screen. They got themselves keyed out so we can have them transparent on the broadcast. I mean, James Madison, boys, we're doing it right over there. We're doing it right.
I mean, you got the drip ready to head into the server and whatnot. I'm really looking forward to seeing what maps we may be seeing today, especially considering the fact that, now Split being out of the rotation, Pearl being in, is something to really look forward to, considering, okay, you have to question, it's just the start of the season here for Collegiate. Some of these teams very newly formed, and while they may all have a lot of individual experience on maps and whatnot, questioning, okay, how much practice time have they really had on Pearl, and will we be seeing that pulled out?
Hard read, no, but it's 7 games, so I could always be wrong. I think we get the classic right, but don't ask me. Let's ask the teams. Let's check out what the pick bands look like. Best of ones, gone all the way through today. Just for everybody to note. So we're looking at just one map in all these series, and if you ask me, it's got to be a Center Haven every single time.
Yep.
It's the most safe, and we'll look at Collegiate, right? We look at rosters that don't just have the mechanics. They've got a little bit of synergy to work with them as well, so that's the safe point. That's where you're actually going to be able to show off some compositional differences, and, well, map 1 going to be Haven.
Whew. It's always those safety picks, one of the OG3, OG4 that's usually going to come out, especially in best of 1 series. And on maps like, Haven, often considered a very attacker-sided map. I think that depending on the team, you can make the defense work for yourself really well as well. There's a lot more opportunity as far as adaptability and whatnot. So in a best of 1, that's really what you want to go for. You don't want to risk those extremely heavily one-sided maps like you would in a best of 3 series.
Right. Now, I really do feel like playing a map like Pearl is so scary for these teams in the best of 1s because anything can happen. And if you're not comfortable on the map, a little cheese comes through. You're not able to counter just one thing that should be honestly pretty easy for you. It's game wrapped right there, and that's a big issue. So looking at top 2 teams in each group making it out. Half our groups have 3 teams, half our group has 4, and 1 loss could be the difference between you making it out that top and not getting through. So in my opinion, you got to do it safe, and that is what these teams are going to do. We'll jump into agent select. We'll see that trend continues. JMU. Now we saw how cheeky the boys looked in their profile pics. Cheeky in the server as well. It looks like the 4-man hover onto Yoru. You think they lock it?
Oh, they definitely aren't. It's a troll. They're gonna. I bet you they have a set comp. No, they definitely have a set comp that they're gonna last at lock in or hover. Yeah. Okay, that's gonna go. But
I don't know.
The question is, will Murr actually keep the Yoru on? No, swapping over to that Neon. So actually, a pretty common duelist to see now on Haven, considering the fact that she is very hard up and coming in the meta currently, really making her way and setting herself in stone almost in this current season here for Valorant, considering the fact that there's no other agent that can really mess up timings and get those down other than Neon.
Yeah, 1000%. So, Murr, hey, I told you, in those eyes, he looked like he run it down mid. So, gonna be running it down here in this one. Agent. And for the gals, we got ourselves comfortability. We'll get that Breach coming out. The Breach Fade combinations won't be the Fade KO, but I feel like Breach Fade, immense value when it comes to making that retake possible. You got just the Rolling Thunder, that Nightfall combination. You love to see it. And the Omen to drop out for both teams.
What I think is interesting is that we actually didn't end up seeing the Breach come out on the side of JMU. I feel like that's a pretty common comp to have alongside the Neon. You can really set up, allow her to get up close and personal really quickly. But regardless, the KO still a really good rate pickup because Neon can still get up close and personal as long as you get that knife down and can stop the util coming out from the defense.
Hey, man. If I got to lose the Sova, I got to at least pretend to have a Sova on my team still. Look, it's hard to just let go of the ones you love. You know what I mean? So the KO feels a little more Sova than Fade does.
What?
Throwing the what? You don't agree?
Damn, that's kind of crazy.
You don't agree with me?
No.
I think
Fade
Dagger
is
feels
like-
like Dart, no?
Nah. Well, so is the Haunt, same thing.
Yeah, but the Haunt don't go very far.
Yeah, but I mean, the distance-wise, not the same. But like, as far as the actual utility,
Like,
when it
yeah,
does,
like
most
actually
similar.
seeing exact locations rather than having my Dart only scan half the time. Yeah, that's fair.
Fade is like the best of both worlds between Sky and Sova minus the heal, you know?
Yeah, agreed. Actual Dream's already run down long Orchid. That's the IGL for the team, so does have the chance to shot call from the spectate screen pretty early in that one. Early aggression, just outmatched a bit by JMU, so they've got that control of A lobby early. They'll anchor the lurk up towards sewer, and we'll get a chance to reset their default, check these flanks out, and still a minute left to play, so plenty of time to make the decision.
Yeah. Scarlet currently is spread pretty thin at the moment. Still got 2 down on the A site though, and Casper actually has all of her utility available. This Tremor to come through and stun is going to be a really nice small potential as James Madison does reveal their run and gun onto the site here towards the A site, and UH Scarlet, the last 2 players looking for a quick rotate.
Spike will be there. Limited retake utility here for the University of Houston. Themselves one dark cover to work with. Trying to do active Shiitake as well if they want to make this happen. Be dark cover back themselves though. So Vision and Isle going to be in the front here if they want to make the way to CECC. Raven step forward, straight into dangerous. Ray has one. Jericho will grab the other. So JMU on the board first. They got that first bit of contact and they snowball it into a trip onto the A site 1-0.
I think what was a little bit tricky there on the side of UH Scarlet was just losing their Jet really early on. I mean, she is great for those early points of contact and whatnot, but it's tough considering when you become that first blood really early on in the round.
Right.
It just gives just so much of an edge up, especially in a pistol round over towards the other team. So now we're going to see James Madison. They've got that typical buy up to come through. UH Scarlet playing it safe and actually stacking completely towards the C site this time around. They're playing retake everywhere else, and it seems like their gamble just might be right.
Gamble stat looking pretty solid right now. Jericho will be the first to step forward into garage. We'll hide under dark cover. Looking for any shenanigans, anybody to give a little peeky peek. Won't happen thus far. Just gonna walk on the ender angle, so don't know about each other. It makes this one quite interesting. Orchid was that first player to fall up towards A lobby last round. There's the value for the chamber. Good to pick up one. Oh, huge read. Well, grabs the second, looking for a third after the breach flash. Will not find it, but we'll get out of dodge. Rest of the team now gonna make their way out towards C long. First picked up one with the stinger. Orchid a trade to come back to the garage.
One enemy remaining.
Just the ghost who picked up in that department. Ray's gonna pick up the final 2 frags. JMU to lose 2 guns on their anti-eco, but they will take the round. So 2 of the scoreline. Now into the bonus.
Not a bad eco here for Scarlet, but we're going to see the buy to come through. Pretty typical, but we're going to see a quick replay before that does come in. Yeah, this aggression towards CT garage side is just absolutely huge to get those 2 picks. A really nice opening for James Madison, but it's also Valorant here, Kat. I mean, you don't really expect those buy-up rounds in round 2 after the team who won pistol to really go too much of a different way, considering the gun differential.
Yeah, absolutely. You get a little extra weaponry down as well because the stack is quite nice. The read is solid over towards C. The extra resources. The chance makes something happen. It is unfortunate that the one player they kill early for Orchid there is the player without a gun. The chamber, so not able to get upgraded weaponry to make that fight out of garage just a little bit easier. But yeah, you're absolutely right about how that one goes, most certainly. The James Madison, they've looked A round 1, C round 2, and hey, B round 3. So every site getting a little bit adjusted.
It makes sense kind of on that bonus of a lot of teams maybe try to just go for that quick plant. But as I say that, Ducky shutting them down so far. Murr with a refrag, but not a bad bonus round so far, especially with this flank to come through from Didirico to get that pick off on Scrapter to even things out 3-3 as a quick rotation is pulled, and Didirico all that CT control.
All that CT control. We know Murr's got a Vandal as well, picked up off of that Stinger frag. First contact for the chamber, and we'll fall. The IGL will pick that one up, and that's going to be numbers advantage for Scarlet on the retake. We'll step forward now, Orchid out into the flash player. No looks for Murr, and it will not grab any. Casprite going to pick up 2. The Breach will find themselves 2 frags on the retake, and we won 2. Anti-bonus is successful here for Coog Esports, and well, can they win the gun round?
And we've got that Rolling Thunder online already on the side of Casprite as well. So that's massive to come through in round 4, considering the fact that now it's going to be that full buy-up to rifle round here for James Madison.
That works.
And despite the fact that Didirico's not able to afford a rifle in his hands, he will have the tool to false going into this round. So UH Scarlet might want to try and play a little bit more passive on the defense here, not going for any early aggression, just to avoid getting taken down by that super op a little early.
Chill's talking about it like that. The super op. That's kind of what it feels like. I'm not gonna lie to you. We're already into sewers. We're gonna be on this upper angle.
There. Go, go,
Likes
go.
us over under.
Here.
Playing here towards sewer. We're forced when the super op out. Dark cover gonna be there, so I'm gonna start timing. Timing not your friend there. The chamber lurks. So Orchid's picked up the first. Numbers advantage here for Houston Scarlet. Ducky's gonna look to step up in the space towards a lot of friends here waiting to say hello, and Merle picked that one up. It's the frag down C long. That's gonna be the site overtaken here. There's one Omen to the back. He's paranoid for 2 and swung for more. Raven gonna pick up 1. Rolling Thunder on its way. Tagged that spike planter. We can play forward off their ultimate. We'll get wide swung by Nosferatu, who has that one. Still a step forward in the site. Going to be JMU. Prowler's out. It's caught value. No one's fragged off of it. Soba to pick up a second. Now Prowler's near side. Raven going to step out. Picked up 1. Traded quickly by Ray, the opposing Omen. Make it a 2-on-1. Shrouded step into the dark cover. Scrapper going to take their way out of CT. Chance to isolate 2 fights. Do they see the player on site? Not quite. Don't see the gun barrel on that jump. That makes things difficult here. Both players playing that buddy system here on this post plant.
One enemy
found the site player. Knows the garage this thing as well. The swing out for the Omen. A little bit of damage done. Looking to play for time here. They don't throw that haunt. Trying to get that scan. Trying to get that seize. They just yet looking for the half, and Ray will swing off of it. Timing gonna be on the side of that remaining Omen. They'll find the frag, and they'll find the 3rd round here for JMU.
Ooh, the idea of the play was there. It just didn't manage to come to fruition, but I really like how Casprite actually threw out that Rolling Thunder to try and isolate the players. You know, you zone out the ones that are still pushing up through C-Long, separate them from the ones that are currently on site. It was just that the CT players on Scarlet were a little bit slow to push in and scale off of it. Now it's going to be an eco round here for Scarlet. That's going to be the fault line to come through down in short, and Neon's just dashing in, and unfortunately Orchid first to fall, and should just be an easy execution here for James Madison.
You know, I like the colorways on the JMU jersey. I'm buying a merge jersey as soon as his games wraps. I don't have to tell you. I love the way this man plays the game. Way too fast, stinger in hand, my favorite gun personally. I mean, what more could you ask for? Really ask.
I mean, yeah, it's Fast and Furious.
Mm-hmm.
Fun for the whole family.
Mm-hmm.
But the smoke will fade towards Heaven. Shock darts come through. That does quite a bit of poke damage. Still with the stinger. ADS as well. Murr's going to pick up another pick. And a flawless round here for James Madison, taking them 4-1.
Flawless indeed. It is the anti-eco though, so it's not gonna hype just yet. JMU fans, it's time for University of Houston Scarlet to answer back. Done so once, a nice retake to come through initially. See if they can look to string some rounds together. Lose this one, eco broken again. We get into a little bit of ping pong, and well, Ash, you know, we like to kick back, play a little ping pong amongst each other, but you don't want to in the game of Valorant, that's for sure. At least not with your economy.
Ooh, definitely not really able to come in, as Mer's looking to get aggro once again. This time in Garage, gonna pull out the overdrive as well. And the second relay bolt now expended, and null commands. So many ults just being popped. I think that was every single one in the hands of JMU, and they made perfect use of it. Core will be stabilized here by Mer, and it's gonna be a 5v2 on this retake.
You know, to open up the board, the retake will find Idirico. So that's the other chamber down. Still 2-on-4.
Last player standing.
Players gotta find values. Wide swing for Nosferatu yet again. He'll find one. Casper with the trade. 1v3 coming out of the garage. Flash is gone. Lightning lane gone. Ray will pick it up. Casper can't get it done. James Madison will take themselves around. Now Ash, they use 3 ults to get their way into the site. But they break the eco to prevent the gun round win to University of Houston Scarlet. Is it worth it? Are the ults worth it?
Honestly, I mean, in my opinion, yeah. I find I would rather see a team be a bit more free with their ultimate usage than too frugal. Because you do have a lot of teams who might fall into that trap of, I don't want to use my ult yet, I need to find that perfect timing. Meanwhile, ideally, you're looking to try and get as many ult uses out as possible per half, right? And now Orchid pulling out this Blade Storm, not aggressing quite far enough considering the fact that the trademark is watching. But look how far back James Madison are playing actually on this particular round.
Ooh, Casper so close to that one. Orchid's gonna come around on the back end and things will pick up 2 before the trade for Cermak. It's the walk-in to C Long. Still Scrafter here on the angle. Good for one clean, one tap to take down the Sova. It's a 3-on-2 now. The numbers advantage for this eco team of Coog Esports. Should be weaponry to be converted as well. They'll all play together towards spawn buddy system in full effect. They got themselves 2 rifles now. This retake very doable. We consider the Nightfalls available as well.
2 players moving up towards C Long. And what's interesting is JMU are looking to actually re-clear towards Garage. Ducky, unfortunately not able to get the pick off. But they must know at this point where all these members are. The one-way smoke over the bomb, so that prevents any tap because you don't have any vision once you get off.
Darkrow's gonna come through. Paranoia. Ray's gonna play. Spoiler here, setting up their teammate, but Ray's stepped out. It's found both regardless. They're coming up big in the last couple of rounds and has done so yet again. It's 6-1. What a close eco though. For Houston Scarlet, that aggression to come through. They push the envelope, just can't push that spike defuse button long enough in the end.
Yeah, Orchid went really huge with those first 2 pickups, but what's really annoying here for Scarlet is now that they know that if James Madison goes for that kind of defaulty plant on the C site, they're going to have to deal with those one-ways as long as the Omen on JMU is up. So that makes it tough because you can't just tap the bomb, get off, hold the position, wait for the push in. You don't have that vision. It's you have to either wait for it to fade, but then there's also the risk of, okay, you keep track of how long they have until like their next smoke recharge, when did they use the other one. We're going to see the timeout now being called here from Scarlet. Kat, what would you like to see a little bit different coming out from them?
You know what's crazy?
What? What's
I
up?
was gonna ask you the same question.
Oh, that's crazy. Well,
Yeah,
I shot
I'll
first.
Be fast. I'll go first. I'll go fast, and then I'll let you do it. You know what I mean?
Channel your Mur.
You know, for Houston Scarlet, I don't really have a great answer for you, to be honest, because I feel like this team's been pretty passive. I feel like their reads offensively have been pretty solid as well. I think there's a couple instances where they play a little too hard for that close contact and just end up losing those fights. But for the most part, it seems like maybe just coordinate util on the retake a little bit better. Because they have the util available. They keep the numbers alive. They just haven't been quite able to win the gunfights. And, you know, it's always easier to win a gunfight when you make it unfair with a bit of util.
That's definitely for sure. And we're going to see just a B-heavy default kind of coming out from JMU to kick things off. This time around, they're chambered. I don't even.
It's hard.
Yeah, I know. I'm like
It's hard.
debating between Didirico, Didi Rocco. I'm like, I don't even know what's going on right now.
Yeah, we got player
But,
reviews today. We definitely need a little Didirico on the desk to get clarification on what the name is. Let's grab a find one. We'll get clarification on the B side. And plant will go down for JMU. Numbers advantage going to be on their side. So. Numbers advantage farther in their side. As we'll find another kill flawless so far for JMU. Continuing the trend. This has another. And well, the game told you. I don't need to tell you. It's a flawless round for JMU. A 7-1 scoreline. Esports take the timeout. And well, didn't pay off. Unlucky, really.
It happens. You know, sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles. But on the side of Scarlet, I think what you said is true as far as the reads go and whatnot. On the side of JMU, it does seem like their team moves a little bit more like a unit than Scarlet does. But like you also said, Scarlet was just recently announced. So they're still finding their footing as a team. It's, you know, GSL format and group stages as well. So they have time to warm up for the day. It's just the first game here for all teams around.
Shadows traveling.
That's a very good point, to be honest. Very new roster. JMU, although they are a bit pieced together this year, we do see a couple returning players from last season. Ray, Nosaraf, Didirico, all players that played in last season's VCT, so they were here last semester. So yeah, a little bit extra synergy for sure.
Scanning ahead.
Ooh, that's tough. That's, yeah, you can't do too much there. Really nice paranoia though to slow that push in, but now Didirico finally punished for that lurk. That's going to be working to take him down, turning into a 4v4 situation. Zermac going straight for the plants here on the C site. And it's just 3-take game here once again for Scarlet.
Call out. Has tag 2. This ecosystem to also. It's not going to be an easy retake by any means. We found another to open up the door. Looking for back platform. Ducky Don't has found one. They're still on their way out. They've won themselves the site. Dark cover still going to go down towards long. So they do have the opportunity to start a defuse. We're going to be waiting, playing the timing game. Come out on this one. It's picked up once the dark cover's faded. Raven going to fall for a second. It has it. Scrapture will go down, and Ray will grab the last from down long as the dark cover does fade. 8-1, the scoreline for JMU.
What's interesting is it almost seems like the eco rounds for Scarlet are the closer rounds than the rifling rounds. And I do wonder if it's because of the fact that you can see that because they're on eco, they're not playing as, not that they're scared, but they're not playing as passive. You see a bit more aggression, a few more risky plays to come through, and that seems to pay off a lot more, especially considering, you know, how aggro JMU tends to be. You always know that the chamber on their side is on that lurk, so even trying to seek out that one player can be huge.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And I feel like on your eco too, you kind of recognize the round that you're not expecting to win. So it's almost there's less stress into that round too. Like, if I want to play 4 and I die, no one can be mad at me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of grasping at straws this round anyway. So I think that goes into it. But then yeah, like I definitely think that them playing into 2-year angles, I mean, the round where they look all the way up towards mid has made a big difference for them. Check out a dash out of dodge. I like that from Orchid. You're already tagged up here. You gotta get to the back of the site, but it does not matter. This team's played through so quickly with that util. Ray and Cermak to open up that site. They've got all the room in the world, and they'll prevent an early retake with that null command. So no one's getting into this one easily. That's for dang sure. If you are the Cougar Esports side of things. Waiting on this dark cover. Ducky's found one through the smoke. Didirico caught lacking. The roll down towards CT. Rolling Thunder on its way. Tag just one player up towards the short side.
Ooh, the push and the retake is looking
One
to come
enemy remaining.
through, and Noah's just looking to play those lineups with the shock darts, so it's going to be tough regardless, but everyone's all cleaned up here on the A site in James Madison's post plant. That's going to take them 9-1. But I would like to see Scarlet going for that aggression that they do so frequently on their eco rounds on a buy. I want to see how that can pay off using rifles instead to catch JMU off guard, because I think at this point with the conditioning, they've read into that pattern. They know that when it's their buy round, Scarlet's going to play a little bit safer, a little bit farther back.
So walk up yet again, coming through. Cougar Esports to play their way forward in through mid. Orchid will step forward. It's already through window as well. There's that Omen lurking in spawn. The TP going to be heard. So Ray's position going to be known about. The rest of the team going to scale their way up towards A main. It's a big shot to hit. It just can't be done. Ray will put the Jet to sleep. Still the Omen behind. A chance for that secondary flank to have that value. Drone into the A site in the meantime.
Aftershock to try and kind of slow down that push in. Not going to matter though. Flash drive to go through the neon wall as well. And JMU going for a really open plant here on the A site. Easy to hold from all angles, and we're going to see kind of a pinch retake attempting to come through here from JMU, but you have like 2 players already leaning towards that flank.
Ooh, take to come through from Cermak. Will finish it off as well. The Yurko will pick up 1 to CT, and Murr to wrap up the round. 10-1 your score line. James Madison going to lead by 9.
Last round in the half.
It's one last gun round before the sides do swap. And Ash, we'll see if you get your wish. We'll see if they get aggressive.
Ooh, fingers crossed right now. I'm really hoping to see it come through. I think what's also tough is I'd like to see a little bit more early utility coming out from Scraptor on the side of Scarlet. I feel like, you know, even just one Fade Prowler to come through either Garage or A Shore early on to get that info would help even further with these reads, maybe slow down the pacing of JMU, because right now they're just looking to scale with this momentum.
Forward. Dart will not be shot, so Hunter's Fury gonna have its value. Lighting lane in sight yet again, and pop flashes through. Murr's picked up 1. Stuck the Paranoia. Stucky Doomu, but will fall nonetheless. Murr has that one as well. The entry duelist coming up massive. Now the Lurk will have its value as well. The Yurko's found Orchid out towards mid. Can't make the play into Garage this round. Can't find that early frag. Has made it a 2-on-5 for the retake. Ults out the null command and the overdrive. Out for James Madison, because why not? Last round and a half. Want to secure this one. Step forward from Murr. He'll fall to cast right. It's not going to have the shot for the trade. A step in for Didirico, and he'll wrap up that one with a nice little bow. 11-1. James Madison gifted a couple rounds, and only when pistol. Pretty good shot at going 1-0 here in Group F.
Pretty likely shot to go 1-0, but not going to count Scarlet out quite yet. As long as they can secure this pistol round, it'll help them scale up in the remainder of the attacking half for them. But at the same time, it's a really long climb to make for your first game of the day. To try and take it over to OT would be a huge feat. And I think right now, when it comes down to it, JMU definitely just looks like a bit more of a coordinated team. It's come down to a lot of gunfights as well, but we'll see how the pacing goes for Scarlet here on the attacking side, because we know how one side the Haven can be every once in a while.
Dart on shot, so Orchid will be known about. Didirico's going to pick up cast right, and we'll get out of dodge. No greed to come through from Sewer. Chamber will have that value, have numbers advantage, and will deny early A lobby scaling. So pretty spread out here, going to be those Cougars. Kid's got body shot damage, so Didirico going to be rather low. Duckle tucked. Shots exchanged still. No value just yet. Ducky Doomu walking into some trouble. The double angled over under. First one will be picked up. Reload going to come through. Not expecting Ray top box. Why would you? What kind of cheeky play is that from JMU? So Ray will pick up the trade.
Yeah, very rarely would you ever expect a crossfire to be really held on the C site like that. Normally it would be through like Garage Tunnel or something, but that pick is actually going to cause Scarlet to fall off from that C rotation. They're looking more towards A once again as Orchid tries to lurk for a rotation peek here on the B side. Will make a step, so that's some
30
info
seconds
given.
left.
The B players will hear that. And look at the way that JMU are playing. Very aggressive towards C, passive towards mid, passive towards A. So they're investing more towards the left side of the map, but looking to play retake here on the right.
Yeah, I love the buddy system. A little 2-and-2 map split. Good shockwell value. They're going to go lower and lower on that HP bar. This retake looking to go on its way. Dart shooting's been scanning ahead. Wishy-wash here. We'll see if it gets shot this time. It does not. So information, but Orchid will shoot everybody out of CT. He's picked up 3. Nostrov, an awkward situation now, has traded that Jet player back, but has to find a 1v2 scenario to jump out for the first. Thinks the kill's gone. No bolt to the gun. Somehow reloads, finds Crafter, but traded by Raven on site. Things got dicey for a moment, but the Omen will hold out strong. Scarlet will take a much-needed pistol round victory.
Really nice contact play there for Scarlet, and it's going to allow them to buy up with those Spectres in this second round. What's going to be really important here... Oh no, not the Stinger buy.
Yes, sir.
This is like the Ash... This is the Ash
Yeah,
special.
it's a good
This
buy.
is like... On the round loss, seeing the Stingers come out is always so much fun because a lot of teams don't really expect it. But
This might
there
as
may
well
be
be
an
a rifle
incoming
round.
buff. Yeah, true.
For JMU.
We've seen how Murr can do what he can do on the Stinger.
Prowler's out, TP away, so that clears that space short. Flanked on his way. Oh, this chamber doesn't know how much danger they're in. See, action happens onto the A site. Orchid will be in first here. Step forward, caught by the trademark. That flash has so much value. Both players flying back to the site, and they'll fall. Lucky Doomu to grab 1, Orchid to grab 2. There's 1 trade back. You're gonna need more for JMU when they force into this round. So you lose this one, you got no money for the next. It means they are for sure losing that round as well. Well, it's not you don't have rounds to give.
Full retake here in the flank.
Last
One
player
will be given
standing.
over towards short. And Raven and Scrapper just going to clean things up, securing that third round on the board here for Scarlet. And what I was trying to say before all the action went down was it was going to be important for Scarlet to take as many of these SMGs into round 2 as possible, considering the fact that they are so far down as far as this differential between rounds. They want to take as much as they can into their bonus, considering they're trying to build up that economy, ensure that they have a little bit of cushion, because James Madison has the rounds to play with. And the fact that JMU did force up in that round, Scarlet should be hoping to keep this one in their pocket as well, get that 4th round on the board, but Jericho with the first pickup so far proving me wrong.
Yeah, Castercur's in full effect
Yeah.
there. That first pick is going to come through for the chamber. It's a pretty pushed up Neon here. Murr's already stepped forward, but Raven sniffing it out. Do they check? They don't check it. Murr to grab 1, and Cermak is there for the trade as well. So even though Raven's able to grab 1 back, it does not matter. Now Cermak has a Spectre to work with. Has that frag. It's a 2-man number advantage here. Frames Madison. Ray's gone unchecked. Upper B, so Orchid will fall. Trying to walk through the B site. Ducky Doomu suddenly wondering where'd the gals go.
I don't
Step
step
out
out
B.
here.
Long has found 1. So Cermak gonna fall. Second 1v1 on its way. Sooner than you expect for the chamber. We'll find damage, but we'll take a hell of a lot back on their own. 5 HP in the bar. Ducky Doomu headed to C.
Yeah, and they have the read exactly down. There's not anywhere else that Ducky could be. And Seraph gonna clean things up, getting it Ducky's pick
Match
down,
point.
taking them to match point here. That's tough. I mean, I was hoping that Scarlet was going to play that a little bit more of just like a straightforward split towards sight, because when you know you have that gun advantage, you want to avoid giving any of them over towards the enemy team, especially when you're so far down in rounds. But rifles are to come through, and we're seeing the operator now being pulled out here, Cat. Things are not looking good.
I will say,
Careful there.
to the benefit of Cougar Esports, they look to head down towards C. It's just the Neon close, so well, never mind. Rays
Yeah.
Join the party. It'll be the under yet again. But they've seen this before. They've walked into this before. They've known about it. Have you till the clear forward. Haunt can be broken pretty quickly. Stalled off as well with that dark cover. A couple shots to the smoke. That stalled this push pretty hard for a team that was trying to play their way quickly into the site. They'll take it now, though. Paranoia's come through. Fowler as well. Good flash. Orchid's cleared the first player, so they handle the crossfire well. Second to come through as well. One more back in the site. Mur will stay alive for now. Hunter's Fury on its way, trying to take the cross players, and it's not just that. Scrapter and Casprite, both initiators, gonna fall to the ultimate from the Sova. That makes it a 2-on-2.
I have
Still no spike plant just yet. Trademark will come through to the back of T-Spawn. That's info. Crucial info for Scarlet. Somebody's long, somebody's garage. Possibility of either or. They'll play back-to-back on site.
Last player standing.
Oh, the 1v1 for Nasraf will be caught. Stucky Doomy will have that one. A 1-on-2. It's an operator for the retake, too. It's a hard one for Didirko to win out. Barrel will step forward. You should see that if you're from log. Tommy might have been on the side. Looks like it was, but not for long. Stucky will have the swing. We'll take the last two players. Our game continues 4-12. The score line. The University of Houston Scarlet will pick up another round.
That execution towards C was actually so well done on the side of Scarlet. I think maybe one of the most coordinated plays that we've seen out from them today. And I think that comes down to the fact that, you know, they actually expected the Omen to playing that double box. You saw the Paranoia go through for the right side of site and front site. The Haunt goes through back site as well as that breach flash. So they knew that nobody on the side of James Madison could play that Yancy, could peek off of each other. And to kick things off, Orchid with the first blood.
First blood, looking for more as well. Dash window will be gone, so a bit more cautious. The plays as Jet. Mur's got the overdrive activated. That's just a matter of time, waiting for the team to throw the leash off, and they've done just that. Mur to step forward and picked up one. The attack dog into the B site. Sternback will grab another in the distraction, but trade it back. Scrapter and Raven, they picked up two of their own. Haunt's gonna be there. Nosraf caught in danger. Paranoia as well. Still somehow finds a frag at the near site. Ducky Dumu has picked up one. Has put it into a 1v1. They just won 2 frags in a row to win out the last round. Can they do so again? This time the pressure going to be there. He's got a smoke to work with. Another in 10 seconds. Starts to have to spike. Kentucky's picked it up as the dark cover comes active. The pings from the teammates are strong, and the intuition stronger. Catch the player on the cross, and Houston Scarlet have found themselves a fit.
They look so much more comfortable on the attacking side here since, you know, starting off the half 11-1, now amassing 4 rounds for themselves. Still a really long climb to go, but I'm really liking the adjustments that we're seeing here from Scarlet. And what's nice is, you know, Orchid, that duelist, not afraid to go in, try to get that first point of contact, and it pays off so much more on the attacking side. That knife, massive for the information here on the side of JMU, because that spotted out all 5 players here of Scarlet leaning towards A lobby.
You can see the play for the attacking side off of that. They've played so much slower. That drone gets committed to come through for JMU, looking to reconfirm these players. Did they step away after the dart? They look to play anyway. It looks like they do look to play anyway. So Spike will scale. Orchid injury duel is going to be there. Do they check? They do not. Yurko has one. Mur another into Sewer. Casprite fortunately will have a trade. So down a player, but could have been worse for sure. Rolling Thunder Nightfall options to get them into the safe site. They need to win every single 7. So would be shocked if they throw them, and they'll throw both simultaneously. That means none for the post plant. Nightfall has just one tag. They've got the site clear, but they've got to hold it all on their own now.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, null commands come through here for JMU as well. 2 shocks to go down, and the fragment, all those lineups, and the flank is also impending. This is going to be tough. This retake looking really clean here so far for JMU. And this open plant, it's just going to be a stake here, I think, for JMU.
Scrapter got out in time, but will only grab the ding.
Defenders
Cermak
win.
was going to grab that one. It's 13-5. The retake is clean for James Madison. The defuse will wrap up the game. So they're 1-0 in Group F. Houston Scarlet will go 0-1 for now. But it is the top 2 teams making it out. So still chances for this squad of Coug Esports. And man, Ash, what's the difference there? Break that one down for me.
Well, I think you said it really well during that timeout that we had, I think just at the end of the first half. So when it came down to it, I feel like Scarlet's fundamentals, they had really good ideas. They had really great reads at times as well. A lot of it ended up coming down to gunfights on the side of JMU, just like winning those out in general. But I think what was difficult on the defender side for Scarlet is they had good reads as to when, you know, JMU was going to for that site execution, but at the same time, I think played a little bit too frequently for the site hold. And when they knew how aggro Mur was going to be on that Neon, they would choose to try and play some sort of crossfire where they would get blinded out instead of just completely falling back and maybe trying to do the retake as 5. So as Scarlet goes forward, I would like to see maybe that just small micro adjustment to come through on their side in future matchups. But otherwise, JMU, they just really looked like a flowing, cohesive unit in this matchup here on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we didn't really get to touch on it too much, but the execute's just very clean. Lightning lane to step forward, consistent flashpoints from Cermak going through that lightning lane to clear close corners, and then taking the rest of the site together. Just quite nice utility usage. And really recognizing the fact that Neon does have so much choke potential so early. The fact that they are willing to just throw Mur into danger. I mean, Mur willing to run head on into it. No questions asked, whether it be a rifle in hand or that ever so lovely stinger. So when you got a player like that on your team, it does make it so easy to throw pressure. And we talked about the fact that Mur's getting those entry frags, man. But D. Dirico consistently stepping garage, having that space. 6 first bloods on the chamber. So when the lurk agent, the agent that's able to take space if they want to, can get into garage so consistently. I mean, we saw instances where there's that double kill that comes through on the pistol with that ghost to find value. When we see instances where they're able to grab shots on the bonus, it just starts to make a difference, right? That presence constantly there on the map. And, well, this team's going to be present in the tournament for sure. But, hey, you never know how those other 2 games go. Still a chance they don't make it out. But I believe they have 4 teams in their group, so that makes things just a little bit closer. Yeah, they have 4 teams in the group, so who knows? It could be close. It could be close. We'll see. But for now, we'll go to break. When we come back, we've got more CEC South action on the way. Stick around. Timing not your friend there. Shrouded step with the dark cover. Grapper to take. They have a CT. Chance to isolate 2 fights. Chance to site back fight. Don't see the gun barrel on that jump. Makes things difficult here. Found the site player. Thing as well that's swing out for the Omen. Damage done. Look at the place for time here. We'll throw that on. Yeah, looking for the half, and Ray will swing off of it. The timing gonna be on his side. That remaining Omen, they'll find the frag and they'll find the 3rd round here.
Definitely not really able to come in. Has Nerf looking to get aggro once again. This time in Mirage, gonna pull out the overdrive as well. And the second revolt label now extended and no command. So many ults just being popped. I think that was every single one in the hands of JMU, and they made perfect use of it. Core will be stabilized here by Mur, and it's going to be a 5v2 on this retake.
Open up the board. Retake will find Iberico. So that's the other chamber down. Still 2 on 4.
Player standing.
Players gotta find eyes. Wide swing. Finish rush yet again. He'll find one. Cast spread the trade. 1v3 from the garage. Flash is gone. Gone. Ray will pick it up. Done. Take this
Honestly, I mean, in my opinion, yeah. I find I would rather see a team be a bit more free with their ultimate usage than too brutal. Because you do have a lot of teams who might fall into that trap of, I don't want to use my ult yet, I need to find that perfect timing. Meanwhile, ideally, you're looking at trying to get as many ult uses out as possible per half, right? And now Orchid pulling out this Blade Storm, not aggressing quite far enough considering the fact that the trademark is watching. Look how far back James Madison are playing actually on this particular round.
Cast right so close to that one. Looking to get someone out of the back end. I think to pick up 2 before the trade. The skill max is walking. One step to take down the throw.
Actually, really clear for its garage. Dundee, unfortunately, not able to get the pick off. But they let Snow at this point where all these members are the one-way scope over the bomb. So that prevents any tap because you don't have any vision once you get off.
Steps down, foul goal, regardless. They're coming up big in the last couple of rounds. It has done so yet again. It's 6-1. What a close kill, though. From Houston Scarlet, that aggression to come through. They push the envelope. Just can't push that spike defeat like line.
Yeah, Orchid went really huge with those first 2 pickups, but what's really annoying here for Scarlet is now that they know that if James Madison goes to that kind of default 2% on the CECC site, they're going to have to deal with those one ways as long as it's only on the So that makes it tough because you can at least tap the bomb, get off, hold the position, get it in place. You don't have that vision. You have to either wait for it to fade, but then there's also the risk of, okay, you keep track of how long they have to, so like the exposure charge, maybe the other one. We're going to see the time now that's being called here from Scarlet. Kat, what would you like to see a little bit different?
I'll go for that.
Channel your Murr.
You know, I don't really have a great answer for you, to be honest. Because I feel like this team's game's pretty packed. I feel like they're really well. Gonna play a little too hard for that. For the most part, it seems like maybe they just could have used on the weekend a little bit better. Because they have these two available. Keep them with a lot of these times.
I don't even.
It's hard.
Yeah, I know. I'm like debating between Jericho, Rocco. I'm like, I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, we got players today. We definitely need your thought on the chat. Clarification on the name. Let's just find one and get clarification on the side. Might all go down. And you know his advantage can be on their side, so all numbers advantage farther on their side as Merrill finds another good follow so far for JMU. Getting the trends, let's run past another. And well, the game told you, I don't need to tell you, it's a flawless round for JMU, a 7-1 scoreline. Timeout.
It happens. You know, sometimes it's just the way the people crumbles from the side of Scarlet. I think what you said is true as far as the flow and whatnot. On the side of JMU, it does seem like their team moves a little bit more like a unit than Scarlet does. But like you also said, Scarlet is just recently announced. So they're still finding their footing as a team. It's, you know, GSL format, group stages out as well, so they had time to warm up for the day. It's just the first game here for all teams Yeah, you can't do too much there. We're really paranoid that they're sure about COVID, but really now, Jericho finally punished for that work. That's going to take him down. Going to go for the force situation. Zermac going straight for the plants here on the site. It's just 3 taking here once again for Scarlet.
Second as the scratch will go down and Ray will grab the last and down long to the coverage. So it's a 8-1 the scoreline for James.
What's interesting is it almost seems like the equal rounds for Scarlet are the closer rounds than the regular rounds. And I do wonder if it's because of the fact that you can see that because they're on Eco, they're not playing as, not that they're scared, but they're not playing as passive. You see a bit more more aggressive as people use the plays to come through, and that seems to pay off a lot more, especially considering, how aggro Jin tends to be, and always, the mid-chamber on their side is on that lurk, so even trying to seek out that one player can be huge.
Yeah, I'm just gonna agree with that. And I feel like on your eco too, you kind of recognize the round that you're not expecting to win, so it's almost there's less stress into that round too. Like,
Yeah.
if I want to play 4 and I die, no one can be mad at me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of grasping at straws.
We're back for round 2 of the CECC South Open Qualifiers. Here, I'm Ash, and joined on the desk with me is Catinator. We brought you guys game number 1. We're going into game number 2. We're actually taking it over to Group B this time round, where we'll be seeing Texas AMU Maroon up against UA Crimson. Cat, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. These teams, we're about to see, they're doing pretty good too, because we got the top side of Group B GSL format today. So one of these teams, hey, they're already moving into what is going to be that round of 16 to see later in the day. So one of these teams, they're going to be doing extra good after all is said and done. And one of these teams coming into the season is doing extra good as well. If you're around the collegiate space, which hopefully you are, because this is a collegiate tournament, kind of 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah.
You might know about the Collegiate Valorant Hub, and if you do, it's this group space where Valorant players can find scrims, they can find teammates, stuff like that. And Texas A&M, well, on their power ranking, is ranked 3rd going into this season. They're seeded 2nd here in this event specifically for the South region, but they're seeded 3rd in the power rankings going into this calendar year. So, hey, you tell me what that means. You tell me what that means, okay? And we'll see on the server what it means for sure. We get a chance to check out these rosters going into it. And you know what? We just hyped them up. Let's start with Texas A&M.
Let's see if we can put faces to the top 3 names. So on the side of TAMU, we're going to have Naber, Dam, Tayo, Dill, and I assume that's supposed to be Noble with the X in the middle in place of an O.
I'll go
But
with you on that.
yeah, I think we can agree on that. But no jerseys this time around. TMU, please invest for
Don't
our
do 'em like
players.
that.
But
he got the,
hey,
they got the hat. They got the hat.
I know. They're showing off their own fly style,
Yeah, I like the Noble collared shirt. I love a man who dressed up for the occasion. His hair slicked back, the full package going on.
The full package.
I love the teeth, the smile on Dill. He looked ready to go. Dill looked like the kind of player that will shake your hand on LAN, regardless of what round it is. So, mad respects to Dill going into this one. And of course, well, they've got an opponent to see in this game, and it'll be the University of Alabama. It'll be the Crimson Tide. Any D1 football fans definitely rolling Tide this season. We've got G Gavin, another one using that IRL name. Zen, same story. Toasty and Blue Bear. No pictures going in this one, so we can't see the cute smiles of the killers in the game, but hey, I like the names at least.
Names are pretty fly. I think my personal favorite on this one is Blue Bear.
Okay.
But I'm looking forward to seeing what we have coming up in this coming matchup, especially considering the fact that TAMU Maroon being that 3rd ranked team at the moment, that kind of sets high expectations going into this next matchup.
Yeah, that it does, and we're going to look at what the map is going to be. Remember, best of 1s going forward, so it is just going to be one map. We talked about, well, we know what map we usually expect to see, and well, here it is. It's Ascent coming through. It's the map that's been here the longest. I mean, to be honest, if you're not playing Ascent, you're not trying to win the best of 1. I don't know what to tell you. Like, incredibly equal. The really only big innovations come through is like Fade KO, and everyone's kind of adapted already, so we know what's up. It's been 2-3 months with it. All good. We got it composed. Only difference is maybe I'll play a Killjoy, maybe I'll play a Chamber. I saw yesterday some teams still running Jet just for the kicks of it, so hey, there's still room to be worked with, but you know the map inside and out. leads to what I believe is the highest level of competition we can get in a best-of-1 series.
That's for sure. I also find that, okay, interesting. I was about to say that you often see a Jet coming out if the team is running a Killjoy, because they usually pick that in favor over the Chamber, and then you have the Jet who has that ability to have that early first point of contact before using that get out of jail free card with the Rendezvous. But this time around on that team, we're actually going to see both coming out here, so that's going to allow them to have a little bit more of that early on aggression.
You know what, Ash, I'll be honest, I didn't see a single second of Aim's leg, bro. I blinked and it was
It's kind of
gone.
quick.
And that's what I'm talking about. When we play a set, you know what you're doing, man. It's been here so long. Honestly, in a lot of collegiate scrims, it's hard to find a scrim that's not a set. Because the way you're typically booking is you're booking on a 1 or 2 map blocks. So you're booking playing out all rounds, and you're not really looking at like best of 3s. You're not picking banning and stuff. It's just you're picking maps. And if you're picking a best of 1 in scrims, you're usually picking a set, and it's honestly hard to get players off of a set to try to practice their maps. So, hey, what can you expect? Fade KO's gonna come out for both sides. Omens and well, this will be interesting. I do think the Boast pick is, I don't know. I guess the alternative is like maybe throwing a Sage, and Sage has been very mixed results for teams. So, yeah, I mean, let's roll with it.
We're going to roll with it. And speaking of that, first pickup already on the side of UA Crimson. And now they're making money moves over towards Tree. A 4-person push at that so far. Prowler to come through to clear out those close corners. Cloudburst as well to cover the cross, and an explosive entry into the tree area.
Spike down A.
Noble gonna pick up 2 trades on their way though. Paranoia stalled this push in its entirety up towards Cat. They make a decision to head CT instead, head towards Scaffold. Glass broken. Force the Fade's attention towards that top of the Scaffold ramp. Ought to be broken rather quickly. Never will see some heads, can't quite tap him though. The walk back down to the guarded side. Hits the one going Zen and win it out a second as well.
Spike
As
down
Blueberry
A.
Fall stay so low HP and gone.
Sweet dreams,
Just like
asshole.
that. The mechanics. Immaculate coming through from Navarro 1-0 on the scoreline. Texas A&M, they've got the pistol.
I think, I mean, obviously the 3K was really nice out from Nabber, but so much impact to come out from Noble as well already early in the pistol round, considering the fact that with the amount of explosiveness that UA Crimson had there in Tree, Noble hiding in the dark cover, you would have thought he was done for.
Yeah, absolutely. Round 2 on its way. Getting out towards Cat. He got his way, and Toasty gone just like that. The body shot, the Marshall, all you need in round 2. No armor to be had. Now we're going to pick up Zen, and Woods looking start here on the anti-eco. Liz will come out for more. Will be caught from the top of Cat. So says it good to trade one back. Marshall potentially recoverable as well. If he can sneak away towards Cat. There's really no defender hard eyeballing it. So there's a chance at a rifle here for the Crimson side.
Gavin, with info that there is one sitting pizza, going to use the dark cover thrown from the enemy team as an opportunity to TP up on top of Arches, securing that first pickup. But Noble with aggression after pushing out through A main. It's going to clean things up there on Catwalk. 2-0 here for Maroon. However, regardless, not a bad eco round on the side of Crimson with those 2 picks.
Yeah, definitely not. And they do avoid what could have been a pretty quick flawless as well, being able to find themselves the pick onto. This is getting pretty early. He's that Marshall can't get as much value as he would have liked to. It's a good refrag to come through, and it definitely does make things just a little bit closer. We've got Aggro Operator into this round, so playing for a very much upgraded bonus. I like how passive it's going to be regardless. It's on Scaffold, and it'll be a long time for the contact comes through, which is nice because if you're Alabama, you don't really expect an operator in this round. At least you shouldn't.
No, it's a risky buy considering the fact that it could put your money off for the next round. But very passive holds here on the anti-eco for Crimson. I think they're expecting a bit more aggression to come out from TAMU, considering that is their bonus. Try to go for something cheeky. A Prowler in Garage to try and clear out this close corner. Haunt expended already as well. So on the side of TAMU Maroon, it seems like their fate is maybe a little trigger happy with that utility.
Yeah, it could be the case. That's the same repeller going. So not much you're working with here in terms of util to hold down the rest of this B site. That's the dagger gun now as well. So both Prowlers haunt. 0 point. They do make the contact off of it. They get that suppression, but they have decided to put the KO over towards A. So they're not going to be really prepared for this push to come on its way. Those will break the haunt pretty early. Execute on its way out. 2 Cloudbursts to step out. Zen will pick up 1.
Down B.
And now towards the site. It's just that fade.
Mark 1.
I know about it now. Haunt's going to come through from Naver, so the positioning more than known about. Ryan will not connect, so there's some space to step forward to grab aggro. Zen will have Naver. Noble will trade back the other direction. 12 seconds left, and a plant has gone down. Still 2 players to work with. They've got themselves a bit of util for the retake, but a flank is on its way.
1 enemy remaining.
3 flank huge coming out from Gavin. Paranoia to isolate a player as well. And that means Damn all by his own in this 3v1 situation. Good for 1 through the smoke. Gonna shoot down that Hunt. They're gonna do a little bit of poke towards stairs here, but what would be nice is if Damn, even if he can't clutch out this particular round, he's doing as much damage as possible over towards UA Crimson. But unfortunately, not enough time will be run out. Sai with the last pickup, taking it 1-2.
You started to hint at the implications of that operator buy going into an upgraded bonus, and well, we do start to see them. It's broke boy o'clock for Texas A&M. Yeah, I got a watch on right now, and it says broke boy o'clock on it, Ash. I'm not lying to you.
Okay, straight facts, huh? I'll trust you on that this time, but this time Maroon looking for early aggression, hit with the first blood, but doesn't matter because the rest of Crimson is hiding towards a lobby. The trades to come through, leaving Maroon at this 1-man disadvantage. We've got that lurk towards B garage still, and everyone inside the Maroon already leaned over towards the A site. The thing is, though, is they might not actually expect aggro to have snuck into Wine at this point.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, you're going to play forward, looking to play true to the name. They'll recover the rifle, but they do see it come off the ground. I like that from Alabama. The patience recognizes the player. Surely they might get their hero rifle back, and that they did. Able to swing off it, put it back on the ground. An extra frag for their troubles, and the patience will pay off for this team. Can head their way up towards A main, towards this A site. They know they've got weapon advantage. They know they've got numbers. And the Prowler going to lead them into the knowledge of an open A site.
Dark covers to go out both
Last
in tree
player
and
standing.
main, and I was just
Damn.
about
30
to say
seconds
it's
left.
nice to see TAMU playing
Spike
together
planted.
in tree there, but going for a bit of a solo Hail Mary in this situation. And Damn, okay, the door is gonna close and Damn's gonna go down, tying things up 2-2. We're equalized here. Another rifling round to come out from TAMU Maroon. Not this round. Noble will also have that null command available. But then at the same time, on the side of UA Crimson, quite a few of their players are just one away from those ultimates, and you have the Nightfall there in the hands of Zen as well for a site execution.
Aggro back. The shenanigans up towards A main. Will just tuck the 0 point in time. Has tucked under their own totem, so can't really safely play to Wine. It means no TP out. You try to grab a frag and then jump back into it and then TP. It's a little too much to ask. So can't sneak far enough out. Is going to have to play purely for this initial contact. Is going to hear the jump up from Blue Bear, so some info. Rest of the team over towards B right now. Makes this one awkward. Now goes back towards Hell. So stranded towards site. Dark covers on its way. Should stall the push long enough to get help over.
I like the recall there when it comes down to the TP anchors here from aggro, considering the fact that with the Unity Chamber nerfs, if it gets broken by the enemy team, it takes a lot more time to recharge than if you're to recall it yourself. So far, UA Crimson, they're stalled out in a lobby considering the 0 point that did come through. And now we're actually going to be seeing a rotation called off here. You can see that the lurk on their side coming out from Psy has garnered them that B main control with only one player on the side of Maroon going to be
30
on
seconds
site,
left.
except revealing actually information with those steps there to force that Prowler out.
Face your fear!
Nightfall. It's your turn as well. Don't believe it's hit. The fade back inside. Liz is going to pick up one fantastic paranoia. Completely stalled this push down. Liz will find another toasty mid dash. Caught and
Spike
thrashed.
down,
3K. Liz
10
Kid before they
seconds
fall
left.
to Zen. Nobles
Last
picks up Blue
player
Bear.
standing.
Naver for the back of the site will grab the last. So they force out the Nightfall for the take, and they still can't make it happen. Paranoia timing's fantastic. The shots from Liz's Kid so
Careful
clean.
here.
Maroon did a really good job of just running down the clock in that round. I think it was tough to go for that rotation over towards B, where if there was any stalling potential, any anchor still towards the B site, it was going to be right down to the wire to potentially get that spike planted. In the end, it only came down to the gunfights, but that's going to be a 1-point advantage now over towards their side. And look at this aggression that we're going to see coming out from Maroon already. Kitten dashed up towards V-Link, looking to take down this lurker and doing a lot of poke damage, but not able to secure the kill quite yet.
Look at that info, baby. You found the chamber early. You know they gotta be headed to the A side. Aggro is snuck all the way into Y. No one has considered it for a second. No one's cleared it. Fight's gonna come through the door. Fragment has not stalled the players, but Aggro will
Spike
find value
down
back
A.
of main. Liz's Kin gonna grab one as well. Not gonna come down for Crimson, but it is not very safe. This player's so close on the prowl. Lurk on its way to try to deal with Aggro, but he looks pretty aware of this one. Possibly not as a turn now. Bluebear's picked up Damn, so slowly back. Aggro on the reload, stay to swing off it. Naber and Kitten found themselves the site players, and the Jet will hold on for the last out of main as well. A 4-2 after the fuse goes down. This is Kitten having a great showing in the last
Push no button. Save the day. Easy.
A lot of impact kills on Liz Kitten, and also able to just get multi-kills
Careful
round
here.
for round here,
Careful
so
here.
very confident Fragger on their team. And the Eco on the side of UA Crimson now dwelling in that kind of risky back and forth economy, the ping pong economy as we like to call it, in case they aren't able to secure their next rifling round. And we're seeing a half buy half buy coming through for the team on that side. At the very least, side does have the tool to false available, but a lot of potential with the ultimates on the side of TA and Maroon as well for any retake.
Yuto dumps on their way out. Really be main. Prowler out. Ooh, shot by the operator. Info. And where that one's gonna be, so you guarantee not gonna play the way through the main. Flash to come forward, but he's not gonna be flashed by it. Damn, Noble was all gonna pick themselves up frags, and the Kin ain't done just yet. Burn down mid will find two. Now we say to the back of Cat. Liz wants it. Oh, that flick is so close, but not quite to say. The repeat's on its way, and Liz will have it. A 3K to be secured. What is that? A three-piece, and another three-piece? It's
I
the
think so.
combo
I was about
meal
to
on
say.
deck for Liz's Kid. Three pieces?
Whew, it looks that way. I
The
mean,
hat trick, a hat trick?
that is exactly the kind of Jet that you want to have on your team, though. Once that's not afraid to go in, get up close and personal. Obviously, there's risk because some Jets might just go in a little bit too deep, might get a little bit too aggressive, too greedy. But you can see that the rest of the team does actually scale off of Liz's Kitten as well. Yeah. So it's never done in vain because there's usually always somebody to go for that follow-up. An early Prowler to come through here for Crimson to clear out close arches. Not going to find too much information, though, considering the fact that the Prowler actually has to look left to right, depending on where somebody is hiding in the corner. And it's mid-control that we're looking at this time around.
A little two-prong push. One up a main, one up towards mid. We'll hear that trademark here momentarily. Chilling up towards pizza. Not quite the party you'd hope for Alabama. A little bit of work has to be done to clear that one on out. And they don't opt to do so thus far. 0 points hit nothing, so they are able to play their way up towards Cat. Now, immediate info being given. That pawn will scan for one, and that's kind of the go signal. They know of our location. That fragment's going to stall for so much time. Paranoia's on his this way out. Dark Cover's giving them space to make their way forward. Bluebear's going to be caught. So Jet will back their way from the side. Stay able to see the gun barrel, but can't find the frag. Noble has a second. Damn, get involved as well. Let's get down for one. Trades all across the board, and they're one out by Texas A&M. 6-2, the scoreline is Liz's Kitten and Noble to wrap up those final two.
And with the way that TAMU Maroon has been scaling with their momentum, you can see that Crimson is playing a little bit more careful. They seem a little bit tentative with their ability usage, with their pushes on towards site, playing a very kind of like slow defaulty, a little bit aggression maybe towards one side of the map or the other, but I would like to see maybe an attempt at explosiveness to counter the fact that Liz's Kitten, you know, once you show presence somewhere, he's probably going to be pushing out on the other side of the map to try to catch somebody else off guard.
Yeah, huge opportunity for a little bit of trap plays, right? This player's playing exactly as you just stated. He's already stepped through the mid, has found one, flashed out. Oh my goodness, the Cloud Burst. Fantastic reactive play to stay alive. Mid. Now they're able to come out in the meantime with that distraction mid to find two from B main. Impeccable team play. Like the fact this team scales off of Liz's Kitten aggression. See right there, that's a perfect display of it. The Kitten will seal the deal. On to say top cat, 7-2 the scoreline. I love the eco round, but I almost want to replay that just because it does so much with team play orientation. I don't know.
It's just time and time again. I feel like the conditioning has happened where you know that you can expect this mid aggression on the eco, and a lot of teams, we're seeing it even come out from the side of UA Crimson. They'll play a little bit farther back. They'll be like, okay, we know that they're gonna push back. Let's hold. But when they're going in so hard, when they have that gun advantage as well, sometimes the best thing to do could just be a different kind of explosive aggression on the other side of the map. And to just like continue running with it, you know they're behind you, but try to get that timing down, try to catch them off guard. Going back on this buy round, we're back at a default, and unfortunately the lurk on the side of UA Crimson already taken down. So that means that no trademark will be available for their flank as well. Damn, to re-peek through mid, we'll gather a little bit of intel here for TAMU Maroon. And Crimson is making moves to head actually back over towards the B site. Meanwhile, Maroon leading more heavily towards it.
Will not clear Naver. Neither will the 0 point. Dark covers out. Naver is trapped and checks the heart. Will spot though. Naver's good for one. Still in this position. Still kicking for now. Caught by Toasty. Will grab a second frag as well as they sneak their way out into the boat. Push towards the site on its way. Its entire team going to focus that first before dealing with the CECC players. Damn, still kicking. Will stay alive and will not fall at all. We'll find two. Liz's Kitten will grab another from CT. I like to play from Alabama to come through the site together, but just cannot clear out that back of sight.
I don't think the, show presence, go for the rotations is necessarily a bad idea up against a team like TAMU Maroon, but at the same time, I found that they stagger their utility really well for their holds off on site. So when you do show that presence and then you're trying to re-hit, if you're allowing the amount of time for, util to come back up, or if you're not, forcing out mollies early on in the round, it's just going to allow the defenders to have still that stall potential. And now, the first time that we've seen really aggressive presence early rounds here over towards the B side, they're not fighting B-Link anymore. They're just looking to take this game.
This one down. Say's picked up Naver and got themselves a trip into the site. Almost certainly Lizkin's picked up one, and never mind, Blueberry will come out and grab two with the Sheriff. The operator now secured from CT, reclaim their prize. Push to a rifle for these close range fights as well. It's that B main player you're currently waiting on here. Try to make this one possible.
Enemy suppressed.
Oh, down about 0 points clean. Zen's picked up Liz's Kitten, and damn, gonna be out of B main. Dark covered away. Suppression gone, now a chance, look for opportunity. You've got an op on your position. You got players close. Fragment will not bring him out. Timing on this swing. On its way now, and Gavin gonna pick it up. It's an eco for the University of Alabama Crimson. They just run it on down and works out.
That's exactly the adjustment that I said that I want to see coming through as well. You know, previously on their eco rounds, you saw them playing a bit more passive outside and B, waiting for that push in mid from Liz's Kitten. This time around, you know, they just full sent it towards B main, went for that explosive aggression, and it paid off. And sometimes that's what you need to do. You got to meet these defender-sided aggressive teams with a different kind of aggression of your own. And double up on the attacker side here for University of Alabama Crimson.
Face your fear!
That falls out. Once again, Baker's time to play quick. Aggro, well, he's out thus far. Toasty gonna fall. Sentry is gone away. The trademark gonna solve for extra time. This is a quick retake on its way, maybe even before the spike's planted. The only gonna step forward on the back of Generate. Noble has one. Aggro
down A.
grab one as well. Sam Blue Bear trades back in the other direction. They've got themselves site occupied.
One enemy
KO
remaining.
close. They don't know about it just yet. Noble playing in the smoke. One. Say a trade back the other direction. A second as well. The scaffold can't find Nabber. We'll pick up that final frag. 9-3. The
Switching
scoreline. Texas
sides.
A&M gonna lead this one out.
Oof. We talked about how Ascent is this kind of favored comfort pick map for most teams. But at the same time, not all teams find it a comfort pick map. And that can tend to come with the fact that Ascent, despite being an overall like very fundamental, simple, typical tactical FPS kind of formatting as far as the map goes, if you will, it's also more defender-sided, and it's because, you know, the choke points, whether you're splitting or just trying to get through one, they're very small for the most part. So that's where a lot of the stall comes through. So considering the fact that we're at this 9-3 right now, University of Alabama Crimson might be able to turn things around.
It's the Texas A&M effect for Crimson right now. They run it down mid themselves, and they found 2 frags because of it. This is Ken going to pick up 1 onto the spike site, so they do get themselves a plant down, a chance to play the post plant for Texas A&M. With Crimson, they're coming and they are hungry out towards B main. They'll break the door down for their fellow teammate. Step forward. Cloudburst is off in the time. Nabber's picked up 1 CT scare. Back on his way. Nabber another massive on the pistol. The 3K yet again into this one. Zen will trade one back. 1v1. And there's the swing. It's had by the fade. Zen will win it on out of 3K to secure the pistol for the Crimson Tide as they'll roll on through mid and make the retake happen.
The pistol round was the one that they needed as well, considering that they were down in rounds. Gonna stave off double digits here for TAMU. We're gonna see a quick little replay. Just such nice shots to come out from Nabber, but in the end, not able to pull through. And now we're gonna see the buy up come here for Crimson. And actually, maybe a counter buy on the side of TAMU, considering they got that spike initiated. But instead, it looks like they're going to just invest in a couple pistols.
Yeah, we've seen ourselves a force buy already. Can't have too much fun too early now. And then we'll pump the brakes just a bit. 0 point going to make him pump them over towards A main. Player scan. That's a shorty, big dog. It don't work that far away. Dan just took the farthest thing I've ever seen with a shotgun, and well, it went about how you would have expected it to. Blue Bear win it out with the Spectre from range. Aggro trying to get back into the angle. We'll catch contact with the Jet, and we'll opt to head away as well. The Jet here for Texas A&M has broken down the trademark to give them options in towards mid, and they'll happily occupy the space.
Damn, Toasty making a lot of noise just jump spotting over here. Actually, did he even see the cross? Okay, yeah, he did. I'll lock onto a head here on aggro. Maybe not expecting Liz's kick. Close right, though. It doesn't matter. Toasty's on fire right now, looking to be a flawless round here for University of Alabama Crimson, as Nabber last alive in a 5v1 situation. Sheriff in hand and potentially facing off an LMG here in B main.
You say 5v1, I say 1v5.
30 seconds left.
This is easy for Nabber, you know what I mean? So, it's honestly, I've never seen it easy. Okay, if he had the second shot, I was gonna repeat it and it was gonna be hype, but close but not quite. You know, we'll take one. You know,
The first shot was nice anyways. I mean, like, still a pretty good first shot. But the areas on Ascent, these paper thin walls with the LMGs, that high pen, it's always a pain to deal with. And that kind of makes me expect Zen's probably going to be pulling out that Odin later on in the half, and that's, I don't know. It's a
Gives me
bit of a
shivers.
trigger warning here for me, at
Gives
least.
me shivers. Oh, they'll be playing pretty quick up towards A main this round. 0 points gone out. It will grab just the one scan. An alternative for the offensive. They got quite a bit of value. Probably going to come. Oh, it's gone to the left and not the right. So Toasty will not be known about. Flashed off, but no peek off of the flash. Toasty has a chance on this one, but will get beaten out by the opposing Jet. Liziskin will grab that one. They'll win out mid, and they'll step away. So your Crimson, you have to put at least one player
Face
onto
your
the watch.
fear!
It's the hit coming through Cap. 2-front push for A. Noble will pick up Zen. Nightfall's going to come through to give info to Gavin, and he'll be taken out in the Shrouded Step.
enemy
Try to make
remaining.
something happen. One player left in the smoke. Agros grabs Say. What do you do here for the KO? 1 on 5. Thinking about possible save.
Looking to do a little bit more damage with the Spectre. A flawless round here for TAMU Maroon. They're going to hit double digits first. And what I like coming out from TAMU Maroon on the attacking side is, obviously in that last round, it was, you know, the bonus. You didn't have that
Careful
trip
here.
up, I believe, on the side of UA Crimson. But earlier on in the second half, we did see, you know, the conditioning where Liz is going to push up towards arches, take down that trademark in mid. And I'd like to see that conditioning continue to happen throughout the round. This time around, Liz's kitten actually posted up on the angle. And it won't be coming to fruition here. Psy info given with the Prowler. But on the other side of the map, Gavin and Blue Bear just keeping a hold on A lobby.
We will miss him. That is for sure. Texas A&M get absolutely diced up early A main. Hard to lose 2 players early in the round. Harder to lose your flashes and your smoke. So it's going to be hard pivots. Is the sailboat without the sail. And we all know how far that one ends up going. Side, Elizabeth's kidding. Able to pick up one. They're making it happen. Blue Bear with a good trade though. He's back involved.
Player
Caught the
standing.
KO mid flash. Dash is in a danger though, and Gavin will pick that one up. In the meantime, it's a more quiet, smooth trip for Naber. Be a waltz into the B site. Haunt's gonna be out to make sure no players out towards CT. Early plant will go down. Low omen, but it is a 1v3.
Bring them down.
What's going to be important here for Naber is, if given the time, UA Crimson will try to go for a pinch. We're going to see a reposition. Looking for an early fight in market, but all 3 players instead heading over towards CT. This stairs angle might just catch him off guard. One is ready, but it doesn't matter. Able to get one pickup here for Naber, but Gavin closing things out with a 3K.
Slowly but surely that round score is ever so closer from the shadows activated here off of this defuse. Chance for a little bit of info, a chance for some quicker rotations. Moving forward into this one. Texas A&M opt to head back towards mid. Those 2 A main players fall so early in that round, make things so difficult. Almost certainly you see a different default this round, no?
Oh, okay. Interesting. We're actually seeing Crimson posting at 2 players towards mid arches. No trademark placed down there. Instead, they're investing it over towards the A side. They're looking for aggressive mid control, taking a page out of the book here of TAMU Maroon. Toasty getting angry with the first pickup. Noble with the follow-up, though, able to get those 2 refrags. And
Spike down mid.
we're almost equalized here. Maroon with a 1-person advantage. The spike fallen top. Cat, though. And as I say it, a 2v2 situation as Toasty does clean up. A full rotate over towards A. But UA Crimson with those blue 2 players on the left side of the map. They know what to anticipate. They know the read. But damn, in an off angle, able to catch one off guard.
Toast gonna head their way
Spike
towards
planted.
Scaffold. The 1v2. Razorm activated. Haunt tucked. So is that misinformation for Texas A&M is the question. They're both gonna play the buddy system towards hell. Now we're out towards box. So that's gonna be that first contact for Toasty. So much time to play with this one. If you want to drop it, he's certainly going to make noise. Updraft, start things out. We'll get below dice as well, so there's one cover.
enemy remaining.
One has been spotted. The read's crazy from Toasty. The wall being to find Nabber. Now it's a 1v1. Paranoia is going to be there. Near sight on its way. The Shrouded step forward. This is such an awkward 1v1. The swing around generator. Do you pick it up is the question. Dan will be there on the swing as the tap has to come through. Toasty has to have that spike. And damn toys with them. Yeoman Util on full display and will win it out.
That was really well played by Toasty for a 2v1 or a 1v2 situation, if you will, if I'm thinking from his perspective. But regardless, Maroon with that pick up is going to force you a Crimson onto an go around here, which means that we're likely going to see TAMU secure that match point. But time will tell. Time will tell. The shorty kills. Okay, no. It's the wrong stack towards the wrong site. The shorties might have a really tough time on this retake, but Toasty with the Blade Storm, they're going to find some info towards mid, waiting for this dark cover to fade.
One good flash. There could be kills in the future. Pop Flash going to come
Oh, they're
just a couple
pushed up too
seconds
far.
too late. They don't know how close that one could have been. The one that got away with the Crimson Tide this round is going to walk into A.
Blocking sight.
Nobody to deal with on this util. Executes nice. Definitely crossed. They got themselves a plant regardless, so post plant going to be on its way. We'll see what this retake provides. Null command available. Nightfall as well.
I like that null command was popped on the execution though, because they didn't want to risk Toasty maybe just getting a free pick or two.
Face your fear!
Aggressive angle. Doesn't matter though, because Sai is able to get one down in a main.
Can't use that.
And this retake has looked a little tough, but as I say that, the shorty kills come through here from Zen. A Prowler in hand. Knows one is over towards Wine's side, but when you've only got a shorty and you only ever have 2 shots in the chamber,
Match
there's
point.
not too much you can do. TAMU will be securing match point.
I mean, that's a pretty good eco.
Yeah. Considering they had like 3 shorties on hand, like...
At 3 shorties, you get 3 frags, and you get rid of that Nightfall, that null command. I mean, technically, you don't really get rid of the null command. It comes in on the execute, but you definitely get rid of the Nightfall, having that early presence. You make Texas A&M feel like they need to throw it just in case there is a threat, just in case Toasty does find something with a Blade Storm.
You want to
There's
play?
value there for sure. I
Let's
mean, still
play.
down 6 rounds, but this round's a little bit easier to convert to just less holes.
Yeah. As long as Blue Bear can kind of sustain into the late round, maybe use that null command for a retake, but
Too easy.
whew, it's an op versus an op, and Magma will be coming out on top. A Nightfall to come out here in tree, a Prowler as well. Surprising to kind of see that C's actually come through, considering the fact that the Prowler actually went so far deep into Cat, and now a full reposition over towards A main is to come out here. The null command already expended. They're looking to run down the clock here on TAMU.
Iced out thus far is this team. Pressing gone. Knife's gonna grab 3, so it still makes that seem difficult. That Jet can't dash forward, but then gonna pick up the frag because of it. Noble, that trade back. The door player gonna be caught out. That's the ticket into the site. Texas A&M, that's the plant on its way down. Now time to play the post. 2 on 4. For the Crimson Tide, looking to hold on to this one, looking to send themselves into this round of 16 out of the group stage.
Last player standing. Team Ace.
Grab one, trade out quickly, and damn,
Attackers
through the smoke to wrap it up. 13-6. Everybody on Texas A&M gonna get their piece of the pie in that one. Team Ace to win it out. 13-6 score line to end the game.
I think that it could have been a little bit of a different story had UA Crimson in the first half figured out how to counter the aggression coming out from the defenders on Texas AMU. I think they could have racked up quite a few more rounds on the defender side, just had they, or on the attacker side, sorry, they started on attack, had they kind of countered that aggression with their own aggression a little bit earlier on. But over time, throughout this, Liz's Kitten scaled so hard with that momentum, with the aggression, the team right behind on his tail. But UA Crimson, on the defender side, still saw some really nice adjustments coming through, just wasn't quite enough to bring that scoreline up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I need a Liz kid in my life. You know, imagine you're Liz, Ash. You know what I mean? Like, your man's playing in the first tournament of the year, reffing your name. I mean, that's true love. That's true love right there. You don't agree? You look like you don't agree.
I'm personally not big on the couple names in Valorant.
What?
That's just not my thing.
Yes,
It's just not my
because
thing.
you're
It's not
sad.
my thing.
You got it. Wait, are you in a relationship?
Yeah, I live
What
with
did
my
you-
partner.
What did you want your partner's name to be? Ash's kitten?
No.
You don't mean that.
No, I do mean that. I really do mean that.
You don't mean
But
that.
you know what? We're gonna silence Cat right here, right now, and throw to a quick break. We will see you guys on the other side.
The guard side is the one that was then and win it out a second as well.
Spike down.
Just like that. The mechanics. Maxwell coming through after a 1-0.
I think I mean obviously the three K was really nice out from Napper, but soon as have to take out Noble as well already over this considering the fact that with the amount of explosiveness that UA Crimson had, their entry Noble hiding in the dark cover, you would have thought he was dead.
much upgraded bonus. Like a passive it's going to be regardless if it's on scaffold, and it'll be a long time for the concept.
It's a risky buy considering the fact that you could get money off and go to the next round. They're very tabs and holds here. And to reach it over 1.6. I think they're expecting to get more track.
sends it into their own half, and with 0 boost in the tank and him and his teammate in the corner, now they got to try to figure out a way to get out of their own half and alleviate this pressure. Touching the corner out of Cat's not going to be enough. Banger sends this one high. He wants to double touch off the backboard, and he will not find it. Cat with a beautiful save in net to keep the lead at 1. And you got to give credit where it's due. USC, they had some mishaps to start off this series, much far and few frequent as we continue on through.
Yeah, the continuation is there. Cully, real close, but a nice save. Okay, the saves have been the biggest factor here for USC. They've been constantly playing on that defense and hadn't really had a chance to play offensively, which at least within this couple seconds here. But overall, right, they're trying to take it back. Cats tries to find that control. Banger, though, is great with the saves and is constantly there to pick things back up.
He's doing a good job, but can they continue on their merry way? Sean likes to think so. Their beautiful save with 100 seconds to go is going to give them another chance to possibly close this one out. Coley and Sean trying to combine in air with the 2 air dribbles, but it's not going to line up as intended, and the shot will go off target. Luckily enough, Banger out of midfield will send this right back into the USC half. And USF, they get another chance to find the 3rd goal, increase their lead to 2, and potentially seal the deal on the series, and indeed they will. Bring out the chisels. This one might be set in stone.
One already perfectly set up. You can see maybe somewhat of a fake there. It was Banger that actually ended up taking it in. It double committal, but it just ended up not working out to the best extent.
Yeah, USC just in a very awkward position there. The 2 players aren't really sure who's the one to take it out of their own half, and as a result, USF might have found their way to just completely close this one out. 1 minute to go. Coley and Sean going to still keep on trucking, though. They're not satisfied with a 2-goal lead, and to be honest, I don't blame them. We've seen resurges from USC before. If they can do that here and now, they can at least send us to an overtime, but they need to extend their pressure. Touch like that of the Cats is not going to be enough, and as USF marches into their half yet again, it might have been too much, but off the post it goes. Ping-ponging around the net, and that could have been the one to get them back in this game.
That's super unfortunate. They're never there for the pickup. And then they manage to let something so big slip away. They really need to pick things back up here for USC. Maybe they'll be able to attempt the aggression. Solar tries to find that opening to be able to pass it over to Og, but it does not work out. It's just the constant stress that I'm feeling right now for USC.
The stress is definitely felt here in the booth as well. You and I are both just kind of watching this one, hoping that these shots are able to find their way into the back of the net. And, well, we're hoping that it happens quickly because USC, you've got 10 seconds to go. And as you concede your 4th, it's not conceded. It's all right. It's the same result nonetheless. USF, they will take this series in 3-1 fashion. USC had some technical difficulties in Game 3, but in Game 4, they were all here, and it still wasn't enough. USF take this one in 4.
It was a well played. I think overall there were so many follow-ups that USC just didn't commit to, and it was an issue. It managed to let them slip away from so many points that they could have had, and overall it was the adaptation from USF that just was chef's kiss.
It really was. It's a beautiful touch. It's a beautiful play. And overall, it's a really well done day out of USF. They move on and make their way out of the group stages. And unfortunately for USC, not exactly what they were hoping for there out of their day. But hey, it's a great effort, especially against a team like USF. And it's not the last effort that we're going to see on the day. We still have got to get through the other side of the group stages here as we continue on. When we return, it's going to be Indian River State College versus Bruton Parker. And this is, in my opinion, the battle of the dark horses. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have even more action here for the CECC South Online Qualifiers.
Struggling, maybe just a little bit. USF taking the first-hand goal, and this is super important, right? Seeing as to how things are going, USF already...
Guard inside, gets the 1 goal, Zeta win it out a second as well. Stay so low HP and Ron.
Sports Enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017, and the day after we started treatment. And we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years.
Wow.
And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. That's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams of esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends.
Right.
Go and screw around in a world.
Yeah.
When they got back home from school, and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time, even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And that's really interesting as well, because you and I had the chance to talk about how a lot of people are hesitant towards esports, right, and kind of video games as a whole, but you give such a unique kind of circumstance about what it can mean to somebody outside of the traditional life, outside of kind of what we've lived in. So if somebody were to kind of look at you and your connection to esports, how do you think you would kind of explain the impact it's had for you? Has it just kind of been that constant flow of positivity in such a dark time?
Yeah, I would explain that people are afraid because it's not traditional.
Right.
It's not something like football that's been here for dozens and a ton of years.
Yeah.
This is something new, and something that's bloomed from the first computer ever made, and that esports is able to bring people together. It's a big community that reaches all around the world. And that's the most important part of it, that it could reach people that you cannot talk to physically.
Yeah.
You can all enjoy something together, even when you're apart.
Beautifully said. Very well said. And before we kind of end our interview, I want to give you the opportunity, if there's anything that I know you mentioned you don't stream, but if there's anybody you want to like shout out or just say thank you to, or anything you'd want to plug, I want to make sure you have that time.
I definitely want to plug LLS, and there's not really anything else I want to plug. Just LLS itself. It's so important. They work so hard.
Do you kind of want to explain something that we actually probably should have done earlier? Do you want to explain what that is and kind of how that brought you here?
LLS works really hard to fund top researchers and to find amazing things for blood cancer, to help prolong kids and adults with blood cancer's life. And they're really important.
Absolutely. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
First, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Hi, so my name is Caitlin. I'm a part of Farmingdale State College's esports club. I am captain of the VALORANT Green Team. I am a second semester sophomore at Farmingdale State College, and I'm 19 years old.
Okay, do you like Farmingdale so far?
Yeah, it's really great. The program I'm in is very specialized, and it's not offered that often in the East Coast, so it's pretty nice. I enjoy it.
And what's your major?
My major is aerospace professional pilot degree.
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
Thank you.
So, is this your first time on an esports team?
No, so I've been a part of the Valorant team for 2 semesters, and this is my third semester, and it's my first time ever being a captain.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like being a captain?
So a lot of times I'm organizing the team, making sure everyone is properly set for upcoming games, um, getting scrims for our team, and kind of just making sure everyone is there, present, and possible, and able to play the games that we're gonna, you know, be participating in. We're participating in 2 leagues this semester, so it's kind of hectic.
Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. I can see that. How is it different for you as a player versus as a captain? Do you feel a lot of responsibility?
I basically have the responsibility of choosing who, really plays, what type of characters everyone's playing, and what positions and roles we are all doing, as well as being there not only as a team member, but also being seen as in a leadership role and having that sort of respect there, and being able to delegate everyone's role in the team. So it's definitely a lot more different, and my voice is most definitely heard. So I like it. I like being a captain.
Yeah, that's really good. What games do you play, or what is your main game? I know you mentioned Valorant.
Right. So I play Valorant, but I started off with Counter-Strike, and I really always have been interested in FPSs. So that background has always been there. So my transfer onto Valorant was pretty easy.
That's cool. What have you done to improve yourself in game over time?
So one thing for my teams especially, I have open communication where we're able to really give our constructive criticism without taking offense. And me as a captain, especially it being my first semester, I find it really important that everyone is able to come to me and communicate like, "Hey, Kate, I don't know how I feel about doing this," or "I want my voice to be heard about this specific thing." And just basically taking into consideration everyone's voice and having that open line of communication is really helpful, and that's something I find really important.
Okay. Do you carry that strategy into your everyday life as well, would you say?
Yeah, communication is really important to me, especially in aviation with crew members. You're always trying to communicate properly and efficiently to get the assigned goal completed, and that works in video games as well as in aviation. So I feel like it transfers very well, and I put my 100% effort in everything I do. I put 100% in the team, the leagues that we're participating in, communicating with opposing teams that we might be going against. All those things, I take it really important and can transfer very well into everyday life.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just competing in general?
It's a lot of fun, and we're so grateful for the opportunity to participate. And this is something that every single member of our team has said. We've never had the opportunity to really compete in a fashion where it's not only fun, we're able to make friends, talk to other people from different schools. It's just an amazing opportunity and something we would love to participate in the future as well.
Yeah, we're really happy you feel that way. When your team is competing with other teams, are there any specific teams or schools that your team kind of looks out for?
I think we all have the mentality of it doesn't matter who the other team is. We're gonna put 100% effort, and we're going to maintain our mental, even if the other team is full of radiance. It's not something we're gonna keep in mind because we will be able to beat them. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a really good mindset. As you probably know, March is Women's History Month, and you being a woman in esports, how do you think that has an effect on esports? What does it mean to you to be a woman in esports and as a captain? Just could you talk about that for a little bit?
Coming into being a woman in aviation, which is already really a niche type of thing, especially women in video games, things like that. It's just we're kind of the minority, and keeping that in mind, a lot of times you have to represent yourself properly because you are representing such a small community. So I feel proud and honored to be a part of the women's in aviation as well as being a woman in esports, and it's a lot of fun, and just understanding that us girls are here too, and we're as good as everyone else, and that we have the opportunity to be a leader in esports, and that we're equal to everyone. It's really important to keep that in mind because we're here even though you might not see us too often.
I know you said as captain your voice is heard, but when you first started to be a captain, did everyone take you seriously being a girl? Was that respect there, or did you struggle with that?
So I would say initially when I first got on the team, I was put onto a support role, and everyone knows that women normally play healer when it comes to going into any game.
Welcome back on in, everybody, to the CECC South Open Online Qualifiers. We've got 8 teams throughout these 2 days that'll qualify their way forward into the closed qualifier. But to do so, they gotta make it out the group stage. We got ourselves a Group A decider matchup between the UCFK Knights Rising roster. It's gonna be that B team, that B squad, up against UH Premier, one of the top collegiate teams, the big dogs in this one. And well, they're down here in the lower decider. So talk to me on that a bit, Ash.
Well, you mentioned that UH Premier is looked to be, I believe, the 2nd seed in collegiate power rankings overall. Actually, the top seed in this specific tournament. But what's interesting is that they actually got taken down 9-13 over on Pearl in their last matchup up against FIU. So that's why we're seeing them in the lower bracket here. And at this point, it's do or die, because the team that loses out at this particular round will be sent home, and the other will be moving on. So this is tough. This is open quals. You're trying to make it to regionals before getting it to the whole national event, right? So there's a long climb to go, and it would be insane to see Premier out this early.
Yeah, it definitely would be. Early season jitters, maybe something like that. We also got a little inkling here from the backside of production that they play on Pearl. And, we talked about that at the top of the cast, that Pearl's interesting for everybody right now. Beginning of the school year, just getting into practicing with one another. You get that instance of where you're so high ranking in terms of power rankings and seeding in this tournament. You just feel confident. You feel comfortable. Pearl, hey, no biggie. We'll make it happen. We've been scrimming Pearl just a bit. And maybe out-comped, maybe out-stratted. Could be just that simple. So, was that the issue? Who knows? Because when we get into pick a band here in a little bit, we got some info on that, because that'll make things interesting too, I think.
But before we get over to the picks and bans, we actually have these roster head-to-heads to come out first. So let's take it over to the top seed to kick things off over at UH Premier. We'll see if we've got logos or if we've got pictures this time around. There will be player photos. So this squad looks ready to bring the heat.
Yeah, a lot of returning faces to come through as well. We've got Eric Appleson back from last season, Koi back from last season, and Soli as well. So the core 3, I believe actually Jivy as well, just the Adham addition. So this squad has been good consistently, have won both leagues and big collegiate tournaments as well, and they're back yet again for another year. So the synergy should be there, the domination should be there. It's the reason they're ranked so high on these power rankings.
Yep, and to see who's on the other side, who their opposition will be, we'll throw it over to the UCF Knights Rising squad, and unfortunately, no player photos this time around, but you got the little Knights logo to show off here. That's going to be Squirm, Don, Scotty, Pajko, and Drave on the side.
And as I mentioned prior, talking about the pick and ban, I think, is interesting for the information that UH Premier did just go down on Pearl. So is it an outstratting issue? That's the question, because we look at pick and ban right now and see on the right side of your screen is the end of those bans. So the last ban is Pearl. So the option between playing Pearl or Fracture. It still snuck its way all the way through the end of the line before finally getting banned out, which makes me wonder if UH Premier have been heavily scrimming Pearl and just feel like it's a fluke last game, or if they just have a different perma ban. Because, I mean, you get 2 bans, and to have it be neither is interesting.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult because it's a bit harder to track kind of the map history of collegiate teams in these
Right.
tournaments and whatnot, unless you've been like working throughout like, you know, every single
Every
season,
event.
having,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly, having like all of those notes compiled and whatnot. And so many games go on off screen as well where we don't
Right.
really have that statistical intel, but the game's just about ready. So I'm looking forward to seeing the agents that we're going to have coming in, likely to see that breach. That will be the first lock-in on the side of UH Premier. And then Neon on the side of UCF Rising. All of these looking so familiar. Very typical composition on the side of UCF.
Breach. Staple pick since the map came out. Can't seem to dodge him. Just can't get him out of the comp. Killjoy, I ain't seen her in a minute, but the Breach, it just feels clean. It feels comfortable. So, a long time coming forward, see that dip away. Be the single smoke on both sides of the board here. Get a little bit of initiator fun as we get a fade. Looking on this right side of the screen, and all right, how you feeling the compositions going into it, Ash?
I feel like it's pretty standard when it comes down to it. You know, having the breach, having the neons, but what's interesting is on the side of UH Premier, I believe that is a Raze in place of that neon pick. So Raze, also a really great pick on Fracture. The paint shells can do so much damage. You have the blast packs to get that entry onto site really quick. But I think what it comes down to is the team that's going to be starting on the defense obviously has the quote-unquote tougher battle to climb because Fracture is often seen as a very attacker-sided map, having so many avenues, so many choke points that really spread the defense apart. But to kick things off, we're actually going to see UCF Rising going for a very heavy stack over on the A site. It's only going to be Dewey on the side of UCF over towards B, that Brimstone. So smoke's available to slow down any push, try to buy time for his team.
You got a very quick look towards this B site, which is on its way. Brimstone will step out towards CT. It's going to be retake season here for UCF secondary roster. PB Sports into site plant to go down. And that flank on its way right now out from the satellite side.
Who a pinch retake to come over for UCF. They're maintaining control of Arcade though on Premier's side. So Drave is going to have a tough battle here. Two players on the side of UH Premier will be looking towards him. But as the retake does start to come through, we're looking at equalize 3v3.
Padua going to step forward. Davison is just buying so much time and finding a frag as well. Looking for a second. Neither player with bullets. Padua will reload in time, but Adam Solomon, he's around to find the final two. 3K for the chamber. Round one secured for our number one seed.
So advantage available as far as weaponry goes. An interesting decision on the pistol round to stack so heavily towards one site. You know, at the very least, they did fully commit to playing that retake game. But as rifling rounds come through, depending on how UH Premier continues to adjust with their conditioning, you can see that right now they're once again favoring that arcade control. I'd like to see maybe like kind of just like pinch pushes out into the north or south side just to grab information. The 0 point will come out, so that's info given over towards UCF Rising. They'll be falling back. Slight peek through this smoke will give Pashko the opportunity to do a little bit of damage, but otherwise, sight completely given up.
Going to grab another for the troubles over towards the arcade side. This team working with such limited util. Shot for the headhunter, just can't quite connect for Dre. Not able to pick up one in that direction. Pads go with the classic though, has found some value. Little wall being on a Jivvy. Avoided back. Dre finally caught out and Adam. And solely to wrap the last two. It's 2-0 on the scoreline. University of Houston with that lead to keep 3 players alive as well. So a bit of a bonus going into round 3 as well.
But the buy-up does come through as you would typically expect here for UCF Rising. Also one away from that null command for Pashko. So what I would like to see here on the side of UCF is maybe that investment going into Pashko, trying to aggress for one of the 4 ult orbs available here on Fracture. And that's kind of the gimmick of this map too, right, Kat? You have a lot more opportunity to get those ultimates online, increase the status, and get usage out.
Flash to come forward into arcade side. Instant nade to come up towards tower. The stim beacon activated. This bonus round team knows they need to get close to do damage, and they're going to be close rather quickly. They've got themselves a site. It'll be given away for UCF to look to play the retake.
Ooh. It's been retake every single time so far here on the site. You're going to see the aftershock come through, try to clear out towards Jenny, but Drave holding a back angle. And you've got the TPs available. However, smoked off at the moment. He's not going to make quite use of it quite yet. Actually creeping on through, but yeah, going to expend that rendezvous now. And unfortunately, Scotty is alone there on site, zoned out by the rest of the members. But this bonus so far is looking pretty good.
Strike can clear so much of site in short time as well. Derek Appleton will grab a frag for their troubles. Squirmer on the site.
Last player
Starting that
standing.
defuse. We'll get it to half. They got to do all the work. Has found one. No double spray on though. Eric Appleton playing so patiently. Playing the time. Knows it's all they got to do. And we'll get the frag as well with 3K. Eric Appleton will secure the round. And you want to rebuy anyway. All good. 3-0. Going to be the scoring line. UH Premier. They're good on the bonus.
Huge bonus round to come through here. 3-0 is a really, really solid way to start off the game because you're kind of amassing this savings account of creds under your belt. Going to give you a little bit more cushion, not only with rounds play, but with economy as well. And you already saw kind of like the perk of having so many ult orbs available. Eric Appleton having that Brimstone ultimate online to help really clutch things out over in that last round. But now, looking for dish control this time around from UH Premier. They really seem to favor the north side of the map.
Blast back in, right over the head of Pachko. Awkward situation for Jivvy, but it makes it work. Able to turn back to site to pick up one. Gonna walk through drop with the rest of the gang, and plant is going to go down for UH Premier. Got players trapped in the hallway right now. PCF Rising will flood their way out with the Neon utility. Draves picked up one Squirmer or another. Solar's gonna have himself instantly traded.
Last player
3 on
standing.
3 now.
One
He's gonna find
remaining.
2. It's massive with the Sheriff. 3-1 from the top of the site. We'll sneak down with the Neon, and Scotty will fall. A 3K for Jivvy. A 4-0 score line. All the guns, though, dropped by the Eco team of UCF.
That was really nice eco on the side of UCF. Obviously, you know, the best way it could have panned out would be winning the rounds, but otherwise, you can't ask for a better eco than that. Regardless, that paint shells at the end was really nice zoning coming out from Jivvy there to push the Scotty into his crosshair. And once again, it looks like UCF Rising, they're looking to push out towards the south side, look for that information, but this time around,
to play? Let's play.
That run down. Scotty's already taking the space. They're still close spawn. Look towards hallway as well. Shot to go right. Swings the TP back towards CT. UCF got the space. Can't play farther off it though. That Sky Smoke gonna halt the rest of that aggression. In the meantime, UH Premier gonna take the space over on that A site. Look at the plant down yet again.
Ooh, UCF Rising really favoring the retake game here, which not a bad decision at all by all means, but unfortunately, Pajko will be isolated by Sully. And Rolling Thunder to come through here as well to stall out this retake potential. Adam watching with the tool to fall, able to get one pickup, but Squirmer gonna get that re-frag as well. And now with the op in hand here for Drave, it's just gonna be a save.
They found my trap.
Okay, I was hoping that they might hold it for a little bit longer, and Sully, hearing him run away, is just gonna push up, take the op out of his hands, and now Squirmer's actually about to meet Jivvy over on the side. Luckily, knife out, so Squirmer does come out on top, but so far it's a really clean board here for UH Premier 5-0.
Yeah, clean indeed. ECF dirty in terms of the eco. Squirmer
Right there.
out the rifle at the round, so will be the hero rifle into this one. Ults like crazy, but gotta be cautious about utilizing them on that eco. Really only want to do so if you're able to grab yourself a couple frags to really make the round look winnable. You're gonna head back over towards A. This time, rather than hallway, they've switched sides. They'll head satellite. Yet again, gonna look their way out towards drop.
Nice haunt to clear out towards back of dish. spot to come through as well, so that's the trademark also now taken down on the drop side. A stunt to come through, as well as the paint shell stunned out in A. That's huge zoning potential, but they might not suspect the second one in A halls. That's Drave with a 2 with the tool to false. Now Orbital Strike extended as well. UCF Rising making quick work of those ultimates.
Now come through. Drave so close.
Enemy
Can't
remaining.
find that secondary shot. Eric Appleton has a trade onto the player drop, looking for Doi as well. We'll get him low, but he can't quite finish it. 30 HP to the Brimstone's name, and UCF are able to find their first round off of what is a pretty dang light buy from them. The tour de force for Drave, massive to grab 2. And honestly, they made it look close last eco as well for them. UH Premier walked down out through drop. There was, what, 3 players hallway onto their retake. They made it so close. It ended up being Jivy from the top of the site, winning that final 2 frags. And almost the same situation for Eric Appleton, but it gets so close yet again. You almost think UH Premier surely won't come back to the drop play off that eco. Just so much limited information for them. The round came so close before, but they run it back, and this time the round does get converted for UCF.
This time, more of a default hold here for UH Premier on a push. 3 members still invested towards A halls by UCF Rising as well. Despite the flash, Jivy able to get 1, but the refrags come through really clean on the side of Rising, giving them the man advantage by 1. But it looks like UH Premier are just slowly trying to walk out onto the B site. Prowler to clear out towards towers as they go for the plant.
Early fault line. And look to come forward now for UCF. We've got plenty of KOU to work with here. 0 point. Getting nothing on the site. That's early info that they've got to be at the tower arcade side. They've got to be down the ramp. So people to clear. Sully and Abin going to find themselves value. Sully another. The spin fights completely one. Which Premier Drave with the op through that box. Close, but not quite. Looking to stabilize that core of the KO, get it back to the round. He's done just that. They know where this player is going to be, but he's got help to work with. Orbital Strike for the Brimstone, going to kill time, and Patchko will be killed by Sully. A 3K for the fade, and Dre's out of dodge. We'll take the op into the next round. UH Premier going to pick up the 6.
UH Premier looking so good thus far, but I'm trying to save the operator, Sully, once again. That's the second time he's done that to Drave now, who's tried to save the operator just to take him down, chase him down, and spawn. No bars being held, but now back onto an eco here for UCF. At the very least, you do have Scotty Paz to overdrive, so that's going to be kind of the secret sauce in this particular round. You're gonna have to get a lot of impact out of that, a lot of value, but unfortunately, Scotty's kind of been struggling so far on the defense.
Dagger broke early. Lost for some A hallway scaling. If UH Premier won it, this guy's overdrive to walk down towards spawn, and Adam's tucked it down to just the top of that zip line. Has found himself the neon. It's the flanker, the ultimate player, caught very, very early. Squirmer cheeky angle, caught from tunnel, but he's caught solely instead. That flash has a chance to grab away, but he wants to frag instead, and he'll grab it. Squirmer double dipping and winning it out. Doy's gonna pick up 1. Nothing on the showstopper for Jivy, but Eric Appleton will have a trade. Get a 2-on-3. They still got themselves a bit of a weapons advantage. Rolling Thunder gonna come through to deny that plant.
That was a really nice fragment as well to go over towards default in hopes of, you know, stunning them out, making it difficult to run out of. Now, no more smokes on the side of UH Premier, all expended earlier on in the round. This stall for the plant has been huge. Aftershock getting a pick for Squirmer as well, giving him 3K. Now that's Jivy all by his lonesome. I have the spike. But
30 seconds
Rising
left.
really has to do here is try to play this contact situation because Jivy's surrounded by 3.
Plan finally gonna go down. The util's been expended. It's a 1v3 for Jivy. He'll fight their way out towards side. He's picked up 1, looking for a second to CT, but it's Drave to swing tower. The help will arrive. Jivy will fall. UCF will find themselves a secondary round.
Whew. Their ecos are their, like, honestly best rounds most of the time on the side of UCF. And I think that's kind of similar to what we saw from teams earlier on today, Kat. You know, taking slightly more risky angles, aggressive angles, catching these players off guard. And even on the side of UCF, they forced out that showstopper, which now won't be available on Eco round here for UH Premier, which is normally a really huge round opener for the Rays on the XQ.
I love surprises, Ash. Always love them. Not so much when I'm playing Valorant, though. I'm not going to lie. Don't love the off-angle player because they do get value just like that, able to turn around. And that Eato's just so clean. Now they're playing for so very long. Dagger broken early yet again towards hallway, but it's the push-up this go-around. It's that early angle yet again from UCF. Stuck the KO forward. They've got 3 players triangulating on the hallway. They all swing together. Pajo and Scotty to find 2 Adams to trade 1 back. Get a second as well for his troubles, but Scotty to gun him down. The deep side of hallway. 3-6. The scoreline. UCF will take another round.
Gotta go.
Ooh, I like to see the 3-person hold in halls has been nice that round, considering the fact that UH Premier was on an eco. I think if we're going to see that 0 point come through in halls again on the side of UCF Rising, I'd like to see it maybe being thrown towards Sands in a spot where you can't shoot it out, because it just hasn't been getting much value aside from showing presence. No like suppressions actually getting off, but now going back towards their typical pinch, the lurk will be met with 2 over at drop and dish, but being caught out by that 0 point. Adam's gonna fall back, gonna repeat the angle, but the relay bolt is gonna make this difficult as Scotty does push up for the first blood. Well, tied with Jivy at the very least, so we're seeing a 4v4 in this post plant.
Spike play to grab 1 to make that 3-on-4. Scotty another. Those numbers slowly dwindle for UH Premier. Eric Abelson tucked towards sight. Teammate's gonna be smoked off, so
face your
a lot
fear.
of this early work to himself. Nightfall's gonna come through. Push for Scotty. He'll fall. Sully's gonna pick up 2 as they try to flood into drop. And Drave now 1v2. The numbers advantage absolutely decimated.
Last player
The
standing.
site player caught through the box. 1v1 now. Shoots the haunt, and Sully will swing off of it. A 3K for the fade. And a round secured. 7-3 for UH Premier.
That was a really nice bait using the utility. But we are just about 2 rounds away now from swapping sides. On the side of UCF Rising, there's going to be 2 ultimates online. That's going to be the Orbital Strike and the Null Command. Meanwhile, on the side of UH Premier, they do have an Orbital Strike of their own to use, but that Rolling Thunder as well. It could be interesting to see Investment going into Jivy, trying to make use of these ultimates.
You want to play? Let's
to get that showstopper online here. But as I say that, first ult to be popped actually would be the Total False in the hands of Adam. Lurking once again now towards Arcade this time around, and UCF Rising using so much utility over in a main. It seems like UH Premier with that condition has kind of realized they can force that out early.
Dribble gun down slowly. Coming to the site. Little strike to kill some time and step forward for UH Premier. Doy's picked up 2 from that spike plant angle, a 3rd as well. Abner from Tower has traded 1 back, but you need a lot more than that in this one. A 1 on the floor now. Forced out by the aftershock, able to TP away. Into danger yet again. This caught.
I can't use that.
The frag. Suppressed. Means no ultimate work, but the push is coming forward. Looking for a right click on the Scotty, but can't grab it. So UCF will trade themselves back around 4-7.
Last round in the half.
I'm out of here.
I think, okay.
Go, go, go.
Doy got way too many picks there, but at
Yeah.
the same time, when you think about it, UCF Rising has done that conditioning where if UH Premier shows really heavy aggression onto site, they usually back off and play for the retake.
Right.
You very rarely have one of their players actually staying on site, and I feel like that may have been the reason why UH Premier was so confident in assuming that, okay, site is going to be clear. You know, we showed so much util, we showed so much presence here, they definitely backed off to play together. So Doi absolutely catching them off guard with that 3K in hand, so much impact for the team. And we're seeing the first timeout being called here on the side of UH Premier. It's a wonky round for them as well. We're seeing a couple, well, it's not set in stone, but a couple force ups, a couple saves. But again, it's the last. Oh no, it's the last round. I don't even. It's early in the day, Kat. Ignore everything I just said. It's the last round of the half. They gotta buy up with everything they can.
That they do, and we'll see what the other two want to grab. It's shares full armor. Want that utility more than anything, and I like that call when you're looking at the initiator and you're looking at the smoke player. Grab my Brimmy with some smokes in his hand, and he'll have them. So, decisions for UH Premier. If they can grab themselves a cheeky early frag, a chance to possibly upgrade the weaponry.
Where are you?
Going to send its way down towards satellite. Nothing to be spotted, and early scaling for UH Premier. Spike, though, will anchor outside of B main.
Slightly different setup here for UH Premier. Usually when you see them split 2 and 2 with the lurk on the other side, it's usually the chamber and also on the south side. But you can see UCF Rising, they're already pushing out. No trademark to watch the back of point either. There. So this Rolling Thunder actually might get taken out right off the bat. A very deep smoke, but Scotty's actually not aggressing any further for fear that a trademark might be watching, just waiting for the rotation. Maybe the sound cue from the zip line as well. UCF Rising holding steady with quite a bit of map control so far.
Do better.
Looking for the second as well, but traded back by Admin. It's a gun drop, but no one in the vicinity to be able to recover it. So the push will maintain onto A. Scotty's walked around and picked up Koi. Jivy has Doi. Showstopper to come through CT. Does that rocket connect? It does damage, but it does not kill. The Sheriff will. Squirmer will fall to the ground. Pajko out of sand. Has one on the drop player. Jivy gonna swing. Looking for a lot of damage there and will get a crack at it. Still alive though, the KO. Now gone. A 3K for Jivy on the Sheriff. Eric Appleson will finish the job from sight. And it's 8-4 in the half. UH Premier gonna lead by 4 as we flip the sides.
Okay, for a wonky buy-up round, that was pretty clean all in all, especially right after a timeout. Whatever they discussed behind the scenes did pay it through. And now we're going to see the swapping of sides. So UCF Rising on the attack, UH Premier on the defense. I'm interested to see how Scotty, now on the attacking side, is going to use Neon to his utmost advantage with the fact that he can really get those timings off, take the other team by surprise with rotations. And from the looks of it, they look to be probably splitting toward, okay. They're all over the place right now. They're going to be heading towards Dish. 4-person push here. And UH Premier investing 3 people over towards the other side. No trademark to watch their back.
Brave will waltz away for a moment. Gonna tuck this Roomba. And then we'll head back into hallway. Meantime, Orbit picked up for UH Premier. So we'll grab that. Scotty to slide forward. Doesn't see the fade until too late. It's gonna be near side and Soy will take him down. Patsko's gotten to sight though, looking for trades, and it's Draven Squirmer to grab him instead out of drop.
One enemy remaining.
Draven will grab a second for his trouble hallway. Squirmer to grab Admin, and it's a 1-on-4 for the Eric Appleson. 3 smokes to work with. Stim Beacon as well. A bit of fun to be had for him. Just needs opponents to play into him. No one to give him that peek. The patience is definitely there here for UCF.
They don't want to give anything away for free. Makes sense though, considering they are down rounds. Trying to re-clear towards Sands. 3 smokes available, but none will be expended to cover up any of these angles. So these crossfires are free for the taking. Brave just gonna peek out through calls, securing a 3K for himself. That's 5-8 now for UCF.
So they're gonna grab themselves the pistol and bring themselves ever closer to a tied up score line. Get a Bulldog by here for Squirmer. Rest of the team, the Eco Classics. We'll see where they decide to go here in this one. A very spread out look initially for them on the pistol. This one much more consolidated. It'll be the lurk for the chamber towards the opposing side of T-spawn. The rest of the gang to scale a hallway.
A little push out B main, but actually a 0 point just to counter it pushes UH Premier back just a smidge. They still manage to get that ult orb into the hands of one. invested into the orbital strike now, and Adam with that first point of contact, rendezvousing out. Some presence being shown over towards Arcade, but ultimately rotations come through towards A-Halls, and we're gonna see Sully just overwhelmed right now. Flash out, gonna have to push back, can't do too much.
Scotty's picked up that first frag, looking for more. Gibby jumps into the lightning lane, will find himself one. Will be traded out rather quickly. Scotty top of the side, he's picked up more at the Spectre. Squirmer to get involved. Eric Appleton has one out of CT before falling to Doi. 6-8 on the scoreline. 3 weapons still up, so UCF can take him into the bonus.
Just taking a quick look at the alt economy status here on either side. Considering the fact that UCF Rising is still down 2 rounds, it's a really small gap to close, but could be helped by investment into the Rolling Thunder into the hands of Squirmer. Trying to make the most out of this bonus round, I think, would be huge, even if it's just taking guns out of the hands of UH Premier. Bye. And the next one won't be nearly as quick. They say that Scotty with the aggression gonna get that first blood, and Brave with one of his own as well. But quick work of Arcade.
Ooh, Scotty didn't catch
not the
himself
sauce
for own
stun.
relay. Bolt, I hate to see it, and then it will fall as well. Soleil will pick it up. One that gets away from him. Padgo to get the sight, and Soleil gonna gun them down when they're there. A 3K for the Guardian player, looking for one more, and has it. A 4-piece for the Fade, a 9-6 scoreline.
Not a bad bonus considering damage done. No shields for Sully. You're gonna have to reinvest in that, and then you're gonna have to be like a 4. Okay, they're actually
feeling generous?
going for a half by looking to be able to afford in the next round. We're gonna have a quick replay.
That's messed up
Of
production.
that, yeah, that really doing Scotty Durkee like this, huh?
If only they could have gotten to tower, man. Could have been a different round. So they have that
It's like-
feeling. It's looking good. I mean, the two-pronged is nice from Arcade as well. They get the space to sight. You got tower play.
It's also interesting to see like the Guardian player being the one to hold in through tower, where you know,
Right.
you're forced into like those closer range battles. But regardless, as I say that, A site completely free for the taking this round. As you see Uprising, they use that neon wall to get onto sites. Folks were laid down towards drop and CT. A full retake game here for UH Premier. And the rotation was actually quite slow because they're worried about this lurk.
I
over
don't think they
towards the
thought
B
this
site.
through. US Premier gonna play pretty hard for the Nightfall retake. Don't consider the fact that UCF have a Rolling Thunder up already. So this is not a good round to play retake on. The Nightfall instantly countered. That's gonna stall for a bunch of time. Jivvy's gone for the round already. And this one pretty much chalked up where it started. Scotty's picked up 2, a 3rd, a 4th to go with it. Koi trying to play spoiler but can't do so. It's an ace from Scotty.
Out of charges.
It's UH Premier looking for a retake on what is a better ult on the other end.
Gotta go.
Yeah, it's tough because when you're playing for that retake situation, I feel like it was maybe just a lack of communication, maybe a lack of notice that the Rolling Thunder was online,
100%.
because it is an exact hard counter to each other. You know, they cover the same amount of space, and it just stalls out the fact that you can't capitalize off of the information from the Nightfall anymore. But you can see that now that they're on the attack here for UCF Rising, Scotty definitely looks a lot more at home.
Here we go.
Scotty running it down in the overdrive, but he's shut down by Admin. Laid out, trucked, hit sticked, and another to be picked up for Admin as well. Squirmer gonna fall looking for more. Solely to get involved. Has one pass go to trade. Both those site players back though. Can't get through hallway though. Util's gonna be on its way. Sky Smoke and the nade. Pop flash come forward. Gets his teammate out, but out of the round will be Doi, caught by Koi.
Yeah, not even available for the refrag. We're blind and blind for days here for Pashko, and with 2 players dropped, this push in through Sands feels almost impossible to secure. As I say that, that's going to be double digits here for UH Premier, taking it 10-7. Man, that's my bad, Scotty. That was on me. I cast or cursed you like immediately. I should have kept my mouth shut.
That frag brought to you by Ashcast, ladies and gentlemen. At Ashcast on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm the UH Premier 6th member, you know.
Need equipment.
Big admin. Clean shots. Makes that round what it is for the gang. Puts them up 3 rounds here. Put an operator into this one. It's going to go towards satellite. No one's home to answer thus far. Is it their own fault line? That wasn't their own fault line, right? Right, Ash?
I actually was not paying enough attention to tell, but as I say that, what was initially a quiet creep into sewers is now countered by 2 players holding the angle, trying to keep guard over arcade, and you see this push out through dish. So Northside completely cleared out right now. They know that UCF Rising completely stuck on the south side, whether they're pushing through sewers, the quick re-peek, the jiggles to come out from Koi. Another fault line is up, and the last 2 players on UCF Rising split in this eco round. We've got Drave making moves over towards the A site. This actually draws a lot of attention away from B, where Doi is able to get a sneaky plant.
Spike
as I
down
say that,
B.
Curse is alive well because Jivy is watching the angle. Adam's going to be closing things out with a flawless round here, taking it 11-7 for UH Premier.
Ain't no better way to win than flawless fashion. Helps that eco out so much. They've almost solidified themselves a chance to rebuy it for the next 2 rounds here. So a lot of work to be done for UCF. Gotta win rounds to keep this team away from match point. And you gotta string them together as well. They're gonna buy themselves back into this one. Drave will go toward a force on the round. They're gonna come looking for that B site. See the answers.
You want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, but I mean, there's the showstopper available here for Jimmy, not going to be able to make use of it because Bingle is being watched, and Graves has his back, though, with the protocols. Doesn't matter, because they're so quick up through arcade that Eric Appleson can't do too much more. Sitting at a 2-2 situation. So we're equalized now as UH Premier try to get this retake through, and UCF, they're the ones trying to stave off map point. Because again, this is the game where if you're out here, you're out for the tournament series. Right. You're not moving on.
Prepare for hell. This is the group stage. Orbital strike kill time for UCF. Someone's got to get on the spike, start that half. There's going to be that walk down tunnel. Is Avin ready for it? Turns just as the peak comes through, and Squirmers picked up one. Doi will have the other. Spike's half, but it will not matter. UCF, they'll take the round 8-11. They've got to string them together.
It's a really huge reflank to come in through sewers, to have an absolute pinch situation, the crossfire to come through, especially considering the fact that you had that towers player where the spike wasn't planted for them. And now you're going to see match point is staved off for a little bit longer, but on the side of UCF, no ultimates available. And it's a completely different story on the side of UH Premier, where they've got all 5 up front.
Prowler looking to stall out Scotty, and it will do just that. Nearsighted for now. That Judge trying to get involved. Ooh, just barely. We'll walk away unscathed from the damage of admin. Into the site is going to be UCF. Limited control, though. There's a flank for the chamber right now, and that could open up potential, some picks for this team to walk through CT. Long time coming before it gets to that position, though. Nice.
No. Yeah, not ready for that. Right now, UCF aggressing into the spawn of UH Premier. So many picks down. A flashpoint to go out to avoid being pushed in, but Boy is still with the flip, able to get one. Trying to pull out the classic to get a second. No bullets left in the Phantom. Good for the third, but not able to close things out as Doi secures it 9-11.
I love the play from Scotty, man. So confident on that Judge. On what is such a difficult angle to really maneuver. Is able to pick up that first look and still spamming the Judge all the way down to the player on top of rope. I love to see it. I love to see it. Gives them enough space to be able to confidently hold on the post plan. And 2 rounds away now. We've brought this game so very close to win this one. They've broken the eco UH Premier. And they've got themselves a chance to tie things up.
Aggressive angle being held by Sully will be punished right off the bat. Drave now taking over Scene's control. We've got an orbital strike to come through, but it's a little bit late. Not able to catch the planter off guard. Look at, okay. Hold on. What the smoke's doing? All 3 expended just on the cross. Leaves nothing to be desired for the post plant here. Make clear angles for UH Premier to continue.
Love one. Jimmy out towards drop. Showstopper activated and Drave. He don't want no smoke. He want to see the players, and he's able to find himself 4. Jimmy to shut down the ace with the Showstopper. Will be the molly on the spike. So not going to be an easy task for Jimmy by any means. Can't really do much about this one. And he's headed for the hills. Operator will be secured moving into the next round as long as he can get away from this rope player of Scotty. Hits the shot. Will keep the op up. It will be tough eco for UH Premier going into this one. UCF has brought this game within 1 round.
It's a tight matchup. It's really coming down to the wire. Only 1 round separating both of these teams. Nobody wants to go home today. No one wants to get grouped out of group stages. And when it comes down to it too, both teams look so much more comfortable on the attack than they do on the defense. What I would like to see coming out from UH Premier is maybe more of those kind of pinch scenarios, whether it's towards south or north side, trying to get that information. We do kind of see that this time around, but the util to come out from UCF Rising will stall that out, but playing in the smoke, trying to run through. Scotty's gonna fall. It's the Spectre that comes out on top.
That's so bad. That's a free gun.
That's gotta hurt.
That is very tough. Fade flank on its way. This team starting to get put in the panini press. Jibby will grab Joy. Drave to trade one back. Slowly trying to get involved and absolutely gunned down by Squirmer. So that's 2 looks given back over. The thing is, this offensive side pretty dang isolated right now. You know, these guys are limited util, but Rolling Thunder might even be worth expending into this one just to make sure you get the round. I mean, you get this one, you got yourself a tied up score line. See what the call ends up being. They've reconnected now outside of arcade.
Thirty seconds left.
The fact that Koi did get those picks down, actually didn't swap out for
kinda
a
weird.
gun. So, interesting decisions. Sheriff being played also in tower. And Eric Appleson going to take a lot of poke damage. Now stunned out.
Molly.
Okay. The Molly and the Rolling Thunder are huge. Koi
down, B.
pick up.
10 seconds
And
left.
Last
Last player standing.
No!
It's a 1v1 situation. Brave going for the plant. Unfortunately, the fault line doesn't. But despite being concussed, flashed up Drave with the last pickup, tying things up 11-11. And if I saw the kill feed correctly, Kat, Eric Appleson, so low HP, thrown up in the air with the Rolling Thunder, actually died from fall damage.
Yo, Prod, can we run that one back? Can we go to the end of that round? Rip Bozo! That brother's floating in the air. Very unfortunate. I'll miss him. Gone but not forgotten is the Eric Appleson. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it?
Falls hard, though.
That it does. Invented gravity here on the Esports Ustream today. JV's going to pick up Pajko. Rolling Thunder on its way to solidify hallway. It's tagged just one, just Jivy, who might be able to get out of this suppression before the peak comes through, and that he has. Now he's going to get involved. Piggyback off the Koi here to pick up an additional frag, and slowly will get involved as well. It's match point for UH Premier. All is well. A round slips just barely out of their hands. 1 round to go. This round, they're a new team. They're all good.
That was the fastest round that we've had yet, and scaling off of that round win, we're actually going to see a timeout being called from UH Premier. So they're going to be talking about, okay, what did we do this round? What worked? How can we ensure we end this here 13-11 instead of risking going over towards OT, where you're swapping sides every other half, and it could be a long, drawn-out time, right? But again, this matchup, the loser goes home, the winner moves on over towards the playoff stage. And on this bye for UCF Rising, it's not looking too good. on the side of their eco, forcing up with everything that they've got, but it'll be a far cry from a full buy from them. Okay, no, you know what? I said that they have both their eco ultimates online. They're vibing.
Yeah, I guess.
Thoughts?
I mean,
thoughts,
I
questions,
don't know about
concerns?
vibing, but there's definitely a chance to scratch the lotto ticket and maybe come up with a couple
Listen,
dollars.
We've seen what Drave can do with the Tool of Force on the attacking side. You know, he's
Sure.
been good for like at least 1 or 2 every single round that's been in his hands. So, looking to make some magic happen here. And yeah, what's up?
Only concern with the UH Premier timeout is you just gave UCF time to strat.
You want to play?
Yeah.
Let's play.
But they stratted themselves. They just ran it down to Arcade and they both die. GG's only Jimmy and Koi trying to hit him with the aggression, and while they've been absolutely snuffed out of this one, B-side wide open. Plan's gonna go down for freebies. 2 on the flank. They better have some value.
Spike planted.
1 posted up. That's going to be Adam over towards Jenny with the operator as well.
Player
Sully.
standing.
Oh, taking out. No, not the util in hand. No guns to be seen. Adam able to spot one out, but the orbital strike to come through. It's a util dump to secure this flawless round. UCF Rising is taking this into overtime.
Switching sides.
Okay, listen. I wanted to give them
I'm
the
listening.
benefit of the doubt before I said anything. But now that they lost the round, I can clown them. Big dogs. 1 round to go. UH Premier sits on the A site. UCF runs it down into them, gives them free kills. They win the round without even thinking about it. They say, let me take a timeout. Guys, we need to talk. We lost 4 rounds in a row before that one. We got to talk for sure. No, you don't. You just won a round. You just got a free round for UCF. So, you know, they're not really sure of how to play you offensively. You give them time to strat, and then you run it down into them. What are we doing? Just relax a little bit. Now we're in OT. We didn't have to be here.
Glass cannon up coming out from Drake here as well. So we're gonna actually have to see a lot of value come out of this. Paint shells be pushed off the ankle, and speaking of value, none will be found as Sully gets that pickup. But don't worry, Boy's on watch. He's on guard. Narrowly avoided the aftershock as well as one does push in, but Koi's got the drop on him. Now UH Premier with 1 man advantage. Spike initiated over towards site, and as I say that, Caster Curse is alive and well as per usual.
Yes, sir.
Frags to come through.
One look towards tower, one look towards arcade. No one on the site for the post plant, but close enough to play off one another. And they're doing just that right now into Paz. But haven't found the frag though. Flash to get across for the KO, and he's done just that, or not quite. He'll take the fight with Jivy, and he'll lose that one out. Relay pull to stall Koi. And a step towards the side as Jivy will grab Squirmer. It's all up to the Neon. He's found one. And the start on this spike. Frag's going to be there. He'll drop. He'll be heard, though, by Jivy. He'll walk back around now. We'll look to half this spike. Jivy going to swing, and we'll have the frag. UH Premier. Welcome back to match point. It's 13-12.
Switching sides. Match point.
Swapping sides once again, though, so UH Premier are going to have to close things out on a defensive round, which is the side that they've struggled more on. You know, both these teams looking so comfortable on the attack, but when it comes down to it, it's the defense where the issue lies. Because when you actually look at this timeline of rounds here, both teams before OT were each only able to secure 4 rounds per defensive side. And that's where the cookie crumbles. That's where the question lies on if they can find the answer this time around to close out the map.
Look into Cubby. Haven't played a player here a single time. The frag will come through anyway. Pazco will check the angle. Will get caught though. But all that utility. The fault line first with Jivy able to swing off of it. Trade one back, looking for more, has it. We'll catch Jivy off the satchel. Scotty to get involved now as well. Running all the way through drought with the rest of the team. We'll catch Sully Hallway. That puts a 2-man advantage here for UCF.
Trying to retake with the op in hand as well here for Adam.
Teleport's ready.
Crossfire.
One enemy remaining.
Held. With the first point contact. It's going to trigger the push through the smoke of the A main players, and an easy tie-up here for UCF. Rising taking 13-13. We're going to a second overtime now. Swap sides once again. Drave pulling out the glass cannon operator for this round. Couldn't find value out of it last time. Looking to change things up as... Okay, we got the trademark over towards Dish. I thought Drave was going to maybe be posted up towards A main. Instead, going back for that arcade angle. And UH Premier, again, favoring the north side of the map.
Really
That's so
hot.
much info for Scotty. Oh, it's a 5-person crawl up here.
Who would win? 5-man crawl up or 1 trademark?
Well, trademark's down already. Blast pack onto site though.
That's fair.
Smokes to go down. Flash is just to cause a little bit of discord on site. It's gonna force out that sneeze right off the bat. And you can see UH Premier knowing that UCF Rising favors to position themselves over towards A halls, have actually aggressed to re-clear it, reclaim that space for themselves in this post-plant situation.
Going out towards drop. Fault line's not going to push Abin off the angle. That aftershock certainly will. Nice tricky Sully to swing too, though. So Doy, we picked up an Abin. Will grab the final to UH Premier once again. Their 3rd go at match point. Can they finally close the door on the game?
The gripe that I have to pick with UCF Rising right now is that, yes, Drave, awesome operator player. However, with the fact that UCF Rising on the defense, they so often play the retake, it's just so difficult to retake with the sniper as opposed to just having the rifle that you can clear corners with. But we're going to see a glass cannon off coming out on the side for the first time here for UH Premier in overtime. And some early season nade combo to come out towards Arcade, but UCF Rising were kind of anticipating it, played far back, allowed them to waste that utility before trying to reclaim space. Look at this stack over towards B.
It's quite nice for where this offensive
Don't pull the
angle is
rotation.
leaning. And no info just yet, so you know you gotta be cautious with it for sure. Jump peek's coming through the tower. He's gonna spot players now on that vision cone. Didn't need a perfect position here, but he's gotta be confident on the swing. Good to find one, and that's the spike carrier down as well. Snuck out of that one. Recovered quickly, of course, from UCF, but you know where this one's headed. Jivy not done just yet, has found a second. And still this UCF side just trying to make it into Arcade. They haven't even got through into the angle just yet. They've already lost 2 members. Upward staircase, gonna be that brimstone potential. Doy, no one checks him, no one thinks about it. Walks right out, able to pick up a frag. Taking a trip to the site, but Koi's shut that one down before the party can truly get started. Yeah, a 2-on-4, make it a 1-on-4. Pazio will talk the showstopper, able to pick up another swing though from Koi. Will grab the refrag, 15-13. It took 3 match points to do it, but UH Premier, they'll finally claim it. They'll move out of the group stage.
Whew, I really like that last defensive side hold coming out from UH Premier because they made a really big adjustment. They gambled stack over towards the B site, but that was only because they had the glass cannon operator. And that allowed, you know, trademark watching towards Dish. You've got the op completely posted up towards A main watching the long angle. So you already have really early information where you can have Adam TPing out if they do show presence playing that retake game. Meanwhile, they just invested so many players and bodies over towards B. It, like, info over towards A, they had the read down pat even though it was quiet.
Second in power rankings. First seed. Up against the 17th seed. Man, was it close. Okay, but we're just getting started here. They make it through regardless. They'll make it to the round of 16, so all good. All is well. And that gets us through what is our first 4 groups of the day, but we got a little staggered schedule going on. So we got some new teams to introduce, and we got ourselves some new groups to get started with. So we'll jump over to Group H when we jump back from the break. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant action all day, baby.
CF, their mates.
time, finding a frag as well. Looking for a second. Neither player was full. What's that?
Not suspect the second.
Secondary shot. They were down. That's the trade. Onto the player's drop. Looking for goal. Tunnel, but he's caught Soul instead. Chance to grab away, but he wants. Boy picked up 2 from that spike line. Falls to the ground, Adams go out of stand. Out of 1 on the drop player. Gibby gonna swing. Looking for a lot of damage there. Will get cracked out. Still alive though. Picked up. Frag looking for more. Gibby jumps into the lightning lane and finds himself 1. Will be traded out rather quickly. Got your top and sides, picked up more than expected as well. Maybe gets involved. There's Jackson. He didn't think himself good. Goal A to see it, and then it will fall as well. Soleil will pick it up. One that takes away from one pass, will get the side. Soleil retake for the Guardian player. Looking for 1 more, and it takes it up. The Nightfall instantly countered. That's been solved for a bunch of times. He's gone around already. This one, pretty much shocked before it started. Guys picked up 2, a 3rd, a 4th to go with it. Boy trying to play smart. Guys running it down in the open. Down by Admin. Laid out, trucked.
There's the showstopper real here. Watch the Ray go out to voice still with the flip. Able to get 1. Trying to pull it the classic. Get 1 second. No bullets left in the phantom. Good for
Drop showstopper activated and Ray.
now stunned out. Okay. The volley and the Golden Thunder are huge. Point down or pick up. Unfortunately, the fault line doesn't.
2-on-4, back to the 1-on-4. Adjo. Talks to showstopper, able to pick up another swing though. Boy, grab the refrag. 15-13. It took 3 match points to do it. Premier.
A little bit 4-0 here, and honestly, we're not necessarily too surprised considering the fact that this was a very, very dominant start out of UCF. But
yeah,
just continues to tumble downfield. I was gonna say Talon, but no, we don't need to pick on Talon anymore. It's an unfortunate miss, and I think he knows it.
yeah, most definitely does. And feeling that pressure there, Paul Blart's trying to go around the back and play that defense, and as they do, I mean, the positioning is great here. They managed to bring it back over. They get a nice demo there, although it's going to be Manny that retrieves that. So now they have the 3 personnel hitting it back over, and Bits is waiting for Manny to take it because not a lot of boost there inside of their arsenal.
4-0 here, and it does kind of feel like this might be the final scoreline we see. At this point, you can see UCF not necessarily as aggressive. They're just kind of waiting and letting this pressure go up against them. They'll make the saves that they need to, but they recognize that the 4-0 scoreline definitely by far enough to win a game like this. Although maybe they'll need at least another one. No such luck. Manny gonna turn this one away, send it in towards the net, and Tracy is there to redirect. He's beat out by Talon, but again, they've already got the 4-0. They don't need any more. At this point, they're just going for some extra bonus points.
Yeah, they're pretty much chilling. And another one, okay. 8th, yeah, bonus points, just having some fun with it. Look at Adam there.
Every once in a while, you got to get some brownie points just to sort of help yourself out. Make the rest of the group recognize that you are the real deal, and they truly are. 2:13 to go here, unfortunately for Houston. This might be the end of their road up against their opponents here. UCF Academy looking to sweep, and they might do it 6-0. Yeah, they will. Another goal for Bits.
Okay. Let's take a breather. Let's take a breather for a second. We should have a moment of silence.
You know what? Fine. We'll just...
All right, that sounds good.
All right, silence over. Back to the game. 2 minutes to go here at this point. Manny's going to look for yet another goal, and unfortunately for UH, I'm thinking that this might be the end of the road for them, like I said. 2 minutes to go, a 6-goal comeback. I mean, it's technically possible. The odds are not likely, especially considering that UCF is still dominating this offense.
Come on, dude. What? Okay. It's just, they just get it. They just get it. There's no analyzation that I can, like, they just get it. Look at that.
They're just outpacing them. The mechanics are just a little bit more exact. The UH defense has been in a scramble to try and keep up with said pace of play, and can't quite do it. It happens to the best of us. It's happening here and now, and it's happening with about 1:50 to go. Maybe they'll get an 8th goal and tie up their record before. Last time, 8-2. That was what we saw in game number 1, or I guess we didn't see technically, but what happened in game number 1. If they get an 8-0, they definitely improve upon that.
Oh.
There it is. Manny gets over one of the defenders, and it's 135, 8-0.
Yeah, everybody putting in some of that work to get those goals in, which is great. Manny hitting it over Talon. Talon managed to hit Manny, but not the ball, which is super unfortunate. Just a little bit of a lift up, and that wouldn't have been a goal, but 1 minute, 35 seconds. 8 shots, pretty much impossible.
I mean, it's possible. It basically have to be kickoff after kickoff after kickoff after kickoff after kickoff. You get the idea. Kickoff goal number 1. It's possible. 8-1 here. 90 seconds to go. It's, do you believe in miracles? And I mean, like, straight up miracles.
You know what I do? Will it happen here? I do not think so.
Yeah, Lightning's got to strike twice. Excuse me. Lightning's actually got to strike 7 times in a row in about a 90-second period. So, not all that likely, especially considering apparently UCF want that 8-goal lead back. They're back on offense already yet again. Bitch puts this one up center. Freezy is there and sees an awkward Talon. Tries to get around both him and Paul Blart. Paul will get in the way, but will he get in the way of this one? Manny, shot goes off target. Again, UCF, they are not satisfied. They are still going for more goals.
Yeah, the scariest thing is that once Treasy gets the ball, it pretty much is over, because then he creates such a good setup for the team. Look at that, right? Bates getting the scoring in, and Treasy trying to find that opening. And it just works out.
Of course it does, because why not? This is what we've seen out of UCF the entire time. 58 seconds to go at this point. 9-1 is the record. My oh my, this isn't just domination, this is an absolute smattering. They are wiping the floor with their opponents, and come on, UCF at a certain point, you know you've got the win. Just let this one finish up.
Okay. I think they will. Look at Treasy. Okay. Yeah, they're taking it 10-1. Will they be able to get another one? At this point, it feels like we're just kind of like writing some chalk on the board and putting some lines down.
I'm just gonna kind of take this one casually. We're just gonna watch this one, let it sort of fizzle out, let it do its thing. 50 seconds to go. I don't really know if there's much more commentary we can provide. This is an absolute battering at this point. And hey, listen, props to Houston. They definitely came into this one the underdogs, and I think that they knew that. They tried their best, and unfortunately for them, again, the defensive rotations have just left them with a couple of too many gaps that UCF has been able to take advantage of on repeat. 30 seconds left to see if UCF does it again. They might just be able to right here and now. Bitch shot on target. Off the bar. It goes off the rebound, though. And hopefully that'll be the last attempt that we see. 25 seconds. We don't need any more goals, and we will not find it. Bitz puts it off the bar again. Freezy there, though. He will find it. 10-goal lead for UCF.
I gotta stretch. I think I gotta stretch for this one. Treasy. Yeah, finding that opening. 11-1 is a little weird. I don't think I've ever seen that, to be honest with you. You probably have.
Oh, boy. Once you... spend enough time in collegiate and high school Rocket League, and you'll see some crazy results. How does 22-1 sound to you? Does that sound fun?
That sounds very scary.
It was a game. It did exist. It did happen. And this was a game. It did exist. It did happen. And so did that. 12-1. UCF, we get it.
Do you think they're trying for 15?
I don't know what they're trying for. I don't understand the goal at this point here.
Listen, it is what it is.
It is what it is. And what it is 12-1. Let's make it 13.
Okay.
You guys got it. Guys. Please.
Oh my
We have
God.
other games to cast. Please.
I think they're going for 15. that's my assumption.
Dude, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know.
Do you think they get it again?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh, that was okay.
That we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to trying to fit it into a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right.
I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us. And we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Rob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no. Yeah,
no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do. And
What's up, y'all? We are all reset with wave number 2 of group stages here for the CECC South Open Qualifiers. I'm Ash, and on the mic with me is Catinator. And for wave 2, we're kicking things off with what is Group H, and it's University of Southern Florida up against the Houston Alpha team this time around.
Yeah, we've seen Scarlet, we've seen the full female roster, we've seen the main roster, and now we get to see the secondary roster. Man, I feel like it's a revolving door of Houston teams. Why do they have so many rosters? The program's huge over there. I don't know what they're doing over in Houston, but it's bigger over there for sure. So shout out to the gang for having so many squads to pull in general. Now the squad, again, is the secondary roster. So we're looking at the 24th seed going into this one, up against the 9th seed. So one that we're not expecting them to pull out and win, but hey, it's all about the day of, right? The premier roster had its go of things, so possibly a chance for us to potential on the other side.
Definitely potential. You know what? To touch on the fact that you're asking about why Houston has so many teams, I would maybe think about the fact that, like, at least for Valorant, like, if you're at Houston, if you've got great internet wherever you're at, you're basically in the Texas servers, right? So you got that low ping potential, maybe draws a lot of gamers over towards that university. Who knows? Maybe we can look into the esports program a little bit later. But to kick things off, before we get into the map picks and bans, we do want to take a look at the head-to-head for these teams. We'll take it over to USF first.
USF, a squad you should recognize if you are familiar with the CECC. Maybe not the names, but at least the school. They've been playing with us since last season. We've got Champagne, Boobert, Volus, RB, Blazer, and Jump Killer leading the squad. All, I believe, new names from what was last season.
Yeah, I don't recognize any of these names, so maybe some new undergrads coming in, or maybe some rebrands. We will see in due time, but we'll see what the opposition looks like on University of Houston Alpha as we take a look to their head-to-head, see which names will be representing them today.
On the secondary roster, we got ourselves. You know what, Spicy? You tell me. What do you want to say?
What do you mean?
How do you want to pronounce that first name? You make the call, and I'll just I'll follow your lead.
Chewy.
Chewy? I like that.
It's either Chewy or it's like Shui. I honestly.
Yeah, that's why I let you do
Maybe
it.
we can get a phonetic check from in lobby maybe if possible. But I'm gonna go for with Chewy to kick things off, and then we've got Panda backwards, and then Rican, NPC, and Yang as the last one to round things out. And now we can take it over towards a map select, see which matchup they will be playing on first, because again, this is wave 2 of group stages, so this is round 1 for these teams. They haven't played any games yet today, and the first one they'll be taking it over on is Breeze. How you feeling about that, Kat?
You know, I don't like Breeze.
Why? Pray tell, why do you not like
there's
Breeze?
Two strong reasons. Bullet point number 1 is that every time you ever watch or play Breeze, the game starts off 9-3, 10-2, something absolutely ludicrous, and the next thing you know, it's overtime 3. And you don't know what happened. Time kind of flew by. An hour and a half of your life is gone when a Valorant game should only really take 35-40 minutes. And, it's just, you grasp at straws, you hold on to the ledge on Breeze a lot of times. But, bullet point number 2 is that no one's done anything unique on Breeze in the last, year. And it's just the same thing every time. It's the same Viper wall. It's just who's going to hit the shot in that instance, right? So unless these college teams do something different and give me a neon or at least have some fun with it, then I think it's just, it's chalked up. I know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen. We're going to sit here for a year and a half. I'm going to be of legal drinking age by the time the game ends. And you know what I mean?
No, I feel like I have the opposite experience. Yes, Breeze games can be long and drawn out, but at the same time, they also can be stompy as well, considering just how large the map is, and it can be extremely one-sided if one team has heavy map control on either side. And we are just about ready to head into Agent Select, so we'll see if these teams are shaking up their rosters as far as team compositions go. And to kick things off, we actually got the prod comms that it is Chue, which is going to be the pronunciation there, picking up that cipher. I was close. I was pretty close.
What's the way?
The W-E.
That doesn't... Huh? No.
Kat, it's not your name. You can't... You're not
but
the police.
Phonics doesn't work that way, I don't think.
Like,
You're right, I'm not the police. You're right. I am not the name police. That's fair. I'm not the... Yeah, that's fine, I guess. And then Neon came out. Hey, I got something new. I'm happy. I'm happy. End of the day, I'm feeling happy. I'm a happy guy.
Got that cipher pickup. Really nice pickup, especially considering I'm not sure if they know that USF is going to be running the Neon that Rodnan did lock in. Or Rodan, sorry. But... it's the hard counter as far as Sentinels go. There's no better Sentinel to counter out that Neon pickup because you run through the short wire and you're usually done for. You can't dash through it.
No, not that. I'm not arguing with you. I was sounding it out.
Oh, you're...
Yeah,
because... I saw the confusion on your face and I was like, did I say something?
No. And the E makes an S sound. So, Chue. Yeah, so Chue does work. It's not really way, it's more of an E, but like an EH. But yeah, that does work.
That's the way it was phonetically spelled out for us. It was spelled out as Chewy for us.
Yeah, but if we go, I don't know. I think it's easier to say that than to say
not the name police, sir.
Oh, you know what? You're right.
You're going to try to tell him how he's pronouncing his name?
There's no Chewy around that.
I'm going to start calling you Cat and Natter.
No, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that to me.
Who knows? I might throw it in there willingly.
You wouldn't do that to me, Aish. I know you wouldn't.
Catch you off surprise. Yeah? Cat and Natter? Anyways, we're ready to get in the swing of things. Houston Alpha starting out on the attack. Southern Florida on the defense to kick things off. A very heavy lean already over towards the A side here from Alpha. And we got that lurk up towards mid, and already the Neons pushed down through. Owl drone to come through alongside that Viper's wall. An early entry, an easy one onto site here for Rican.
Roden gonna find the first. It'll be Chue called out. Unlucky, really. This team does get the spike plant. They completely left, though. We're gonna play some lineups instead, and they're gonna be caught out. NPC will fall to Champagne.
Last player standing.
The rest of their team caught completely out. It'll be the shock bolt to wrap it up. Roden will grab a 3-piece. Jump Killer will finish out the round. It's a 1-0 scoreline for USF, excuse me.
Really nice and easy retake for them. But considering that the spike did get initiated, we're actually seeing Panda is going to be electing to pick up a Marshall in his hands. I feel like that's not something you typically see coming out of a Viper specifically. Regardless, it is a half buy, so this team should be able to afford going into the next round as well with that full buy. But we'll see how this next one pans out first, as that toxin screen is popped over towards A, slicing the site in half.
Now, it's that quick plant yet again for UH, and they've walked all the way out of sight for another go of things. This time there's no flank on the way, so it's a bit safer. Walk towards the Roden, gonna look to half this spike in complete danger on these eco frags. Able to pick up value. It's a 3-piece to come forward for the side of UH. Bulbert will grab one before traded down. Suddenly a Viper on 4. Champagne's picked up one early headshot. Will be taken out by the Marshall from Panda. 1-1 the scoreline. Interesting look on the retake.
I'm surprised that we saw Roden actually trying to stick that defuse to half there. I feel like that's a little bit where things kind of fell apart. You know, you don't have your gun out. They hear the tap. They're going to push in because they don't have that vision. Spray down as well. So what is normally expected to be that second round going into the hands of the people who had that weaponry advantage actually equalized 1-1. And now if you look over at the eco on the side of USF, they're back on these pistols and a 3-person aggression actually coming out towards elbow.
Pass screen to come forward to B. Panda and Rika gonna find themselves 2 frags to waltz into the B site. USF will be out towards mid. Neon utilizing a high gear to get herself into the flank position. She's gonna go the long way, the scenic route all the way through what is that attacker spawn. Now to window. Nobody home to peek, though. Nothing to be seen just yet. 2 tunnel players going to be caught by 2A.
One enemy remaining.
One. Drop by moving quickly. Trade back, though. NPC going to pick one up. Roden has one back. So Sheriffs will get a little bit of something. Now right after that round. 2-1. UH Alpha to have the lead.
As expected, not bad eco damage, taking some guns out of their hands, and in this next round we're going to see the operator coming out for the first time for the defenders in the hands of Boobert. And no ultimates actually online quite yet. It could be interesting to see maybe aggression towards B main coming out from Roden, trying to get that overdrive online in the case of an eco round. But regardless, if he does fall in this round, it would be up anyway. So I'm just going to eat my words on that, as I regret the call. But you're going to see that poison orb lined up for Hulls, just to deny that plane of vision as Rican tries to push in, who is normally the aggressive entry over on A.
Standing ahead.
Oh no.
Tough. Still posted up on the default. Hasn't found anything yet and will now TP away. So that's the space to take the front of the site. We're going to be down though. Make things difficult. Roden's picked up Rican over towards hallway. NPC and Panda going to grab 2 back and they'll walk forward. Now in the spike plant position on that mode. Jump Killer still on headshot angles. Picked up 2.
One enemy
Ain't done
remaining.
just yet. Volbert will get involved. Take down Chue and Volbert looking for that last. Can't grab it. The Koi will stay alive for now. 1-on-2. 2 players isolated as well. Has to get peeked.
One enemy remaining.
First look is found. Jump Killer. No trade either. 1-on-1. And there's the headshot to Champagne. The Koi with a 3K. Will clutch it out. 3-1.
Whew. Now push on to an eco round once again here for USF. They're in that really tight space of that ping pong economy, going back and forth between these buy and save rounds. Overdrive available for Roden, but surprisingly Roden is the one with the Vandal in hand despite having the eco ultimate. So We'll see if that maybe gets tossed over to a fellow ally on his team, but regardless, playing very passively so far on the side of UH Alpha outside of B. I think they're anticipating that aggression once he his elbow, but this time they're pushing out through B main.
Those first two frags, so make that very doable. Roden's gonna find one through this toxic screen, but we'll get a taste of his own medicine as Rican will send shots back.
Spike planted.
Jump killer close CT. Teammate long way away. Out towards mid right now. This is Eco, so certainly will go for this one. Joe's gonna be out. Information on just one player to the back of the castle. We'll tag him on out. Jump killer gonna step forward. Teammate now has gone there onto the flank. Away. Tapped by Jump Killer and then finished off as well. McCoy will find the trade and Panda will finish the round 4-1.
Ooh, Team Ace and UH Alpha scaling so well with this momentum so far. Really easy reads coming out from University of Southern Florida as well, considering the fact that when they do lean towards B, they expect that aggression to come out through either main or elbow. Now that rifles are back into the hands of USF, they're holding a bit more of a default kind of look as far as things go. 4 ultimates available to glean from on both sides, so this should, in my opinion at least, be a potentially easy post plan for UH Alpha, as long as they do have that Viper's Pit down on the A site and a counter Viper's Pit already expended over towards B main.
I wrote that in my notes. So if the post plan goes awry, we all know why. Uber gonna be caught up by drone. No cross available. And we'll have that one. Roden and Jump Killer gonna trade to back. Chance to possibly put the scale back up. They can get there in time, but it's over towards hallway. Both players on site. Not gonna happen for you. Virus get activated. We'll see how this post plant goes. Panda's picked up one. A 2-on-2 now.
There.
Fragment to go to clear out through bricks. Just poking out of the Viper's Pit. Panda is going to be revealed, but Koi is ready for the drop for the refrag as Volbert tries to pinch in. Shock Dart extended. 2 flashes in hand. Not going to need them though as Volbert cleans up with the 3K. And yeah, that caster curse was alive and well, but the reason that I said that was because of the fact that on USF, they do have a KO. They do have that Sova as well, but he fell early on, didn't have the utility for that retake potential anyways. But I digress, Kat. We're moving on to round number 7.
There we are. And we'll get rebuys back out here. Everybody a rifle in their hands. Light armor for Roden and Bluebird, but all is well indeed. Dueling Hunter's Furies into this one. Entry Duel's going to have themselves some multiple weapons as well. A little Blade Storm, a little overdrive action. And the step through. Oh, that's a scary peek for Bluebird mid door. Gun not in the hand yet. Fortunately, is able to rendezvous away in time to get back towards orange. That space mid for UH, and they've taken full advantage of it. They're going to walk into the site. They're going to put the plant down towards A. Hunter's Fury out. It's not tagged just yet, and that trend will stay the same. So nothing off of the ultimate. Panda will jump up to the top of the staircase to find Boober. Jump Killer trade back on that Viper player, though. So no toxic screen for the rest of this round, the rest of this post plant.
Ooh, Fragment will get that pickup on NPC. 3v3 in the post plan. Will work to shut things down, narrow that gap. But as I say, that doesn't matter. UH Alpha moving like a unit by pyramid. Champagne left alone, but the solo peaks allowing him to isolate these 1v1s. Trading out a rifle for another, hoping for more bullets. Time is running low, able to get that kill down, but not enough time for the defuse. Champagne's gonna have to back off. Hope to save this full shield and rifle. Makes it out scot-free. 2-5 here for Southern Florida.
Good frags, just not enough time. Unfortunate. It does make sure those rifles have to get rebought. Same story for Champagne's team, unfortunately. Like Volbert thinking about pulling the rifle around him. You want to make sure you have money to buy next round, though, for sure. Just because, I mean, one rifle, not incredibly confident on. I mean, there's Tour de Force, there's Overdrive here, so I guess if you want to swing it, there is a chance to support this one. So they'll at least have the Guardian going into it. There's a chance for rebuy on their Silva as well. So Tour de Force out. It's winnable. It's winnable for USF.
Ooh, Chue's on the right side. It's just walking through.
No shot.
Doesn't matter. Sees the barrel of the gun, gets the drop down. Free gun, by the way. Now able to back up with the Vandal in hand. Re-peek towards double doors. And it's a bait, actually, here as UH Alpha actually makes their way back towards the A site.
Toss the screen up. Just with the A site. Houston gonna walk forward. So very close to the top screen is the shorty player, and Jump Killer's picked up one. Vandal will fall, now traded, but he's got his value. With close boxes, Rodent, he's found one with that newfound Vandal. Volbert's picked up Koi. It's a little bit of movement going down. Reek can get it tagged up to the door, but will be able to trade that one back a second as well as Volbert is going to fall. What was a 1v4, suddenly a 1v2. Spike down the site. USF looking to puppy guard.
Ooh, spike down on site.
30
this should
seconds
just
left.
be an easy contact around here for Southern Florida. There shouldn't be any way for Rican really to secure this one. You've got the high-low one on stairs, and Boober is watching the angle, so Rican will fall. That's 3-5 as Southern Florida look to close this gap a little bit further. Only 2 rounds dividing them now. But that opening pick coming out from Rodent really sets the tone for the rest of the round, getting that Vandal in hand and taking down their Sentinel.
Absolutely. The cheese to walk forward from the classic double tap, and then Jump Killer to find one as well. Tucked on that screen. 2 plays that just end up working in the favor of that team on low eco, and makes all the difference in converting that round. So they've broken economy on the other side of the board. They've got themselves rifles into this one. They should be looking at 4th round here. It's the same A execute coming out. Houston, don't blame them. Just want to get the site, want to get the plant down in this round.
Another cage to come through just to ward off this angle, allow Rican to sneak in. Gonna go for that updraft, not able to find anyone. Spends the tailwind as well. With the suppression to come through, Rican not able to get out of the site. No daggers in hands either. This retake's looking mighty good for Southern Florida. But again, it's an eco here for UH Alpha.
The half.
1 done from the Hunter's Fury. It's a 3v2 situation. And actually, half didn't end up getting stuck like we thought. No, he's just gonna stick it down. Whew. That is... Wait!
He converted! 0.17 seconds, the difference is crazy.
Oh my god. I was like, no, they're gonna stick it, they're gonna win it, but the Molly doing all that work at the end.
Yeah, that was a very late Molly. He's nervous jumping forward, but is able to come through, and then Pandas finds that last frag as well. And look how close this is. Literally 0.17 seconds the difference. That Molly does come through for Panda. He's able to win that one on out. UH been looking for that a couple rounds now to play lineup. A couple rounds they did get caught by that flank, but no flank in that round. So the lineup Larrys are alive and well. They're activated, and they win the round.
Null command now activated for this aggression and execute on towards a site. A flash over the wall as well. It's going to be a complete retake actually through double doors here for Southern Florida. Wall has dropped, and we're actually going to see almost all players backing out towards main. Doesn't matter because Koi has the hold on pyramids.
I didn't see it. I blinked. Lineup yet again. All this backside control as well. So the lineup can really wait. Take its time. Don't even need it. Chue and Koi will combine for the last 2 frags. It's a 4-round lead now for the University of Houston Alpha.
On the side of Southern Florida, it's going to be their last bye here. So the Alpha team has amassed a nice amount of creds to work with themselves, considering their round advantage. They have a little bit more cushion to work with. Meanwhile, it'll be an eco round coming up next. So this is a really key round here for Southern Florida to win, because it's the second last round in the half. You don't want to end out the half on an eco either, because it usually almost guarantees a win. But at the same time, we also saw the eco frags come through for them, and that paid out quite nicely as well. So time will tell how things do play out. But this is the first time we're seeing UH Alpha actually aggressing fully towards it. Oh, the timing! Oh, that is unfortunate.
I know exactly.
Not if you're UH Alpha. That's the look to go tunnel to the B site. That chamber's still going to be in the back of things. And a lot of work to be done for Boober. Just found a first 1v1, a second on its way, but Koi is going to win that one out. Freaking inside is found. Jump killer and spawn, but it's jump killer on the quick adaptation. Is able to catch that jet out inside, and will make things 3-on-3. Ults to play with for USF. Hard to make them worthwhile, though, in this one. And get a tag, maybe. A chance added. NPC going to swing out an elbow to catch Rodin, and Panda has Champagne. It's jump killer. 1v3, 30 HP to their name. That one goes about how you thought it would.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do too much there in that 1v3 situation, especially when they, you know, have that inkling of where you're coming from. Now we're going into the last round before the swap, and like I said, that was a pretty important one for Southern Florida to win. Would not be too surprised if we see UH Alpha pick up a 9th round before we do swap sides, but at the same time, we'll see how the cookie crumbles. We do have 2 ultimates on a line here for Southern Florida. That's going to be the Overdrive as well as the Hunter's Fury. So could do well with some zoning or to stave off that plant from UH Alpha. But once again, they're making this mid-aggression, this time slipping through elbow.
Little jiggle peek from Rodin. Recognize these players are once again headed towards tunnel. They're going to be here way quicker to help towards CT. Hubert's already going to be here towards CT as well. So they got a little bit of extra team play. Okay. Well, the team play shut down by Rican, who just sprays them through the toxic screen. We'll have another as well as Boober tries to step forward. Hunter's Fury's out for Jump Killer. It's gotten more than tags here in this one. It's gotten a frag. And it's tagged at one more as well. Boober looking to step forward. Caught by Rican. This jet's going off. This round, a 3K to be grabbed before Champagne shuts it down from the back of B main. Throw a snake bite to catch off the Koi, who jumps straight into damage from Jump Killer. He'll fall. Champagne with it all to do now as FBC has the first and the second as well. 9-3, the scoreline of the half. The University of Houston is going to lead in this one. But Ash, remember what I said, man. It's going to be overtime in like 2 seconds.
I know. I mean,
I
it's
promise.
Breeze, right? You know, it's such an attacker-sided map. That was a really nice double swing, though, in the post plant from UH Alpha to ensure that no more 1v1s were going to come to fruition. We're seeing a really low tripwire being placed here, something that's a little bit difficult to see as you're running in through a main. Cam is down as well. And it looks like Chue is just going to be vibing on through. You've got the Jet up watching towards halls, likely going to go for some early aggression, see if they can spot anyone down outside of A cave. But looking to counter it, actually. Southern Florida's got 2 members posted up, running through.
We're going to walk forward here first. Totems to get back. Rodin's going to be on his side. We'll pick up that trade. Holding that hangar door. Man advances now for South Florida, and they'll flood into the site. Bulver's picked up another SMPC. The KO going to fall. At least 2 for UH Alpha. The boy going to step into Rodin. We'll find that value. No bolt, no real util to work with here in this one. It's going to have to be peaks, and they're going to have to hit these shots.
Well, 5 seconds into the recon bullet will come through, so we'll have some info just in a moment here for UH Alpha, but considering that Koi is so low HP, it's going to be tough on this retake. We'll spot one out through the smoke, not able to close it out though, and as Jump Killer peeks through. Easy 4-9 here for Southern Florida, but that's kind of how you expect it to run when they did have that advantage with the weaponry.
Nah, if I'm Koi there, no joke.
What?
I shadow play that, I instantly pull it up and see where the hell that went. I've been there, brother. I'm sorry. I stand in solitude with that. Man sat there, player not moving, said, this is easy kill. We're about to roll through on the retake. Don't even worry about it. I got this guy confirmed. Nah, brother. You know, sometimes you get got. And that's a classic get got moment.
It's tough. A little bit of a different wall this time around here, Kat, though, on the A site. Not getting popped right off the bat, so that gives Wilbert a free peek into double doors to pick one up. Flashing through the wall, continuing to aggress just to clear out back sight. No information behind yellow, but yeah, the smoke last player standing. Trademark. It doesn't matter though. They will fall. They had an idea. That's a flawless round here for University of Southern Florida. And UH Alpha now finally going to be able to buy up. They were on a save in that last round. Nothing too surprising. But this is... I don't know. How are you feeling now that we've swapped sides here?
You know, I'm feeling... I got my seatbelt on over here. I'm strapped in, ready for the overtime thriller this game's going to be.
Ready for some turbulence, shaking things up?
Yeah. I've actually got my my Biscoff cookie and my coffee. If you want anything, they're about to stop serving, so...
I'll take an apple juice.
It's a morning flight. Apple juice makes sense. We're going to pick up one as USF going to take flight into mid. Roden and Volbert will have two quick little trades. That's tunnel space taken.
I'm out of here.
All the util out for the Neon. Tagged up and Roden alive and well. Spike pulled out, but gun back in time. So Panda going to fall. Plant to go down. 4-on-2 post for South.
One enemy remaining.
Just hiding up in top mid there. Waiting to see if someone will push in. A lot of info given too, so. At this point, they can kind of anticipate that Chue has to be coming from arches. You'll see some aggression to come through from Roden, ultimately falling off. They don't want to risk giving any 1v1 situations to allow Chue to take any guns out of their hands. As he does wait, but one will succumb to it. Oh, no! I was like, okay, you got your knife out. Okay, you got your gun back out. Okay, he sees the barrel. It was just, there's a lot going on there. And there's another one looking to fall into a potential trap and aggress on through. Chue looking for the peek, but jump killer. He's got the jump on him. 6-9 here for Southern Florida.
Timeout on its way. UH Alpha been getting a bit walked through thus far. Take the time to try to bring themselves to the winning ways in this half. And now we go to the Spicy Pyro Ashcast Cam. What did this team do differently?
I think what I would like to see coming out from UH Alpha is a bit more like push and pull on their side. You know, aggress towards maybe one choke point, pull back on another play, retake on the other site. A big thing that Southern Florida is doing right now is Roden, their Neon, is taking a lot of space, getting a lot of timings down and flanks as well, kind of catching them off guard. I feel like you can counter that a little bit more, using a bit more aggression on one side of the map. And then that way, okay, you can kind of isolate the players, pull back on the other side so that you don't lose anybody to an aggressive take if that's the way that Southern Florida wants to play it at that point. But, I mean, it's an eco round, so we're likely not going to see that here. What it does look like, though, is it's going to be a stack towards A, so we might actually see maybe like a 5-person push out through double doors or something like that to come through, try to get that aggression down. But Southern Florida with the opposite read, actually going to be playing closer to the left side of the map. And I said double doors, but it looks like they're all going to run through cave. No? Okay, they're not committing to it.
Early info definitely comes through that, well, no one's close.
Yeah.
And they'll move that jet farther forward. So they'll know about this one headed to the V site. Doesn't really matter, though, because by the time they get there, it's going to be post-plant very much secured. Chance for Nevermind. No flank at all. Boober's just ready for it. Has Reekin's number. Hits the shot. Chue going to step forward into elbow. Vision cone to scan. Panda's picked up one, and Chue one back as well. So we got some value. NPC will keep that value cooking. Suddenly it's 2-on-2. It's a toxic screen, a fragment forward, and a real chance this round. Roden gonna look to sneak forward. Throws the relay bullet, gets caught by NPC because of it. No gun in the hands. And now suddenly it's a 1v2. The CECC team a chance to convert. Forward out this toxic screen, caught by NPC, and there's the defuse on its way. It's an eco round win for UH Alpha. They run it down K, they get early information, they make the retake happen.
Yeah, not exactly the ebb and flow I was talking about during the timeout. But for a Thrifty round, you know, using those numbers to try and push through, get that info, again, that was a big difference maker. It's all about the information game here on Breeze. Because as a defender, the rotations between spawns can be so long. Mid being extremely open can be really tough to contest as well, especially on an eco round. So trying to stick together with seven for your best bet and allow third to come through. And as I say that,
You want to
mid
play?
being
Let's
taken over
play.
here by Southern Florida, putting quite a bit of pressure as Rodin just runs his way through double doors, really deep. Okay, wait, hold on.
Take this. Watch out.
Yep.
I don't think it was really necessary to use the fast lane when the Viper's wall was up, but I will digress on that point.
Better
because
safe than sorry.
both of them are penetrable, though.
Welcome to my world.
Okay, Volber. No!
He's got to
Not
soak
the
that one
util.
in. Yeah, he just got to soak that one in. Pit able to swing. We'll grab that frag, and this retake doable. Viper's Pit's going to be down on site, so make it awkward. The team already down. Numbers!
Panda's
found
crazy.
Rodin.
Last player
Check this
standing.
close. Default angle, they do not. So Champagne able to grab one off the Viper's Pit. A 1-on-2. Chue bring this one home. They cannot. Champagne out the pit will find the last two frags. 7-10 the score line. South Florida looking to bring this one back.
Okay, so we've got double digits on the side of University of Houston. But at the same time, they've only gotten one round on this half. Southern Florida inching closer and closer with every round. Another half buy to come through for Houston. You're going to see a Hero Vandal into the hands of Panda, though. So I think what would be interesting here is Panda maybe saving that Viper's Pit for a retake scenario, try to force out those closer angles and gunfights for the rest of his team. You're going to have one cut through the trip there, but it doesn't matter. Nobody's able to capitalize off of it with pistols only in hand.
Spike planted.
Now a free plant here for Southern Florida. Still got that Viper's Pit available though, as well as this null command in the CECC.
We're going to catch FBC on the cross. Taken out by Panda, though. This team, I feel like it's always
Last player standing.
retake scenario. Rodin's picked up a 3-piece and a 4-piece to close out the round. 8-10 as South Florida will grab themselves yet another attacking side round. They're on what is a 5-1 run in the last 6 rounds. Pretty dang solid half for them.
At the very least, there are 3 altsies available here for UH Alpha. I mean, the Neural Theft for Chue, one of the weaker alts on their team, just because, I mean, it gives you info, but compared to most other ultimates on the board, it doesn't usually have too much impact, but using every tool you have in the box could help UH Alpha continue. Okay, I keep doing this. Today's not been my lucky day, Kat. I'm like, okay, maybe they can do something with this, and then they die like right off the bat. It's
Can't
like,
use it.
this is truly my fault at this point.
It's a talent,
Gotta go.
I think.
Out of charges.
I think you might as well embrace it.
Maybe I should stop being Kat. I'll just be a psychic.
Spike planted.
Except it'll be like opposite day all the time for me.
Like, hear me out. Like, you start betting on pro games, and then you start like
Last
trying to
player
predict them,
standing.
You just like change the outcome of the game. You know what I mean? You get rich quick like that.
You're right. You're right. I think that's definitely the play. But
I got your bag.
thank you. I appreciate that. Panda backwards. I think, you know, just going for the save. But
Yeah.
playing a really open position for a mid, gonna make that a little
Okay.
difficult. As I say that,
I
good
guess.
for a third. Gonna re-secure the operator in hand. Might be good for a fourth. Nope, Champagne's gonna shut that down. No op to be saved up, and one actually reclaimed back here for USF. Now they're looking at just one round dividing the two of them. Could get equalized in this next round, especially considering that it is the save here on the side of UH Alpha. But again, the Thrifties have kind of gone crazy for both of these teams.
They have most certainly. We've got the Marshall squad in full effect. I'm trying to think of like a fun M word for alliteration, but I couldn't do it. So Marshall squad.
Madness.
Yeah, that's good.
The Marshall mob.
Madness is around. Yeah, you know what? We should go on to talk. We can do the talking early in this round. He's picked up one. Boobert has pulled out the upgraded Marshall. Has found two because of it. Now there we go with it, but it's
Okay.
downgraded op.
Spike planted.
Come back for MPC. So suddenly 2-on-2. There's guns to be had. So this retake most certainly plausible. And they really want it. Two players all the way out of dodge playing lineup. You should know about this one if you're Houston, so you got to make this retake a little faster.
Yeah, you got to get that tap down. Get them to expend their use quickly as
Spray
possible.
util.
It manages to hit both, but the util still does come down just in the nick of time. Panda backwards in a 1v1 situation now, waiting for another shock bolt to come through. Managed to stick half. We'll get the peek down. A little bit of damage done. And actually could manage this. Yeah, you can just hold it here. He doesn't have the angle here. Jump killer. Unfortunately, not able to get there in the nick of time. Panda backwards, cleaning things up. The Viper carry on the side of UH Alpha coming through.
Slowly but surely inching closer to that finish line is Houston. It's taken them 3 round losses to grab a win. But they're pacing ever so slowly. You got to change that pattern just a bit to send it to OT, though. You see them grab themselves another round by
play.
Help bring them along.
Okay, Owl drone shot out, so Panda's actually gonna completely fall off of the Viper's pit. A little bit risky because it could have given an opportunity for someone to sneak into bricks, but Southern Florida didn't want to risk the biscuit. They'll be rotating off completely from the A site, even after the toxic screen was expended. And we're actually going to see the Viper's pit has fallen, considering the toxins did run out, so now that will no longer be covering towards the A site. They're actually looking to re-hit A, except go for the flip site play this time around, trying to take the back site control. Shut down though so far, as NPC just has loads of utility to stave off this push.
Flash. And utility slowly starts to be expended. 0 point into the fragment. Over picked up away in the back line of things. Still looking to work him inside for the second. Has done just that. Rican's gonna fall as well. Now it'll be the move over towards the B site. Walk back into spawn for Koi. Not catch Volbert on the timing. Been so disciplined about not pushing farther to the inside. Plant looking to go down to the B site. The Koi weapon Fury cannot quite find it. Volbert's going to step back in. We'll find that player spawn. NPC on the rotate. We'll get a trade back. So we'll finally shut down that KO inside. As with the Hunter's Fury, did not find that one tag that it might have possibly been able to grab.
Toxins going up.
Stream's gonna come through. We'll block off B main, block off one of the lineup players, and the Silva stuck towards site. So it's just the Viper util to worry about post plant.
Ooh. Null command available here for UH Alpha as well. But the thing is, NPC has a really nice walk up at the moment.
One
Popping
enemy
that
remaining.
would reveal his location. Panda backwards got his back though, playing lineups here, running back.
Player standing.
Walk and Champagne gonna get the drop down. The Molly does the rest of the work in the poison orb to clutch things out. Southern Florida now closing the gap once again, hitting these double digits, 10 to 11.
University of Houston not working with much into this round. See if we get any shenanigans. Maybe a look down towards
Yeah, but
cave.
it's their eco.
Something like that.
It's their eco round, Cat.
Yeah.
They gotta get match point here, right?
What are you trying to suggest? That's not.
It's
You're
been
cursing
paying
the
off
wrong
for them.
way. You're cursing it backwards.
Oh,
no?
sorry. They don't win here.
Yeah,
Damn.
there you go.
All
Like,
right.
what the heck? You literally just why did you do that? What the heck? Yo, what the heck?
It's falling apart.
There's no way. They're losing 3 rounds in a row consistently. They're on the eco, and you curse them
into a flawless round. That's my bad, bro.
That's crazy. You do that to them. Surely they get match point here. What the heck? What the heck?
Yeah, sorry.
Well, tied
That's on
up.
me.
It's the Breeze Classic going on right now. Houston broken eco if they don't win this one. So I certainly hope they can do it. Smile.
Huh. I'm not going to say anything about predictions.
Good. That's a good choice. That's a good choice.
Now that we're equalized, I'll keep my mouth shut. Bite my tongue. 0 points will come through, but the null command to answer here for Southern Florida. Doesn't matter though. Volbert will be taken down right off the bat, and they're getting melted here.
Yeah.
UH Alpha with the crossfires, the shots through the smokes as well. Volbert, no vision considering the toxic screen has gone up. Champagne still good for a frag through the smoke though in a 2v3 situation. They're still looking towards the A site. UH Alpha, they're all here to answer.
If Champagne can walk like 5 more feet, he can throw a Viper's Pit on site and have a chance at the post plant. Toxic screen to cross. This team
Oh, but they're so
reading a
quiet.
fake.
They think it's a fake.
Yeah, they're walking away on this one as the noise has been cut. Now the plant to send them back. Surely the Viper's Pit comes up. Boober's picked up Chue. And suddenly I'm nervous for Houston.
Pit does come through like you mentioned. TP broken, so no rendezvous available here. Hence, both members of UH Alpha sticking together in this buddy system to cross over towards the other side of site. Snakebite to go down to do some zoning. Split up the players of Southern Florida. Playground Recon's gonna get the drop down on Boobert and a 1v1 situation.
We're on the Rosie!
Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Champagne with the mollies, securing that every single time with the clutch ups, the clutch king to take Southern Florida to match point.
The attack side diff coming through. South Florida absolutely dominating on this half. Recon opens up the door for the opportunity onto the retake. Champagne able to trade one back. Does a little do-si-do with them. And of course, that Viper's Pit, you sit in it, brings on that health decay. So just a little sneeze. The green snot of the Snakebite to wrap up that round. South Florida going to take their talents to mid here, trying to close out this game.
Some info gathered here for UH Alpha towards double doors. Again, this mid Viper screen to come through. Looking to cut off a larger part of the site. So when you throw it from a main, you know, you give the defenders a lot more space on the retake. And that alert from Boobert's gonna earn them the first blood as well. Okay,
We're gonna find a 3. He's over towards inside. Looking for the 4th. Quick scope not gonna come through though. Chue has that one. All these 3 players are inside. 0 point will confirm information on Chue, but they're checking the wrong way. Spray down. Good for 1, but not a second. Champagne has traded it back and has avoided an absolute crisis for South Florida. Plant's gonna go down on this A site.
Spike
Panda.
planted.
The name might be backwards, but he asks to parade forward into a 1v2. He wants to send this to OT.
Really late rotation over from B site. I like that Panda did go back further to go pick up a gun instead of picking one up back site here to avoid giving away his location too early on. Toxin will be thrown up, but both players are playing on the same side of the screen. Jump killer to end things out. Attackers win here for Southern Florida, 13-11 in round 1 of wave number 2.
They move the winners. You like to see it. They are the higher seed, so on paper should win it out. But it did come ever so close. Jaffa, a phenomenal attacking side. Defensive side of things, you know, just couldn't find them answers. Was that 2 rounds to be able to convert on that other side? So I mean, I think that line alone tells you the story. Just they aren't able to find rounds defensively, and it leads to them not taking the game.
And I think, though, you know, looking at the defensive side of both teams, very rarely did you see too much like flank aggression coming out in pairs. You know, you had often like one person trying to get some early information towards one choke point, but there wasn't really ever anyone for the follow-up or just like a slow creep up for that information. So I think that, you know, the defender side for both teams could definitely be strengthened in that kind of sense, trying to play that ebb and flow a little bit more, because on Breeze, it's really a lot of it is the information game when it comes down to it.
Sure.
But again, this was just round 1 of the second wave, so nobody's out quite yet. We will be going over towards round 2 just on the other side of this break.
One, and there's the head.
Say that doesn't matter. Getting off of like a 5 and champagne with more bullets. Time is running low, able to getting stuck like we thought. No, she's gonna stick it down. Woo. Oh, the timing.
Gonna be in the back of things. And a lot of work to be done for Boober. Just found the util out for the neon. Tagged up, rode him alive, and well, spike play.
something else. I mean, not necessarily knowing. It's just who has the control of the ball, and it always, like you said, keeps going back and forth. There's no real insurance here based off of the way that these teams are playing,
what a
right?
bomb.
Oh,
What?
Okay, okay.
How did Scully get back to that? A complete bump on the line. That should have surefire been a goal for UTK, but they unfortunately cannot capitalize, and halfway through this game, we remain at a 1-1 scoreline. Again, this feels like the team that has been the most precise, has been the one to take this overall. With misses on the back line becoming commonplace, with misses in the air like that becoming commonplace, it's going to be who takes advantage of the little mistakes and capitalizes upon them better. It could be UCF here, shot on target, and that'll be enough. Bren to take the lead just past halftime.
Past the halftime. That's a great, stance to be in. The only situation is that things are so close. Like, you really can't assume as to what's going to happen. This kickoff is the best bet that I can have to kind of see what's going to happen later on, and that's great for Scully. Scully really pushed past everybody there.
Ooh, this one goes up 2-1, 2:15 left to go, and it does look like UCF are trying to further their lead, although that's a miscalculation from Talbs. Challenges that ball on the wall a bit too early and ends up falling underneath it. Maybe they can make up for that with a double touch off the backboard. No such luck. Hermes cuts this one out, and Brent, he's going to have to be there for the follow-up. Doesn't get much more than a 50-50, and with 2 minutes to go, at this point, starting to feel like this could be already wrapped up here. UTK, their best offensive chances have come during the front half of this game, and since then, they have struggled to get past the defense, and here is why. Shots like that becoming commonplace. The redirect from Bren for a beautiful third goal.
And off the tire too, right? You saw that. It just rolled about, and Zombie follow through. It's the follow throughs that just keep continuously happening for UCS. And I don't know if UTK is going to take this, to be honest. We talked about the fact that this is the last game that they need to be able to close off the series, but UCF are putting up one heck of a fight.
They're putting up a great fight, but it is not going to be enough if it is not if they cannot hold on to this lead. 90 seconds to go, and UCF, they've done great, but again, UTK, I don't know what it is. I'm never going to count them out of a game like this, although Bren, he might just make me eat my words. Pass off the backboard. Scully's up for this one. Taub's not going to commit, though, as he's the last one back, and probably wisely. You've got a lead. There's no need to try and push further up and make that risk if you've already got your goals. And Bren, he's trying to go for at least another one by himself, though. You can see Scully and Taub so defensive right now. They are just preparing in case of the worst case scenario, and the worst case did arrive. Demo on the line. Bren, though, backs up his team, and Taub's, he'll use that to his advantage. 4-1 with 50 to go.
Yeah, and a lot more to go as well. Oh my gosh. It'll just never end. UCF and UTK. UTK's defense has been lacking a lot, which I feel like is one of the things that they need to start fixing. It's the gap that has been creating this well, not really a back and forth, but the constant iteration of the goals coming out from UCF.
The constant shots have made it very difficult. The flurry of shots, one after another, has just been overwhelming. 4-1 here, and with 40 seconds to go, again, barring a miracle, I just don't think that this one's going to change up here. Honestly, UTK, you put in a heck of an effort, but unfortunately, sometimes it is just not enough. The lack of offense here in this game has left you guys absolutely stranded in comparison to the near-perfect shooting out of UCF here. They are 4 for 5. That was their first shot that did not go on target and into the back of the net.
Hermes. Ooh, everybody's just coming at Hermes. I feel kind of bad. That pressure there is definitely deafening at this point. He can't even get it past that their side of the field. It's just the bullying that keeps happening. Are they going to be able to keep it up in the air to take maybe one more point in? Trimmy is trying not to let it hit. Yeah, Hermes as well, but there's going to be that insurance back there for UCF.
And that is going to seal it. UCF take the series and do so, I would say, game 5, that's dominant fashion. Games before that, not necessarily nearly as dominant, but man, it's just a little bit of in between here. UCF, on your best games, you guys are looking disgusting. On your worst games, looking a little bit shaky. But you know what? It's okay. You get the job done no matter what. And indeed, they do. UCF will move on. And guess what? Gompers, that wraps up our group stages. We have got our teams moving through.
Let's go. Okay. Do we happen to actually have know what's going on with the bracketing though, to be able to see who made it through?
I'm not sure if we have that quite yet here. Possibly could get that in our production, but you know what? It's okay, because the good thing is we can show you guys when we come back. Quick little break, and then our final series of the day. Do not go anywhere. When we return, the conclusion of day 1 of the CECC South qualifiers when we return.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC South Online Open Qualifier. We just got done with round number 1 here in the second wave of the group stage. Now it's time to crown ourselves some winners, to get some players over into the playoff bracket. We're going to start over here in Group C. We've got Blinn College, the 3rd seed, up against Georgia Tech, the 14th seed. Ash, how are we feeling?
Feeling excited. Feeling ready to get into the game as soon as possible, because I know that these teams are getting a little antsy to get things started. It's been a long day for everyone. Wave 2 obviously just kicking things off, but it is the winner's bracket here on out. So I believe that the winner of this match will qualify for playoffs. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Sir.
That is correct. Thank you, Fraud, for the little ear communication. But Kat, I believe we do have some rosters to get through first.
Yeah, we got some rosters, and I want to start with the big dogs. I want to start with Blinn College. Now, we've seen them in CECC before with a 10th place finish just 1 season ago at what was that phenomenal large-scale, biggest of its time, biggest of its kind collegiate LAN event. We've got Shen, we've got Town, Black Moose, Mamaji, and Spaz leading up the mantle here. And what is that 7th power ranking on the CVAL hub. These guys are mean, and they're ready to go. Looking to send their ticket into that round of 16.
We'll see if they're as scrappy as Pirates are when it comes down to how their gameplay will play out. But on the other side of that, we are going to have Georgia Tech, their opposition, to take a quick look at their roster. I believe for these teams, all members are him, except for Teddy is Fluffy on the side of Georgia Institute of Technology. That's going to be the only girl up in. We'll see how this goes. I'm excited to see this co-ed team actually being featured, because I find that even in collegiate, usually they have like their separated rosters of, you know, open/male teams, and then like they have like dedicated female rosters. So to have like this co-ed team coming into it, I'm really excited to see how they show up and work together.
I love a co-ed program. Yes, sir. Ginger Vertus looking good in the suit for the picture. You let us see it. Professional, truly. And let's take a look at what map we're playing. Best of one still. Remember, it is just a second wave going through of this group stage, and well, it's a familiar territory here. We're going back to what started off the day. It's Haven.
Taking it all the way back. I mean, it's been a long day so far. We've been treated with a grand variety of maps in the matches broadcasted, but okay. Haven. Comes down to it. We talked about comps before here, Kat, but why don't you give us a little bit of a rundown of what you'd maybe like to see coming out this time around?
I like the neon. I think the neon is dope if you know how to run it, because I think it brings the pace up so well. I think you got the opportunity to take space in garage, and if it isn't the neon takes space in the garage, you bring the chamber pick with it. You let the chamber jump up into garage. You can constantly switch these two players out on the attacking side. Always keeps players guessing. Has to put that extra member or that extra bit of utility for the defense in that direction, and it starts to really siphon out the resources. Makes your A scaling a little bit easier, and I think that pace is immaculate, especially for what is collegiate level, because I feel like a lot of the time we get less macro play at times and more mechanical play. So when you've got the ability to make content executes happen faster, it's always a good thing, I think, at this level of play.
That's for sure. And to kick things off, I believe that's Georgia Tech starting on the defense first. Blinn on the attacking side. And from the looks of things, you got your neon wish. That's actually not going to come out on the side of Blinn. They're opting for the raise instead. But how are you feeling about these picks so far?
My boy Shen's crazy. I actually have got to work with Shen on a tier 2 roster. And dude frags hard. So I like him on the raise. I am interested in the initiator utility that's going to go down for Blinn College. I think Georgia Tech have a bit of a more well-rounded composition. But, you know, that could just be the neon bias speaking. So you let that be what it is. You know, Ash, you've always been more knowledgeable than me. So I'll let you make that call. Do you feel like there's any advantages going through out of this agent select?
I'll be honest, I don't have like the entire team composition for either team memorized off the top of my head, but just to give a head-to-head between both duelists, there's pros and cons to both, right? You know, with the raise, you have potential for a lot of AoE damage. You know, you have info seeking with the Roomba as well to help with your entry in through a choke point, but then at the same time, timings on a map like Haven reign pretty supreme as far as being able to catch the other team off guard, even getting quick flanks through. You even have, you know, some neons, like Sultan has the potential to push out, take out the attacking side of Chamber Trip watching that flank, and then not even, you know, commit to it, but fall back and quickly rotate to a site that they wouldn't expect him to be at quite yet. To kick things off, Blinn looking for mid control. Roomba to find some information there in garage. So that's going to be Georgia Tech now falling back, but actually deciding not to scale up on it. Blinn just still holding the steady default, looking to see if Georgia Tech maybe gets aggressive. You already see that in A lobby, they've got all of that control. So much info. Might be a quick plant here on B.
Town thinking about the wall. We'll throw it up now. Fault line going to come through. Shen's tucked it. He's going to step forward. No peeks to be had, though. So it is going to be that quick plant to be as mentioned. Blinn will put that one down. Wall going to take longer to break here as it is the pistol round, and Ezra now to step forward out of it. Was that a lobby control? Find one with the headhunter before being traded out. Spaz and Black are both going to get picks of their own, and Town will get involved now as well. So everybody down grass going to have value here, and Georgia Tech still not able to find their way towards any sort of retake. Shen and Town will wrap up the round. Blinn 1-0 off the pistol.
What I like about that quick plant on B as well was actually in the first Haven match that we saw earlier today, we saw their Omen using those one-way smokes in the post-plant situation, making that tap just so much harder. You can't just tap it, get off, try and refrag the angle. You know, you have to either wait for the smoke to fade, or you have to have one or two other people watching it for you. It's just a big risk to be taken on the side for the retake. Makes it a lot harder. Now, we're going to see the buy-up coming through for Blinn. All to be expected. Playing really passive on this anti-eco. Once again, just like we saw in the pistol round, kind of anticipating. Wait, does he not have a crosshair? Or is it just really small? Okay, it's teeny. I see it now. It was white. That's why it was difficult to see, because like we saw it up against like the sandy walls, and I was like, Ezra, hello.
Don't need it.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, it does need that dark cover, so it's got the rendezvous out of dodge. As that smoke does fade, sight taken by Blinn, and Plant going to go down. Georgia Tech completely on the retake here in this one. It's going to be a hard retake to bolster as well, considering they are on that eco.
Ooh. Yeah, that's tough too. Having that Sage wall they have to deal with towards CT. Just, you waste so many bullets just trying to break it when you're stuck on those classics only. Instead, Georgia Tech looking to jump out of heaven. You've got Sultan using that high gear to get out and down, but the crossfires will come supreme despite the guiding light to come through. That leaves Jay Park in a 1v5 situation. But Momiji watching the angle, going to take him down. A flawless round here for Blinn.
Flawless means a juicy bonus for this team. They get to keep all of these weapons going into it. The rifle's out for Georgia Tech here in this one.
I'm looking forward to seeing if, now that rifling rounds are starting to come back, obviously not on this anti-eco, you don't want to see any like solo aggression from the chamber to push up towards a lobby or anything like that, because you don't want to give that rifle away for free. But instead, it'll be Sultan dashing all the way towards the right side of short. They're doubled up there. And Blinn playing smart, trying to push these close angles in garage, use those SMGs to their fullest advantage as they funnel out.
Teddy, good to pick up one. Town gonna have that trade back rather quickly though. Her gun's close CT2 walled off, so that one should be secured for Blinn. Spaz. Noise for shot will go awry. Paranoia to stall for time, and a shrouded step to get away. Fantastic Omen utility in all aspects there. Trying to get away from the dog. Was hoping the suppressing fire was enough from the Sage, but it just was not. Satchel to push Ezra forward. Shed can't close out that kill. Mamaji has a trade. Town will pick up two. Down towards long, looking for the last, but it cannot quite come through. Sky has one. A one-on-one now, and Mamaji will fall. Looking to push their way up towards garage, but it's Gingervitis. Confident on the angle. Hits the shots.
It's Gingervitis.
Is that wrong?
What? I think
say
it's like, is it not a play on words of like gingivitis? But it's ginger.
What is that? What is gingivitis?
Gingivitis is actually a gum disease.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it's a play on words. We'll get confirmation later.
Wow, now we're talking bad on players' dental health.
What? I didn't say anything was wrong with his dental health. It was his player name.
A gum disease. What the?
Yeah, it is. Gingivitis is a gum disease. Okay, anyways, I think we're getting a little off track. A lot of util thrown here in a lobby. One thing gleaned from it, though. Georgia Tech getting that first blood down. Gives them this advantage. And look how heavily they're actually posted over towards the right side of the map. There isn't even a trade mark actually over towards C to watch that push on. They're just completely fighting it down here in short.
Yeah, Scrap Fest. Georgia Tech will have the upper end of it. So I'm gonna retreat back to get with the team. As they've walked their way back to T-spawn. Dark Cover's gonna come down to garage looking to sell a fake, and absolutely no one's bought it.
Whew. Now the re-hit towards the A site. 2 players still posted up here from Georgia Tech.
30 seconds left.
Running down the clock here. 3 seconds left. They're looking to make these moves, and the Mamaji just hard clearing the left side, getting 2 opening picks on this re-hit execution. And I think there should be just a gap. Looking to do a bit of poke damage before rendezvousing out.
That will be that post-plant crossfire now.
Shadows traveling.
Said he's going to go deep towards long. That frame, I think he must have missed the stage. The Mamaji will grab the last 2. We'll have the swing from sight. It's a 3-1 score line. Blinn College to lead here by 2.
That works.
Whew. Now push onto an eco round here for Georgia Tech. They do have a Rolling Thunder available. Gonna see a snare actually being dropped into the hands of Sultan. And now we're actually, I'm curious to see, I think we're gonna see some aggression come out here. I'm wondering if the Rolling Thunder might just be ripped. No, it's just gonna be the flashpoint. Gonna get up close and personal. Gonna eat the Prowler right up though, but it doesn't matter because nobody's got the cross. They're pushing straight out of C.
All that space instantly occupied by Georgia Tech. Let's funnel the players towards A, where Ezra's got a lot of work to do with just a headhunter, and we'll take a shot. We'll get away before anything's traded back. That's the A site going to be opened up here for Blinn.
Spike
Rolling Thunder. That's an eco, and you don't have any frags just yet, so not something you really want to throw in if you're Georgia Tech. Town's going to be known about. Right click. Opportunity, nothing to be had. Blackwood's going to grab 3. Town will have the player CT and Mamaji to finish everything up. 4-1. Blinn College taking themselves a flawless anti-eco.
Flawless anti-eco, but at the very least on the side of Georgia Tech now, they're back on this rifling round. I'd like to see them making full use of these ultimates that they do have in hand. The Rolling Thunder as well as the Seekers could be huge for a retake situation, kind of like combo to come through here. If they do just kind of stay off site, allow that to come through. But we're going to see early aggression now coming out towards A long instead of that A short push that we'd seen previously. Alongside the guiding light, J Park trying to stall out this push towards garage, expending that aftershock to do so.
Such a far scale for Sultan. See if it leads to anything here later into this one. Dark Cover's gone down towards C. Another fake looking to be sold from Blinn. They'll walk back towards A lobby. Gingivitis gonna have that first look down towards long. It's a satchel push forward.
Spike
And
down A.
Mamaji caught by Sultan. There's trades to be across the board there. It's a 2-1 special for Georgia Tech. Until Town gets involved. It's gonna catch Teddy over towards B. Now gonna be in that backline, makes things awkward. J Park will catch Shen trying to find their way out towards window. That spike drop. This breaches all the control in the world. They can win out just one more gunfight. Flash to come through onto Black, who's stalling for time. 40 seconds left and still time to get reconnected. Town gonna look to take space up towards A lane, but will get caught. Vault line to catch Black Moose as well. He's the Ezra grabbing those last 2 frags. He's to a second round converted for Georgia Tech.
Ooh, slowly building that momentum up. Only needed to expend 1 ultimate there as well. The Seekers did all that work. Now on the side of Blinn, we do have 3 ultimates of their own available to answer with. Likely going to see that Nightfall rip to gather some intel on the execution towards a site, but also could be used to stave off a push in. However, not nearly as effective as the Rolling Thunder in that kind of fashion. Quick blast pack towards short to follow up with the Prowler. And you're already seeing a double push out through C long, the lurk to come out from town, but a lot of aggression being shown, and that's going to force Georgia Tech to fall off of the A site. And Showstopper actually already being expended here, which is kind of surprising to me, but going to try and capitalize off of it in CT. Not going to catch anyone out, though.
And they are not. There's a player spot outside of grass. So Blinn going to be down a player here in the post plant. Nightfall for them to look to hold is Rolling Thunder on the other side of things. That Rolling Thunder's caught nothing. They played off site because of it. 4 tagged by this Nightfall. He's going to find value off.
One enemy remaining.
Trades all across the board here. J Park gonna win out those last 2 gunfights. The Nightfall comes through. It's deafening, but not much more, to be honest. Georgia Tech is able to play out through. We got the flashes from those double initiator setup. I mean, they don't really need to hear. They can see perfectly fine. The smokes are well placed as well to isolate that site, take it rather quickly. And while it is smart for Blinn to play off site, they have no real way to get back in once that retake starts, and well, that they don't.
First operator to see here as well. In the hands of Ezra, going to be posted up on B. And again, that aggression towards A long here from Sultan. Gets a lot of early information here for Georgia Tech and allows a quick rotation to be pulled over towards the left side of the map as well. Teddy is Fluffy, the one alone here on the C site. Actually going to be able to fall off, play the retake with the team. You have the From the Shadows here to clear out towards back platform here on the side of Blinn as well. But, oh, that's a really annoying Sage Vault to deal with there in Garage.
It is Ezra. Could be an annoyance over towards Garage, taking down Spaz. The smokes away from the post plant. One back. More here. Prowler up close, is not connected, and Gingermite is able to easily sling that one. Flash to come through, looking to finish off town, and it will do just that. 4-4. The scoreline as that defuse does settle. Georgia Tech right back into this one.
Equalized here between both teams, and they've slowed down that momentum that Blinn was building for themselves, stealing it away now for their side. This is a huge round, potentially for Georgia Tech to take home, because if they can continue to roll with this momentum, get that 4th round on the board, that's going to be, this is the last buy here for Blinn before they have to be forced onto a save. So breaking this could lead to potentially a 2-round advantage for Georgia Tech, if possible. You're going to see the same aggression coming out from Sultan, but this time on the side of Blinn, you've got all 5 members posted up towards A main. Doesn't matter though, because quicker to the trigger. Sultan's good for 2, maybe a 3rd, but right into the crosshairs, and Crossfire will be taken down as J Park tries to equalize.
The aftershocks to stall for a little extra time as well. Will allow him to get all the way out of that angle A long, back to safety. Fortunately, teammate is looking to come through, get the flank on its way, and Blinn ready for it. So numbers equalize when the dust settles. Mawaji's going to find Teddy on the top of that B-side box. The plant will go down now over towards C. It's a 2-on-1 post plant. It's a low breach. This is the hard one to win for J Park. Stepped out towards CT. Look back at the same box. And this first 1v1 starts. The shots. Hits the shoulder. Expects to have the 1-tap. Thinks the kill's already there, but that it was not. Stopped shooting. Was looking for the 180 on the player long. You know how low HP you are. You can't take a single bullet there, and just unfortunately stopped shooting a little too early.
Maybe a 3rd, but right into the cross. Yeah, I mean, what was tough there too was the fact that I feel like, I mean, hindsight 2020, right? But at the same time, just seeing that shoulder peek, you know that you have the advantage with the angle. Those Radiant Knight boxes, so paper thin now after that, you know, previous change to them like millions of patches ago. So it could have been a free kill just through a wall bang situation, turning it into a 1v1. But I digress as we move on into this next round. Looking to claim space here towards mid. Once again here for Blinn. you've got a very aggressive op angle coming out from Ezra down C long as well. So that's completely posted up, info gathered. They know that, you know, no one's really hovering towards C long. It's a really far back placement. And I think Blinn kind of anticipating Sultan to get up and aggressive with the high gear once again. They're playing really passive defaults at the moment.
They are. It's a change of tempo completely. And we'll see what it is able to lead this team. They're going to opt to work their way towards grass. Last time we saw them in this direction, it was a wall off of the A-Link side. It's a quick plant, and they did win that one out. That was the initial start of the game. Walls come through. It's been broken pretty early. Now Rolling Thunder going to shut down the hope of the plant. Teddy, she's looking to swing back a sight. Caught by Black Moose, though. Absolutely cut down by the Phantom Spray. Abstrakt's going to come through to stall even more time on that plant. Gingivitis has found one in the meantime. And the spike carrier will move over towards C site. They don't want B anymore. It doesn't look too friendly. Plenty of time to rotate. So plant still going to come down. There's a player C-Launch to be early on the contact. Gingivitis pretty quick as well. Caught by Town, though. Shoots early. Was hoping it was on the default plant spot, but it was not. Plant towards CT instead. Ezra's been caught rather quickly. It's Town good to pick up another. J Park, I don't even know if you walk into this one now.
Yeah, it's just a save situation. Can't do too much other than go for exit frags here. But, I mean, I really like how Blinn taking so much control of CT as well. Just flipped the site. Planted for CT instead of the T side. And Black Moose knows exactly where J Park is going to be hiding. They're creeping up, looking to take this gun out of his hands. Doesn't want to let him save. J Park, all he's got to do is ensure he just stays tucked, stays close, because Black Moose is like, okay, I know you're up there, just peek me at this point, and does do damage. Can't take the shields into the next round, but still secures the gun.
Tour de force will be the call for Ezra here in this one. That's going to head its way down towards a sewer. Wouldn't be super surprised if Ezra is looking to peek this one early. Definitely thinking about it. So setting up the rendezvous to do such a thing. The walk down on its way. Not slow, going to make things difficult. Makes that slow peek even slower. Prowler's on its way. And the shot will be there. So they'll know about this tour de force now. But no, they've pushed it backwards, and they'll scale accordingly.
Where are you?
Nice quick flank to come through. Ezra holding it down with the tour de force as well. Gets that pick up on Town. And though there is information given that there is a flank, they don't know how many are creeping up. Previously, it's only usually been one player. This time, 3 for the follow-up. Black Moose kind of baited out by the Neon dash over to the cross. The 3 others will try to converge over. Ezra doing so much work. Spaz able to reposition 4 HP and a dream good for one more pickup. But now we're equalized 1-to-1 situation. It doesn't matter because Sultan's around the corner to take down Shen. Securing 5-6. There's one more round left here before we swap sides.
If there is, and if Georgia Tech can grab it, they've got things all tied up. As we hit that 12 mark, we'll see if they can get her done. Everybody's going to come through from both sides. It's a full gun round. And there's quite a bit of ults on the side here for Blinn. Last showstopper didn't do a ton, but it got popped pretty early. So chance that that gets redeemed here at the end of the half. Resurrection's always nice to have if you can find a time to use it, which I definitely think it's easier to do so on the attacking side. Tour de force can have its fun. Either or, because they got an entry duelist to work with, so can definitely throw it out early, and they've done just that.
They're back to their very passive defaults here on the side of Blinn. Both Prowlers actually expended really early on just to ensure information can be garnered for any aggressive pushes out towards mid or a lobby. So, info gathered despite not finding anybody. Shen with an aggressive showstopper will push through towards a link. Does get one, but is traded out as well. And we're going to see the resurrection coming through. Black Moose blinded and will be taken down. Now we're equalized 3v.
Only gonna jump forward out of link where Spaz will pick up 2. Gingivitis will swing out and grab 2 right back the other direction. So that's the retake confirmed. Mamaji out towards window. Grabs the first and full swings the second. Confidence at an all-time high.
Switching sides.
They've got themselves the round win. 7-5. Blinn gonna lead here by 2. A Georgia Tech pistol try to bring us back to even.
Yeah, that's the thing. Blinn might have the advantage now that we've swapped sides by 2 rounds, but 7-5, it's the most deceiving half of the game. You just get 1 pistol round, like you said, and with the buy-up, you could be all tied up already within 2 rounds. Super quick 7-7. Plus, Haven, more attackers favored map, 5-7. Just like starting on the defensive side here for Georgia Tech is a really good score line to be starting out second half with.
Yeah, 100%. If not fully tied, next best thing, just 2 rounds. So, we got the swing of things now. Sagewell's going to go down towards garage. Sultan starts early towards B. We'll waltz it back because the team can't find themselves an opportunity to split. The whole gang going to head now towards C long. Spaz jump spot has recognized quite a couple foes. Paranoia going to go down. We'll stall for some time as Sultan has dashed their way forward into the site. Roomba to catch to the back end of things, and Shen has the frag CT. Ezra to trade back. 3 members of the defense already swinging their way out to the site. They're all cut down. Just leaves Spaz, the initial player who was here, and he's gone now too. Teddy to take him down. Just leaves Mamaji. Just came off of a 1v2 in the last round. Not this time. J Park, a quick 1 tap from Georgia Tech. Take the pistol.
I like how Georgia Tech played that out before getting that spike initiated. You know, they knew that Mamaji was stuck in that CT corner. No rendezvous available. So, all things considered, just holding it, not allowing him to kind of reposition himself, risk losing that information later on the round if you want to play safe. And now, the buy-up to come through here. Blinn stacking towards the A side. A really good read considering the positioning of Georgia Tech to start things out. You've got that Seize Nade combo to secure an alt point into the hands of one of the members of Blinn. They're just waiting. Really deep smoke to actually hold them off for now.
Now, Stanley does begin towards a lobby. Flash to get Gingivitis out. Does pop
Healing over here.
just before the swing, so wasn't actually able to take up space, and Black Moose has walked up sewer. Found themselves 1, and they've gotten away scot-free as well. Can't
find you.
Pick up the weapon. The frag's quite nice. It is a man advantage here for Blinn.
Look like the air players on Blinn are like moving as a swarm too. All 3 players have just stuck together the entire duration of this round, playing their numbers advantage with the pistol disadvantage up against the SMGs.
Teleport's ready.
Despite cutting noise over towards A, it's going to be a re-hit. Dark cover to go out towards CT and Heaven. But with 1 really passive lurk from Shen, info will be given for the quick rotation through. We're actually going to see a flank coming around as it was smoked off as well. But it's going to be a little bit late. So, Blinn, they have to stall on this retake to allow their member to catch up. And on the side of Georgia Tech, nobody is playing on site.
They are not going to take their chances with the eco guns en masse. So they've got their way back towards site. That plant perfect for this occasion. Sound will tap aftershock in early on the spike. That's killed some time. Black has killed a player. That dark cover, not Georgia Tech's friend, to be honest. The class is going to step into it, and they're right-click city, baby. Sultan's found 2, but they have not found the diffuser. It'll be grabbed by Town. It'll sit, and it'll rest on it. 8-6. Blinn will steal away the anti-eco.
Oh, we thought it was going to be a tie-up, but the free guns did reign supreme. And now, let's take a look at things. The bonus of Georgia Tech is going to be looking really rough because it's not a bonus whatsoever. It's just going to be, you know, that half buy / save to come out from them. investment into J Park to have that kind of quote-unquote hero SMG up against these rifles. Does have the roll defender in hand in case the plant can be secured, but oh no, that's tough. That's just a total util dump on Sultan. You can't do too much there.
Matt, you cannot. And Georgia Tech gonna recoup now towards spawn and ponder the options. The call will be to head over towards A. Pretty free scaling in this department as well. Of course, we know that they don't, so the corners check thoroughly nonetheless. Just the chamber look towards heaven and play pretty passively as well. This trademark will give early information, gives Mama G a chance to swing after that trademark does get popped. See where that leads. Dark cover will come through, so it's going to be here. A blind fire stand if they want it at all. And will not catch anything. The fault line hasn't spammed, just so much slower. The plant will go down for Georgia Tech. A little extra eco, a little extra squeeze in the pocket for the next round. And well, we'll see if they can find something on the post plant.
Getting the plant is pretty big as it is, and as I say that, the headhunter hunting heads. You hear one creeping up towards heaven, so now a crossfire regains. Ezra with the pick. Now a 1v2 situation. Rolling Thunder in hand for a Hail Mary. One flash to come out, but Spaz is just completely sticking it. It's hit half now, so this is actually going to be a lot more difficult. The smoke to come through to completely cover that with the 15 HP in hand. They have a Phantom, but not enough time to spray it down as Black Moose gets that last pickup, cleaning things up. 9-6 here for Blinn.
Rifles to be rebought for these remaining players. Town will grab a Vandal. Black Moose has the ability to buy from MG as well, so full guns back on the board here into this one. Done a good job of keeping rifles alive after stealing what was that anti-eco just 2 rounds ago. Haunt's going to come early into C launch. It's going to be early info. This team's going to work their way towards A. CECC to see nothing. Haunt see nothing. That's early info for these 2 players to win. You already see that defense start to make adjustments.
They found my trap.
Whew, yeah. This time around, that aggression coming out towards C long, and this is kind of what you really need to do on the defense here on Haven. You try to look for that earlier information if you're not running like a double initiator. Clears out one side, makes the read a little bit easier towards the other. Mamji holding down the fort with the first blood here to take out the Sky. Sultan to equalize here, 4-4, falling back. And now repositioning towards Hell. The showstopper expended, but not finding its mark.
Flood for Blinn onto this side. Ezra now going to be here on the flank. And Sultan's picked up one quick trade by Shen though. And they've read into Ezra so quickly. Shen's picked that one up now as well. Defuse started.
One enemy remaining.
Both players going to be towards long. Shen picked up a third now. And J Park will fall as well. A 4K for Shen FPS and a 10-6 scoreline for Blinn College.
Hitting double digits in 3 rounds in a row here for Blinn. I want to say a big thing for them though is the retakes have just been really clean on the side of Blinn. Every single round won on the defense hasn't been from like a site hold or anything like that. They've all been defuse wins. So on the side of Georgia Tech, they're not having any like problems getting onto site, getting that plant down. It all comes down to their post plant, which is just lacking, I guess, a little bit of flavor there. A TP over towards the left side, a window here for Teddy is Fluffy, but the smoke to come out won't glean too much information, however does allow them to kind of just walk up and give Ezra a peek into B. And now you see a bit of info being given over towards the A site, which is a very heavy lean considering the aggressive angle that chamber Mamji is able to take over towards the C side, which he actually falls off of ultimately. And the rotation feels a little slow now because now Blinn's crept all the way up towards A long. They've got this read that it should be towards A. C. This bait might be enough though.
You think so? I mean,
I don't
definitely
know.
you hear the noise, but
Yeah.
I feel like you recognize it's just one set of footsteps, right? And Mamaji just shut everything down over towards C as well. We'll pick up 2. Black Moose is going to have that Fake player Sultan. Mama G to tuck that flash, but cannot find the frag. J Park will stay alive with just 10 HP to keep the hopes alive for Georgia Tech. We'll have to force the team to work with as well. Ezra's got to come up big though. Town has won a trade for Ezra, but right back is the refrag of Spaz. 11-6 for Blinn College. Don't fight on the fake.
I mean, it wasn't really not buying the fake, though. You still saw the investment over towards the A side. It's just the fact that Momji had so much impact with getting those first 2 picks over towards the C site and still actually being able to sustain and live by, you know, hopping out with that rendezvous, getting over towards the back site, just living a little bit longer. Does ultimately fall, but still gathers information and buys time for his team on the rotation. But we are looking at 1 away from match point here. And this is the winner. So Blinn, if they can secure the next 2 rounds, will be guaranteeing their spot in playoffs. And otherwise, Georgia Tech would be falling over towards the lower bracket, but not going to give up on the comeback yet.
Take that one, Momji, another. Black Moose has shut down the overdrive of Sultan.
1 enemy remaining.
Black Moose has Ezra. From the shadows from Teddy into heaven. Now isolated. Rest of the team gone from the round. They barely tucked in town. We'll slow her down and find the frag. 12-6 for Blinn College. It's match point.
Match point.
I'm feeling pretty confident about this team's ticket in to the playoff bracket now.
Yeah, considering this kind of wonky buy on the side of Georgia Tech. That is rough, though, for Teddy is Fluffy. I mean, on the side of Blinn, this is not the first time that we've seen it. Once they have, you know, an inkling of, okay, we can isolate this one player, they're really not afraid to util dump you, and it makes it nearly impossible to get out unscathed. But as we look at this upcoming round, a heavy lean over towards... Actually, just a heavy split in general. Shen just with a pickup through the smoke. It's going to be a big opening pick, because that's setup potential for the Neon now taken away. No fault line to allow him to get up close.
Mama G gonna find Uritis. Sultan can't find the trade. Mama G has another as well from CT. They've absolutely shut down any hope of this A site. So Georgia Tech will head away on the road. They've just got 2 players to work with here. They've got a Sage Wall to break if they want to go into Garage. Dark Tower's gonna come down towards A, but Blinn College all the wiser. They've started the rotation. They're barreling over towards C here through spawn right now. Spaz will take a peek info on 1. Dark cover to slow.
Ooh, the Nightfall to come
great
through.
paranoia.
That's just so much stall potential. 40 seconds left on the clock. Actually going for a really cheeky TP there, Spaz, but Teddy's not going to let that happen. Not the boom bot though, not like this. Teddy's good for another, but Black Moose going to clean things up. 13-6 here for Blinn, and they've secured their spot in playoffs.
Blinn College out of Group C. They'll take it winner's side. We'll move to the higher seed of the round of 16. Georgia Tech will head down to the decider, so not out just yet. Still a chance to make it through Group C for them as well. And still plenty of games to continue, Ash, but Blinn College, you know, higher seed, 7th in the power rankings for a reason. Tell me some of those reasons that we saw on display this game.
Whew, some of the reasons that we saw on display. I think that when we looked at the defender side, and I feel like I've said that for almost every single matchup that we've seen today, a lot of these teams, they look very comfortable on the attack, but struggle a little bit more on the defense. And I do think that that's because, you know, sometimes you kind of fall into that situation where you're trying to hold sites, maybe you're playing the retake game, but the other team, they just continue to aggress on you. But meanwhile here for Blinn College on the defense, they played that ebb and flow game that I've talked about previously that works on like you can make that work on any map here. And when it comes down to it, on Haven and big maps, or like, I mean, Haven, quote unquote, actually technically a smaller map, but has 3 sites, so you're very split up because there's so many choke points. But you know, if you're pushing out towards one site, it makes it a lot easier to read the other side, and it gives yourself not only information, it also gives you potential for, you know, flanks and whatnot. And I think that's a really big difference maker on maps like Haven. Same thing that we saw in Breeze before.
Sure. I think that's very, very fair. And we'll head to break. When we come back, we got decider matches on the way. We'll see the rest of the teams that are going to make their way into the playoff bracket. Stick around. Now pick up 2, down towards 1, looking for the last. Quite come through. Guy has 1. A 1-on-1 now. Mama G will fall.
Moves and
all across the board here. J Park. More here. Proud. This is not connected. Gingermite is able to easily swing that one. Flash to come through. Looking to finish off town.
outside the blade. Got all 5 members posted up towards A main. Doesn't matter though. It's quicker to the trigger. Something good for 2, maybe a 3rd. But right into the crosshairs. The Crossfire will be taken down. Now where he flies through.
Finish the 4th out of lane, but Battle pick up 2. Gingermite right back to the direction. So that's the take. Confirm. Mama's towards the window. Jump to the swing, so that's able to take the player. That's our cover. Not going to touch friend, to be honest. The class is going to step into it. They're right click in, baby. Golden's found 2, but they have not found the diffuser. It'll be grabbed by down. It'll rest.
Getting the flames today, guys. They're 1 creeping up towards heaven. So now a Crossfire regains.
Players going to be good long. Now, and J Park will fall.
Not thinking about on the back yet.
Shut down the overdrive and Golden.
We'll have to get up close.
He's going to find Vitus.
Not the Boombot though, not like this. Teddy's good for another, but Black Moose gonna clean things up. 13-6 here for Blinn. And they've
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And oh, we're ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day 1. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and this suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my. Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here, though, so we have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here.
Yeah,
That's not his name. I just keep calling him that.
Yeah.
His name is John, but
My name is John Turbesi.
Yeah,
That's
not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy! So, context, if we're probably never going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. I am Seb Dillons, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you on here.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more. I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with Immortals, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. And I think, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future? Right? Is this now the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a salary, higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your first, after your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this. And that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming. And a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media. And it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Hey, what's up? It's Honix back at it again to bring you the sickest clips from ECAC. But listen guys, here's the thing. Overwatch 2 still isn't out, and it's been so long that I understand what's happening in the Valorant clips now. I don't know how I could have let this happen. Anyways, let's check out the action from week 2 of ECAC. First up, we've got Nico Baca, who's got a need for speed.
But they have to be careful here. That kick up not quite in their favor. Patrick has to be quick to him, and Nico Baca, he's just soaring through the sky with way too much pace.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. When this one lingered up in the air for a bit too long from J-Neil's touch, Patrick tried to go up for this one, but Nico, like we said, he's been the fastest player in this lobby the entire...
Just a friendly reminder that fireworks always add pizzazz to your points.
Of this series.
Good read there by Chalk. Because if he didn't place down that block, that would have been a really early stock lead that he would have gotten. And wow, that nade.
Absolutely sniped out of midair.
Everyone is in flux when Mount St. Mary's is on the point.
That piece, and that is the bulk of your healing if you're Emery and Henry. Now you're coming in with both DPS ult and the Shatter, but again, a massive Gravitic Flux comes out from Mount St. Mary, stops them in their tracks before they can even get started.
Yeah, the Tac Vibes are gonna deal the final blows to several members of Emery and Henry.
Eve has got beef with BSU and wants everyone to know it.
One situation left to clutch it out.
Ooh, no. I'm a little bit afraid here that the wide swing's gonna come out, but Ian's waiting. Ian is being a little bit patient here. Eve is not going to be able to get the first one, and maybe if Ian was able to wait there a little bit longer, Eve would not have been able to get that free.
Someone, not me, is going to have to tell Talo Halo that sharing isn't always caring.
Gonna feed it because right now Talo be feeding into it 59% before they've been touched for even a point of a percent in this counting. There is Arsene, but he may disappear just as quickly as he has up here. Oh my goodness, Kilomiles, that is a 0 to death if I have ever seen one. Talo Halo.
Don't let your guard down. You never know when Rhino will come charging in.
Is all the way back. That just goes to show how much they're not wanting to make it, but Rhino with all the control gets the one on the board.
Talk about getting one in there. That he actually picks it up initially from a mini pass to himself. That an expert is expecting an expert to do something expertly, right? That is just about as simple as it gets, right? Just literally boiling it down to more basic Rocket League right there. Oh my God! And again, Rhino does it twice in about 30 seconds after no scores.
We're bringing it around town with Chowan University.
Big fights out short. Town, though, just gets the better of it. Great spray control. Takes 2 down with him, and already Chowan is looking at a 2-0 right now. Gonna try an entry onto the site with quickness. Not willing to take his foot off the pedal, and Town's got a third. The last 2 coming from CT, and Town wants to put the nail in the coffin right here, right now. One's there, he's gonna hear them both. He has a head in front of him, 4 before he goes down, and all it takes is Dusty to finish this one off.
Last but certainly not least, Big J5 coming in hot with a big 5K.
And Kentucky, they may get the second point for free.
Oh,
great
that
shot from
headshot.
Big J.
The second
another
headshot?
one!
What?
He's got another dragon already.
The third?
Wait, he
A
finds
third?
3! Big J, he's looking for a 4th! Oh my God, he finds it! He is single-handedly destroying Kentucky right now. Oh my goodness! 4 eliminations, 1 Hanzo, and a brand new Dragons Online. The question...
Wow, I missed these awesome clips and it's only week 2, so make sure to keep up with the action on Twitch at ECAC_esports, Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 and Wednesdays at 7. And make sure to follow their Twitter at ECAC_esports. And thank you to our partner Esports U and to you for hanging out with me today. See you next time!
hands. That's so cute. UCF, and it's really cute. So I'm gonna move down here. How do we feel? The odds for UCF? What are we thinking?
They got it.
No, we got this. We got it. We got it.
Go Knights, charge on.
100%. My friend Nick is behind you. He's gonna record it. Don't look at him. You'll ruin the shot. Don't look at him. Don't look at him.
Come on. Let's go! Let's go!
My smile's probably really creepy. I was just being weird. Oh, I love being in the shadows, though. Big shout out to the shadows. We could interview Dilly just because I think he's handsome. You weren't supposed to hear.
Here's the thing about the event. I'm the greatest that's ever lived.
Literally true. I know him.
I think everyone knows that. I think everyone's aware of that.
Hey, do you have a VIP access badge on?
I actually have an all access.
Oh, an all access. I thought it said VIP access.
And that's only available for the best.
That's true. He's right. That's a main stage TO right there.
If this goes live, I'm suing everybody.
It's all right. A video of me, the first clip is me saying, don't put that in. And then it was the first, cut the cameras. Oh, you're recording already? Great. So this is this is Bay State versus UCF. I believe something that we saw yesterday on day one of the tournament, but instead we're going to have that run back here. I think they're fighting for a spot in Grand Finals. Anarchy, one of the best Greninja players in the United States, currently struggling against a Terry. Terry notorious for that DLC privilege, being a very strong character with some very strong abilities. Greninja, not so much, considered one of the weaker characters in the game. The Falco player, one of the best in the United States, and he just got spiked by a Terry. Same Terry that took out Anarchy literally minutes ago. UCF still up by 2 stocks. This guy is looking to rip this team apart single-handedly. That is, I mean, nuts, to say the very least. Absolutely absurd. That was a disgusting spike. I cannot believe that happened. Will you hold the microphone so I can sign this? Sorry.
For context, he's got a fan. He's actually signing something. He's so excited.
What was it like to not hear my voice for 2 minutes? For 30 seconds maybe, what was it like? Probably bliss.
Welcome back, guys. We are here for the Group G deciders. So, again, this is wave number 2. So, the losers are going to be out of the tournament. The winners will move on. This time round, it is Converse versus UT Arlington. And Kat, Prod, give us a little bit of info from beforehand. This is a rematch for today.
Yeah, these teams saw each other in round number 1. They both have managed to accrue losses, so they're down here in this decider game now to see their ticket in the round of 16. And Converse, well, they won out confidently in round number 1. A 13-4 scoreline for them on to Ascent. We'll see if we got an Ascent run back in our future. We'll see if maybe UT Arlington want to move the map. I mean, if I got 13-4, you know, Ash, I maybe would want to move the map. But we'll see what their choice ends up being in pick and ban. Converse, a squad that has been pretty confident in other games. In terms of Valorant, though, just now getting into the swing of things with the CECC. It's the second year of their program, so they're still very, very young. That's why they're down here in the 23rd seed. But a lot of potential in this roster yet to be seen. Also a lot of funding in their program, so they definitely do have the money to go get that high-level Valorant talent as well. UT Arlington ranked 10th in the seeding, and we'll see if they can prove why they're ranked higher than Converse in this series.
We'll see. I mean, in the first time that they did play up against each other, that was a 13-4 on Ascent, right? So, despite the fact that they were the higher seed, you did mention that Converse being that newer program, especially setting their foot into Valorant for specifically this kind of series bracket. I mean, time will tell. Converse could be a little bit of a dark knight black horse to come out in this tournament. So, before you get too gung-ho about the maps, we do have to head over towards the roster head-to-heads. We'll swing it over to Converse first to see what these rosters look like. Okay, we got the player pictures again. I love it when we get the player pictures. I feel like, production, can we make this like mandatory for all teams in the future? I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. Adds to the story, you know? But how are you feeling about this? We got Blitz, Arctic, Icy, Gaunches, and Wintertime here for Converse University.
I like the swagger.
Okay.
I like the drip, the accessories. You know, I like a little a little chain, some earrings. You gotta have the bling sometimes, you know what I mean? You gotta flex on them sometimes. So I like what Converse is doing here. Bliss got the jersey. That tells me that, you know, maybe Bliss is the season leader of the team. You know what I mean? They got the jersey already. They've probably been here. They've probably done that. Again, this is the second year of the program, so it could be like multi-game, that sort of thing. I believe they started in Overwatch Rocket League, so I don't know. In any case, let's check out UT Arlington. Let's see what we're swinging over there. Let's get an introduction to who's going to be on the other side of things. We've got Galaxy Vortex. I like the X's coming through. You know, save time. We don't need the rest of those letters. K-Beater, Crad, and Trap Rock holding it down on the other side of the map.
Whew. Well, now that we've got these head-to-heads, we can take it over towards the maps to see which one we've landed on for this best-of-1 series, this decider to see who is going home and who will continue on. And that's going to be Bind. Bit of a scary map to have in a best-of-1 here, Kat. You know, one of the OG3 maps here in Valorant, however, often very, very one-sided towards the defenders. So this is, I don't know. I think it's interesting that what we actually heard from Prod was it wasn't UT Arlington that actually banned out Ascent. It was Converse, despite that sweep of a win.
Hey, I mean, you feel confident that you can beat this roster? Maybe it's one of those things where we want to mess around with the map pool a little bit, want to get a little deeper. Or you had an angle in the green room, and I would never steal your thunder. So if you want to hit your angle, you know, feel free.
Well, I was saying that maybe the change could have come through in case that they're worried about, you know, anti-stratting or anything. Already seeing how Converse did so well on Ascent, might try and counter-strat them a little bit going into the map again. So to ban that out, not allowed to go through, if Arlington were feeling confident in that, because they weren't the ones to ban it out.
Right.
Regardless, though, we do have some agents being selected right off the bat. Very typical to see this raise coming through here for either team. You know, the Roomba to clear out towards Hookah. Paint shells do so much damage on these close angles.
I like the Yoru hover. I want to see it. The one map where people gave some slack to the Yoru was on Bind, but typically we don't see it come out, and we're not going to. Galaxy Vortex is going to go ahead and lock in that breeze. So we've got Double Initiator to come through here for both sides. I'm sure we get that fade locked in for Arctic. I don't expect any shenanigans in that department. The Astra's interesting. The Astra typically does a lot better playing double controller. So I think Converse initially will have some issues. But hey, as long as they've been working it, all good.
Choose your
Things should be okay. I think the Brimstone's just a little bit easier and also just works better on his own.
Brim does work a lot better on his own, but, you know, when it comes down to the Astra pickup, Astra's still a really strong agent, despite the fact that her pick rate has definitely gone down since that Astra meta and double controller, I said controller because I just said Astra, but it's fine, has fallen off. She's still really strong regardless, has a lot more ability for that crowd control, for the stall potential on pushes as well, and a bit of, you know, wombo combos with that raise nade. So you have multiple avenues on the side of, I believe that was, what side was that? That was Converse, right? That picked up the Astra, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, you know, you're not stuck with only having like the C's to play off of. You now have two agents on that side where you can use those paint shells, try to get that wombo combo down.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see if we do get that utility combination into this one, as one of these teams will punch a ticket into the round of 16. Then they just got to win one more game to make the top 8 to guarantee themselves closed qualifier access here in this southern region. To what is that ever so bright star at the end of the tunnel? The CECC National End. It all starts here in this group stage. Good shower early. Targeted this fade.
Ooh, so much stalling utility already being invested towards showers here by UT Arlington. K-Beater stuck by bench, going to be taken down, low HP by the paint shells. Now fighting for front sight control. Trades will go down here as UT Arlington tries to equalize. Having this Sky on hand, though, on the side of Converse allows for a little bit more sustained potential. Try to clear through the back sight, but no one will be found as UT Arlington just playing far back, waiting for that spike to be initiated. Spikes to go down to reclaim some backside control, isolate some angles as the two make their way onto A.
Last player standing.
Come through. No vision at all for Jaquavius, and maybe he'll fall as well. Winter will pick up the last 2 frags off the flash, and it's 1-0 for Converse.
Whew, really nice round opener here for Converse, and now actually, okay, we've got a Guardian in the hand of Gauntches, which I think is really interesting, considering the fact that, you know, you usually see Razes going up close and personal, blast packing into sight to make some space. So to elect to choose that longer range weapon, never mind, okay. Just gonna swap that out for the Vandal. So a hero rifle to go into this round.
Prowler out towards Garden. See nothing, so the space occupied quickly by Converse.
There.
And they'll come through towards Cubby. Forward. Secondary Prowlers come through. Sure, no one's close. Cubby, and after all that util, it's the TP away. All that noise heard towards Hookah. Chambers gonna spot players up towards mid-market. They feel the stimmy. They're looking for the chase down here on Icy. That's to hold so close and don't get caught. K-Beater and Galaxy Vortex both going to pick themselves up value. That's big for this eco team. Gives them a real chance at this one. As Converse still trying to play their way out towards the shower. And finally made it. They're taking down K-Beater. We'll get a plant down now as well. Post plant down a member.
Planted.
Ooh, nice use of the stim beacon to try and close that gap between members that as Converse tries to maintain this control of U-Haul to re-push in, take it away out of the hands of Arlington. Jaquavius trying to stick that defuse down. Does tap it. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Blue Spectres in both hands. And looking away from CT. Blitz gonna get the drop, scoring that 2-0. However, I mean, UT Arlington, huge eco round to come out from them.
Yeah, very much agreed.
I
love the chase down as well. The stim commitment to make that one possible to grab that secondary frag is quite nice. I mean, that one pretty close in the end. I mean, it's just the downgraded weaponry to not be able to close that one out. But man, do they bring it down to the absolute wire. Rifles into this one for Arlington. Can't say the same story all the way through for Converse, but they'll bring 2. See if they've got enough firepower on the hero rifles in this one to convert this. Of course, a lot of money for the rebuy into this one. So is what you could possibly call a bonus into this one.
Launching smoke. Converse showing some heavy presence over towards B. Kind of a midway smoke here to make moves down B long on the side of UT Arlington. Meanwhile, playing a little bit farther back here on the A site, but Converse not looking to give any information away aside from their lack of presence now towards the B side. Playing very quietly as they try to creep in. Prowlers go through showers. Smokes to be laid down here onto A. The guiding light popped through the window as well, but they're about to be met with 3 players here from UT Arlington and a quick flank as well.
Blitz gonna find one. Converse start to open the door to the side. It's closed immediately by K, but he's picked up 3. Crowd will have one to the back of the side as well. Winter running it with the stinger, but can only grab 1 before the trade will come through. It's 1-2, UT Arlington. Cancel out the bonus round. And it's full guns into this one.
Full buy up on the side of UT Arlington, going to actually elect for the judge in the hands of Galaxy Vortex. So just going to take a quick peek at where he's playing. He's going to be over towards U-Haul, so trying to push in, claim that space is going to be a little scarier. But as I say that, it turns out one of the members on his team is able to actually afford a rifle in hand, so we'll be swapping that out. Fault line to go out towards Showers, but at the sign of no presence, actually won't use that so far. As Converse is playing contact up towards Hookah, while the flash through the guiding light going towards B long. Doesn't glean quite any information quite yet, but at the same time, got Seekers in hand for a burst execution, but we also have seen that Converse likes to take these 2 Ps.
Util gonna stall them for now. Finally, that push comes forward. Maybe picked up Icy Blitz, but quick trade back. So that's the initial site grab. The Blitz not done just yet. It's found another. Crowd will fall. Side open, plant down. Converse on the post.
Ooh. Overgrowth. And look the way that Converse completely fell back off the site. They knew the Rolling Thunder was available here for the retake. Weren't looking to have anyone caught out by it. 3 members posted up towards B long. Aftershock to stave out that push in from Hookah to isolate these players. Now in a 1v2 situation here. Winter has to take the peek down. We'll get one. Spike is half though. And with this fault line to come through, it's going to be a clutch to come out here from Galaxy Vortex, equalizing 2-2.
Yeah, definite heads-up play to tuck those ultimates to run off that site, but just can't quite win the fights to get themselves back in. It's a heads-up fault line from Galaxy as well to make sure Winter's not able to get that swing off. Can hold down on that DPs by the time you finally are back in the angle. It's too late. Round is over. So it will be 2-2 when things are said and done. Converse, no money in this one. Chico round will be the call. So Sheriffs to come out. Winter had a little bit of luck with that Stinger last eco, so that'll come back out to play as well.
Stinger goated gun. Best gun in the game. But before I get too excited about that, Crossfire being held here in Showers. A lot of the utility being invested here by Converse. They're pushing out the right side of the Crossfire using that paint shell. Actually forcing a seize out from the side of UT Arlington as well. Icy cold with it, with a headshot to take down Galaxy Vortex, but the rotation's already come through here towards A.
Looking for another, will be caught by Crad now. Maybe from back to the side has found another. Sconch is gonna fall.
Smoke's down.
Flash through is hitting nothing. Blitz has found a so much firepower back in the site for the defense, and maybe will solidify another. Arctic will hit the floor. It's just that Stinger player, 1-on-3. 2 players with half their HP bar. There's a chance of this one in the time. 30 seconds to work with, and 1 player dropped. A 1-on-2 now, triangulating these players in the 1v1s. The shot just too hard to hit for Winter. Maybe has the number. It's a 3K for the Brimstone. A 3rd round for UT Arlington.
Ooh, operator online now for Jaquavius. And 2 ultimates available for both sides. It's going to be the orbital strike in the hands of Maybe, so could potentially be seeing that save for when the spike gets tapped for the plant, but also could be nicely used to ensure that they clear out U-Haul in a retake situation. And then on the side of Converse, I believe that was the Nightfall that we saw available for a site execution. The jump peek to bait out an op shot will be done. Jaquavius actually going to fall back. Got the Prowler to continue to push him off the angle. He does get nearsighted. Actually has to dip back into the rendezvous to be able to get back into elbow there. Oh no, what the?
As it comes up through guard, and he's caught, nipped in the butt, and Ice will take him down because of it. So Converse, we're able to find the first pick to get into the site. Throw out those Seekers, and they'll get information towards player CT. That player still in the elbow with that operator. We're looking to snuff him out. Jaquavius picks up one with the Headhunter, now traded. Jonks will be there for his teammates refrag. Night falls out to tag for 1. Stall for timeout towards CT. CT Arlington debating whether to actually make a push on this one. Low eco for the team. Can't make the retake happen. Certainly not getting a rebound next round.
They do have the showstopper available, but not going to extend it quite yet. Might look to just reclaim this operator and fall back. Yeah, that will be the swap up. The op just too valuable here for UC Arlington to be willing to give it up. So should be, we're going to see this equalized here, 3-3. Converse still doing a bit of damage, so it's only the op carried over. No rifles to be saved here from Arlington.
Yeah, I think almost has overstayed the welcome. I don't know how worth it is anymore. I mean, the op is great, but to not sneak, I almost rather have the 3 rifles tour de force into this round.
Yeah, because it's like you have to consider the fact, okay, we're either going for exit frags here or we're going to go for the full save. And despite the fact that, you know, you get a lot of value out of the operator, it's like this buy, you could have had tour de force, like you said, an op on hand, 2 rifles, and on bind when you got those long angles, that's a lot of work to be done. And Icy, speaking of tour de forces, will be met with Jaquavians here in long, who is pushed again back by the Prowler. Shot out, so 1 bullet wasted, able to get Gaunches down. So the first blood, at least here for UT Arlington, reclaiming those rendezvous and falling back.
Old Thor picked up. A little flash over the top for Converse. So we'll connect on the CT player, and they'll step forward into Cubby. Gonna go elbow once again. Jaquavius constantly on the angle and elbow. So some heads up for the tendency. Archie picked up 1. Jaquavius out elbow. Still gonna find value. They don't look to send players up in that avenue this go around. They'll come back to haunt them as Converse down members here in the middle of the site. Aftershock does not stall. That plant does not find any damage. Showstopper's out and instantly shut down by Ice on the tour de force. He's got another as well, jumping to the top of the site box as Arctic getting involved as well. Looking for 1 more for Ice, and he's got it. A 3K. Absolute ice in the veins. It's a 4-3 scoreline for Converse.
Yeah, and picking the operator up as well here. That's a lot of money saved, and otherwise Converse wouldn't have been able to purchase that up going into this next round. And on the side of UC Arlington, we're actually seeing 2 judges, 2 rifles, and an op. I feel like this is a buy that obviously that they're going for because of money reasons as well, but you don't see it coming out too frequently. It makes retake a little bit difficult because you really kind of just have to hold for those site pushes at that point, hope they walk into the shotguns.
Probably see nothing Cubby. Converse starts to scale. Rolling Thunder gonna send them back, and it's hit absolutely everybody. So the scaling will have to restart once again. And that will do. Rolling Thunder's will step forward. Gaunch is in with the showstopper. Awkward flashed, suppressed. Not much going on for him, so not going to find anything with the ultimate. Does clear space, though. So has got them room into sight for the plant. Cobbling Divide to guarantee that it will go down.
Open up the sky.
With the judge.
Oh, saw the barrel of the gun!
Barrel through!
He can't fit! He can't fit!
You gotta go around, buddy! Walks into maybe the bench behind him. Awkward scenarios, and maybe gonna find another frag to go with it. Converse suddenly just 1 player left in his winter. Very much tucked out towards short. Walk straight into trouble, and the paint shells will splatter all over him. It's 4-4. We're tied up.
So back and forth so far. You can tell that Arlington isn't willing to go down in the same fashion that everything crumbled on Ascent earlier today. You're going to see actually an attacking timeout being called over by the coach on the side of Converse, that being Chesty. And, I mean, there is so much stall potential because of ultimates available there for UT Arlington in short. And on the side of Converse, they did slow it down a bit during that round, but I would say that overall, they have very quick tempo with their executions.
I like the timeout call. Just to get composed just a little bit. Things still pretty close, so nothing unsurmountable right now. I mean, it's tied up. It's definitely all good. A pretty close last round to come through as well. Rolling Thunder waited out nicely. I think it's just awkward bits of utility. You're expecting Gonchas to have some sort of value with that showstopper. That's getting caught util. Mid double satchel makes it pretty awkward to find anything, and doesn't because of it. We got to witness pretty goofy scenario over on that wall where you start running into the bench, you then run into Maybe's body, don't quite realize, so you're not able to find and capitalize on that. If that kill goes the other way, the round might be different. So just get recomposed after what is a bit of chaos, and yourself back into things on the eco. Galaxy gonna walk down towards Fountains, picked up 2, a third for Maybe, and Jaquavius takes the short player. So everybody on the eco's fallen. Gotch is still gonna trade 2 back though. A bit of money in his pockets, a bit of confidence in his aim for future rounds as well.
Does have the paint shells back up considering the 2 kills as well, so could be used just to do maybe a little bit of extra damage over to Arlington, force them to buy up on some shields, but otherwise, I mean, the spike is tucked nicely into their hands. Ooh, nearly got the silent drop down, but unfortunately does make a step. K-Rad turning back with the operator. 5 to 4 here for UT Arlington, but again, that is an eco round.
That it is. So Gun's gonna come into this one. IC will pick up an operator. And the offensive operator, always interesting. We did get op contact over towards a short, and IC's pondering in that direction, so maybe wants the op duel. Fortunately, Jaquavius is headed back to the B site. He's typically hanging around elbow with his operator, so that's
Prowler to go back out towards B long to push off an angle. Except this time around, Jaquavius holding very far back on B instead of taking that aggro angle. Now going to go reclaim the spike that was dropped towards market here for Converse. Making sounds of running away, but Winter's actually going to go for this relurk. Show some presence with the guiding light. It's not going to catch anyone off with front sight there, so info gleaned. I know one's holding front, but don't actually know how many members are posted up towards A versus B at the moment. Just very slow pacing here for Converse, as they're just holding default at the moment. I would like to see maybe the trip just getting broken in Huga, just to add a little bit of extra pressure, because Arlington can kind of just rely on the knowledge that, okay, no one's aggressing towards here at the moment. But
30 seconds
regardless,
left.
looks like we're just going to see an attempt to split towards the A site.
Yeah, that could have moved the defense too. That is now currently
pulling them in.
with that extra player onto the A side, 100%. Nate gonna stall for time. Now the push coming up towards short. 15 seconds. Converse to get this thing down. He just needs 4 to actually put the spike on the ground. Ice picked up 1. Nate with the trade. Galaxy trying to come around. Can't quite kill a planter. Can after the plant said and done. No! To grab 1, trade it out. Find a classic right click. And Galaxy looking for more. We'll switch guns to get bullets back in, and we'll find the frag. Icy will fall. It's 6-4. UT Arlington. The lead by 2.
That was looking dicey at first. Galaxy saw like 2 people holding towards truck, and then it was like all the bullets were just peppering around, but managed to kind of regather himself, get those picks down for the 3K. We're going to see the replay of the whiff just to finally nail that last headshot before just jumping around with the classic right click. Can't do that with any other gun. Damn. That was just the Galaxy show on that retake, huh?
Yes, certainly. Recovered quickly and recovered well.
Bring them down.
100%. Colorado short. Not seeing the player close lamp. Galaxy might be in for a treat. Look to the Rolling Thunder, and Icy stepped forward, so we'll find 1. K-Rad will trade that thing back though. So crisis is averted. You do lose the breach player there, but the Rolling Thunder stalled 2 times, so no trade potential from CECC team just yet. Converse gonna walk their way up towards shower. We'll make a bunch of noise in doing so though. So K-Rad know all about it. We'll step back to the back of the site.
The thing is, Orbital Strike was also expended towards A short in that situation. So again, this is 2nd round before the half. 1 more round to go, and it's the eco round here for Converse, and they've already forced out 2 huge ultis out of the hands of Arlington they won't have to deal with in the next round. Now Seekers come out towards short, a blast pack up on top of triple, and they've got info that there's one more member up in U-Haul and blinded by the Seekers with that near sight. Not able to do too much of it. Converse are converting their eco round.
So walk up towards CT. This chamber operator going to make things very difficult if they do want to hit at this one. They've got the money to do so. Most definitely.
Teleport's ready.
If not win the round, at least get these guns, this eco team stolen away, out of their hands. So Quavius will be towards heaven.
Last player standing.
Oh, that timing is so awkward. Steps away, just
not the running gun.
Comes through and Arctic. Yeah, running it down. A runner, a track star, and an eco win for Converse. 5-6 the scoreline.
To take a thrifty round, though, as well, is a really nice kind of momentum gainer for Converse. And all things considered, even if UT Arlington win out this round, 7-5 on, attacking side on Bind, pretty damn good scoreline, all things considered, with it being a more defender-sided map. Especially if you look at the fact that on the side of Converse, I mean, actually, I take that back. I didn't even say it yet. I was going to say that they have more crowd control, but Arlington, despite not having as much with their Brimstone, it does have that breach to make up for it. But otherwise, looks like they don't want them to roll with the momentum as the defense have called this timeout.
Surely for the next half, right?
A timeout for the next half?
Yeah. Like, I mean, you get one every half, so you might as well just take it and talk about what you're going to do next half, right?
That's true.
Do you feel like you need it this round?
Well, I mean, if you're down on defense, I don't know. I find Bind is a lot harder, I think, for most teams. Not saying necessarily these two specifically, but in general to close out on the attacking side. So it's a gamble between, okay, let's solidify what we want to do for next half, and let's try to get this last point on the board. But ultimately, I don't think that this point doesn't really make too much of a difference, because even if it does go 6-6, you're kind of all tied up. 7-5, not too much of an advantage considering how deceptive that can be.
Sure.
And a lot of utility now already expended over towards the B site. Full rotation called over too. And okay, Nightfall to come out here, Kat.
Bring them down.
It's going to be a full set execute after that close contact on the fade. Gorgeous will get AoE damage, but not enough to kill. A lot of damage on that breach, though, nonetheless. And somehow staying alive through that aftershock. Arctic got the trade on Jacavius rather quickly. Galaxy stuck in the util, so Blitz is able to swing for that one. And what is a scrappy round in the back of elbow. Crad doesn't know a player right behind him. Stepping through that smoke will be caught by Blitz after pincered on. Maybe in a 1v3 now. The step out towards CT, straight into the headhunter of Icy. At the end of the day, out the UT Arlington timeout. Things are tied up.
All tied up, and it's basically a clean slate across the board. We're seeing another pistol round. Economy is reset, and it's almost like being at 0-0. Of course, first team to 13 will take it home. And this is the decider, too. So, really tight matchup so far here at Cat. Nobody wants to go home today.
Yeah, not even me. I'm already home. I don't want to go home. I'm in my house right now.
Congratulations.
You said it like you're not in your house. You said it like you're like stranded. You okay? You know?
I'm on Lost Island.
Oh.
All good up us, but Stim to go through. Prowler speeding up to B.
Gotcha.
Oh
my goodness, the Stim
the TP. What?
Fully smoked. It's so fast. Crazy. I don't know if that TP's on purpose, but it might as well have been, because they were dead if they did not TP away. KB here will throw down the plants, and UT Arlington happy to set up a post. It's a secondary TP for the Rays in this round, and they'll look for an opportunity towards Hookah. There will be a Sky Smoke in the way, though, so quite a bit of time for that smoke fades. Never mind, it's already gone.
Who? Gonch is watching diligently on this retake. Up in Hookah will be good for 1.
Okay.
Now equalized in what was originally an advantage info, given that at least 2 players are towards long at the moment. So much poke damage on the side of UT Arlington. Oh no, that's over. Yeah. I saw the paint shells, I saw the HP, and I was just like, okay, Gonch has got this in the pocket. An easy defuse here for Converse.
Pistol taking over for Converse, and well, you do expect a second round to follow suit.
That is like, damn. There's really nothing you can do there. You can't even run from it. It's got that spread. You're so low that, you know, you're dust regardless. So, unfortunately, not much that Arlington could have done different in that particular moment of the post plant. But I would like to see if Arlington maybe like slows down the pace here, plays more defaulty, which is the spread that we are going to see to start things out. Try to get some picks down on Converse. I'm confident that they could maybe potentially get some sort of first blood, at least glean a small advantage, do some damage over to the economy of Converse. That double jump peek was almost dangerous.
Yeah. Shots there. Does not connect though, so. All is well for now. Maybe all the way back towards Hookah. Only player here, Smokes player as well. Interesting. And kind of stuckies.
You have one pushing into Hookah though. Yeah,
and kind of deadies.
Yeah, I mean, what's tough is like if it were the Astra, for example, you have that worldwide vision. You can lay down smokes for everyone. Meanwhile, on the Brimstone, you don't have the same kind of reach, so Arlington no longer has cover in this eco round, facing a 2v1 situation. And as I say that, a flawless round will come through here for Converse. Whew. That's the tough thing. With the Brimstone, you just don't have nearly as much lurk potential because your team needs you close by for the site execute.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's the option of like, do we actually lurk our chamber or not? And I don't know, sometimes we get instances where that chamber ends up being almost the entry duelist because they have a rendezvous and the ability to get out. So I don't know. Interesting positioning of resources, I guess. So we'll see if maybe they switch up that lurking agent to make sure that situation doesn't show up again.
I mean, it was the eco round, so
true.
If anything, you know, try to catch them off guard, because you wouldn't expect the Brimstone lurk. And speaking of Brimstone, maybe picking up that first blood. Nice opening here for Arlington. But after taking one down towards the B side, they're going to make that rotation over towards A. Actually, the trademark has moved over here from Icy, so a little bit more slow potential. Actually just missed the cross. The blast pack in, the aftershock as well, but Icy still gets away for free.
Yeah, that's quite nice from Icy. I was thinking about the fact that he does that blindfolded because he's full flash the whole time.
Yeah.
Quavius gonna pick up Arctic, and that pinch opportunity, that flank opportunity, the defense is going just like that. Arlington's post plant looking pretty solidified. They do have a secondary flank. Playing the long con here is the race of Converse. He's conscious. A chamber. Smelling it out. Sniffing the trouble. Over in the showers. And it ain't just Axe. Body wash. Wave's gonna take him down. Just gonna step into Lamp and out just as quickly. Crowd and maybe to finish the round. 7-8. Arlington bring things within one in flawless fashion.
Would have actually been interesting to see them just play for exit frags, considering the positioning. Like, yeah, sure, Arlington could have funneled out towards short to get out of the site, but would have been a lot more potential to do damage over towards their economy, not let them get away with that flawless run, because, again, every advantage that you can get in such a tight series is a huge plus. And now, on the side of Converse, buy up once again. Glass Cannon Operator this time around in the hands of Icy. And the boom bots go through, clear out towards Hookah. But they are going to hear that there is also that trademark watching the site.
There they are.
The timing of the thing is so awkward. Gonch is going to come out of TP and take down Galaxy. That nade! Oh, Icy eats it. Absolutely gobbles it down, but still is able to get out. 8 HP to spare.
What is this?
It's a little gap. You never leave a little room for friends, room for company in your smokes. Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay, guys. Come on. It's okay. Kut's gonna open the door. He'll be debating the situation for Blitz to grab one. And they've cleared out ramp now. A fade gonna be up close and personal here on this.
Oh, this is huge from Arctic.
Immaculate, and Arctic's picked up two. Looking for one more as well, but Quavius has that one traded quickly though. As Winter 9-7. As Converse continue to lead.
The patience done so well. The own teammate teabag to solidify the round at the end too. But 2-round lead here now for Converse. Arlington still got one more bye left in them before they're forced into this save. They also do have that Nightfall available. So what would be interesting is maybe if we saw either... Okay, I'm looking at the positioning right now coming up from UT Arlington. They aren't going to be leaning towards that Showers Orb there for the Brimstone to get that orbital strike. But I would like to see in late round for the Brim to be the one to pick that up, to have that available for the post-plant situation. And Prowler to come out through Showers to clear out. K-Beater thought that he was far enough to not get caught out, and they're full pushing through Haunt to clear out the close angle. A second Prowler as well will glean some info. But Gonch and Arctic, despite showing presence and putting that chip on the shoulder of UT Arlington, will fall back towards Showers. So really great information gleaned. Now a TP over from K-Rad. And back to default positionings here for Arlington, as I've got the Nightfall poised and ready to hit A.
Face your fear!
Push this chamber far enough to the showering goal, and that Nightfall is going to hit several players. They look to come through now. Arctic going to hold strong back to the site regardless. Crad will fall.
30 seconds left.
Steve continues to play forward, but they TP'd the fade. You don't hear it because there is, of course, that deafening effect. Ice holds nonetheless. Will find K-Beater. Will take down that spike in Hookah. Someone's got to recover it and get towards the site. Now there's 4 defenders here for Converse, and now there's 13 seconds on that clock. Winter, Icy, and Donks will finish out the round 10-7. So they'll all find themselves a frag. It's flawless for Converse.
That was tough. I mean, on the side of UT Arlington, I think they're really banking on this base that the Nightfall was able to create, the information it was able to gather for themselves for an explosive entry towards A. But they waited so long that, you know, considering the fact that there was still stall potential out from Converse, didn't even have time to pull a rotation through or cut noise and try and re-hit.
Anyone want to get the
But now on this eco round, Arlington spread
You want to
default
play?
once
Let's
again.
play.
Stim beacon through to get a bit of a timing here on B long. No one's pushing up forward though. On the side of Converse, you can see how patiently they're playing far back. They're not looking to give any rifles away for free.
They will not clear Gonks.
Oh.
He's able to stay here at the top of Octagon. That gravity went perfectly timed as well. So Gonks is able to pick up one. Crad going to fall. Maybe cannot find a refrag. Right away Fountain. Those steps will be heard as well. Icy's picked up Galaxy. There's so much early value from Converse. The defense absolutely brick walling this eco team.
Oh, guiding light. You got the jumps as well, but not initially actually hitting that trademark. Will be triggered in the end. Prowler to go through towards U-Haul. The Trailblazer actually narrowly missing K-Beater as he pops back through. A nice shot to the head over on Winter, but now UT Arlington sitting at a 1v3 situation. And 20 seconds left. You can't make your way over towards the B site. One's already pushed out towards market after that TP through. Just looking to maybe do a little bit of damage. Sneaky get that point down.
10 seconds left.
Player contact will be there. A shot will ring out, but it'll be blitz to win the round. 11-7 as Converse now have increased the gap to 4. I was about to say, do we get a timeout? I mean, yeah, we sure do. What is the adjustment?
Whew. I feel like Arlington, they've been defaulting for the most part recently. Makes sense because they have been pushed onto a couple of eco rounds, so not really looking to get that blitz onto site, as that's been kind of stopped earlier on in the half by Converse. The blitz executions aren't really working, but I think I would like to see maybe a bit more of an aggressive default, if that makes sense, coming out from Arlington, show a bit more heavy presence, especially getting the Astro to waste out those stars early on. Would be huge as far as, you know, avoiding any potential stalls in the late rounds, or at least the mid round, depending on what kind of tempo that they want to go with in the future. But I mean, I think, you know, finding that chamber trip. But the thing is, the way that Icy is playing this chamber, the way that those trips are being placed, they're not in those conventional locations where you can find them early and shoot them out.
Very true. It makes things way more difficult for this offense.
They have to guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say you gotta keep guessing, and then even on the guesses in these awkward spots, it's almost like you just get lucky and waltz into it. Even instances where you do hear it through the wall, still gotta try to figure out that actual location. Roomba's out early. A short has information. There's players in that location, but I mean, very early in the round, and typically you're seeing somebody A short in the default, so not really a ton of info to trust. Icy gonna pick up Galaxy yet again, so that's what, the second or third round now that optics come through very early.
Damage done also on their entry here on the side of Arlington. And this is the rifling round that's really important for them to win, right? Or else they'll be looking at match point on an eco, which is really tough to deal with.
Teleport's ready.
And it's tough too, because this is a decider match, right? But it looks like they might just be getting ready to silently burst through the A site.
Prepare for hellfire!
Oh, flick's no good for Icy. K-Beer's gonna pick that one up. K-Rad has money with the satchel, but it's Gonks with the explosives back the other direction.
30 seconds left.
With the paint shell and the showstopper to come from the back of the side as well. So it's the advantage in player count back to Converse. Maybe unmoving on the top of this now flattened box. Waiting for Jacavius to find opportunities.
Here.
Out towards Shower. Nades out. It's gone wide.
10 seconds
Steps
left.
up forward. Caught.
Okay.
Forward in a second as well. Gonks will fall. The chamber has a massive 2-piece. Now fade into 1v2. She's on the other side of the map, so she'll have to TP through.
Bring them down.
I believe these side players do here.
Nice Prowler to draw their attention over towards Showers, though, as Arctic actually moves his way towards short. They do have a crossfire, though, in backside here for ET Arlington, so as long as they play contact with each other, this should be an easy round win. Not peeking too early. The TP will come out, though, to change up the angle of this crossfire, and not expecting maybe to push up towards front U-Haul. UT Arlington continue to live another day and gain another round under their belts, 8-11.
One round converted. You gotta keep it cooking. Jaquay just comes up big outside of Shower. We're gonna need to string some more rounds together here. Eco still pretty much on the fences for UT Arlington. They do manage to pull out rifles into this one. Just the Spectre on K-Beater. They'll play this round rather slow. All the considerations in order. I'll move the default as well. Typically over towards A, they moved over to B ramp. How quickly Converse already got through that angle. Icy gonna walk into K-Rad, paint shells in hand. He'll catch a freebie. Gonks now. You mentioned the fact he got through mid so quickly. He's picked up K-Beater on the flank. Quickly traded by Galaxy.
Oh, a Rolling Thunder in hand, poised and ready. Got Winter with the guiding light, trying to pop out through TP as well. Crosses over towards Suka, so get away to safety. Wait for a double swing. The Converse, they're just looking to pinch these players on Arlington. Able to get one, but it doesn't matter if they're blind. Two taken down, now equalized in a 2v2 situation. And what originally looked like a man advantage here for Converse is looking like another round converted for UT Arlington. And Icy making this rotation towards A. Spike will be initiated front for up. And you've got the Rolling Thunder just ready to get ripped.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
no!
not anymore.
What?
Icy will absolutely annihilate him through the triple stack. Plays this out on the wide swing and he'll win it out. Icy gets him low, but can't finish it off. 35 HP left for the opposing chamber. It's 11-9 as Converse still hold the lead. But UT Arlington have brought it within 2.
Whew, okay, there's that timeout. Scoreline's getting a little too tight for the coach's liking right now. You're seeing that 11-9 UT Arlington, only one away from match point. Or, no, not from match point, from double digits. That's what I meant to say. Damn, I need another coffee. But, Kat, I mean, what adjustments do you think UT Arlington could maybe do to continue to keep this momentum rolling? Or, I'll give you 2 options.
Okay.
Converse, for them to talk about, because they can both talk right now.
Yep.
To solidify that defense to ensure that they can hit this match point and maybe close out the series.
I think for Converse defensively, with a second option, this squad, honestly, I feel like their hold on, in terms of UT Arlington's default's been pretty solid. I think they've taken space pretty quickly. I think the last couple of rounds have just kind of been pushing up, taking space aggressively, and then in when having that space, knowing when to chill, when to contain on what you have, and when to push for more. Like, we get to look for Gonch up through mid-market. He pushes so deep that he ends up finding himself dead rather than being able to contain that space and have that extra information. So they've been having big defensive plays. It's a matter of like knowing when to vibe out a little bit.
Yeah.
And just to play for info rather than all the frags. Icy grab the frag in the hookah. His crowd will fall. Arctic another on the baby. They sit all the way back to the site. It's no aggression at all for Converse, and well, they just hit the shots.
Yeah, this is a really different positioning from what we've seen the past couple of rounds, where I think the issue was a little bit of overheat when they were finding themselves in that very advantageous position. So now, like you said, chilling out, playing further back, even playing retake more so as a team, not looking to give up any 1v1 situations. Got to lurk over towards A. The TP to come through as well, but the shots from Jaquavius a little bit early because it does trigger this rotation to come out from Converse, and nobody actually caught out from that Nightfall, so the crossfires will reign supreme, and Galaxy Vortex unfortunately not able to take one down. A flawless round here for Converse as they hit match point.
Match point.
Match point, and a chance to send themselves into the round of 16 for Converse. Just one more round necessary. And Lika over there for UT Arlington ain't looking too pretty.
Yeah, this is a really tough buy to be looking up at match point. But again, they were kind of in that tight position the entirety of the second half, where aside for like 2 rounds or so, they were kind of forced into that back and forth economy, trading rounds here and there. But instead of going for the typical slow default that we often see coming out from UT Arlington, with this awkward buy, they're just looking to straightforward split site. That Rolling Thunder does come through, but Converse playing so far back, anticipating that ultimate. Nobody will be caught out from it, just giving site up for free, playing the retake in.
Chance to move into the round of 16 off of this retake right here. UT Arlington, can they hold strong on the post plant? Tour de force will be out for it. Kratos picked up blitz. Spray through from Gonch has not landed anything just yet. This team trying to send their way up towards elbow. Utility limited for them moving forward. Arctic's out, has picked up one. Winter, another, and Gonch to get involved as well. This team now to send their way towards the site. Gonch is going to go on the top rope. Has picked up one. Jaquavius has sent one back to the direction. We'll get the rendezvous away as well, but it's icy to out often. Down into long. It's 13-9. Converse will move forward.
Defenders win.
A really nice clean round to end things out on that retake, especially considering the fact that you saw that they were very aware of the breach ultimate, the rolling thunder that could come through, clear out sight, played so far back, allowed them to expend that without getting caught up or risking any bodies. And on the retake, they scaled up really quickly. They had a lot of momentum going into it, but the difference was that this time around, they played a lot more together. They weren't allowing those 1vx situations to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, we've got ourselves 16 teams playing forward into our qualifiers. A couple of them still not wrapped up just yet, but, I'll do my best, Ash, to give you what we have so far, right? So out of Group A, we've got Florida International University, University of Houston, Premier, that main roster, that #1 seed of the event, who just barely made it through that decider. In Group B, we got Texas A&M Maroon, the University of Alabama Crimson. We got to see them on stream. We got Group E, University of West Florida Blue, University of Tennessee Knoxville Orange. Group F, we got Winthrop University, fantastic League of Legends team, so not surprised to see them dope in Valorant as well. James Madison University, we'll get through that group as well. In Group C, it's Blinn College and Georgia Tech or Old Dominion University. That game decider still being played. And Group D, we've got Texas A&M White and University of Central Florida Knights, the main roster in that squad. And in Group G, the University of Central Florida Academy roster has sent their way through as well. So still, both those rosters, they're so close in power ranking. It's about like 6 spots, the differential. So not surprised to see them both sneak through. And then, of course, we just saw Converse make it with them. And our final group, Group H, we've got the University of Texas Dallas moving forward out of that winners, and the University of South Florida or Florida Gulf Coast University Violet moving through the decider once that game does finish. A lot to counter for. You probably didn't hear any of it in the audience, to be honest. But if you did, now you know.
A lot of information to absorb, but we're not done with Valorant yet today. We've got one more best-of-1 series coming up for you guys. The first round of playoffs, round of 16. Tomorrow will be the other playoff games, but because we do have to get that playoff bracket seeded as well as wait for that last match up to come through, it will be a bit more of an extended break. So we please ask you guys to bear with us on that because we will be back as soon as we possibly can. As Converse tries to make and
seconds to work with. Does not find. Showstopper down instantly shut down by Ice on the tour de force. He's got another as well, jumping to the top of the site box. Starship involved as well. Looking for one more round. Galaxy trying to come around, can't quite kill a planter. Can't after the planter said and done. No! Grab one, trade it out, kind of plastic, right? Clicking Galaxy.
Got info that there's one more member on this retake and Hookah will be going for damage on the side of UT Arlington. Oh no, that's over. Oh, this is huge for Martin.
One more as well. Oh, good for Ice. Patriots gonna pick that one up. Take that as money. Step forward. Nice the fact he got through. Did so quick. He picked up the baby. Back. Down the one to go on the top rope. He picked up one. Quavius. He sent one back to the direction. Picked the rendezvous away as well, but it's icy for our often. Down into long. 13-9. Converse. We'll move forward.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and just like that, another season of ECAC Esports regular season play has come to a close. Over the last 8 weeks, we saw a crazy amount of hype competition from some of the best collegiate esports has to offer, and as usual, you guys have me one last time to break it all down and to show you guys what we thought were some of the top plays this week. And honestly, guys, I don't have much more to say. Just check it out because I think we've got some really incredible clips here. Let's take a look. In our opening clip, it's Professor Dementium with a straight boot off the stage to kick things off for Bloomfield.
Got himself one. Kick back off stage though. Able to air dodge is going to be that Bowser. He'll do it again, and he'll also bring himself that down smash so he gets quickly back before that Falcon's able to take any sort of advantage. But well, you're gone. The spikes come through. It's a clean kick to wrap things up, and well, he's got one. He's got one stock for his troubles.
Up next, the duel of Donkers and Robeast have some things to say with this beautiful 1-2 combo to close the door on Albany.
Hit the intersection, go straight up in the air for Robeast, who's going to work Central Missouri into the offense. Flip reset's a good one. The pass down to Donkers, and he finds the net. A 3-goal deficit in Game 3.
I gotta say, Curtis, it seems like after these two teams came out of Game 2, right? Again.
In our next play, who needs to be able to see your enemy when you can just take a educated guess?
Great, 1-for-1 over towards Catwalk. There's still more where that came from. Myranium is next up, and he will take a couple too many fights. Solsta as well is going to be able to take a couple of fights, winning them both. It's a 1v3, and Novacorium won't be able to do anything. Johnson, Wales.
At number 5, it's Saltonics with this huge flank onto Cole College to secure Temple of Anubis for his team.
Right now, it's got to be just destroying it straight up. Maybe with the Coalescence, maybe the Supercharger, but that Riptire could just immediately rip through.
Here's that Riptire. It does move Joker, but it could have been a catastrophic play. Now Nightbolt is pulled all the way off the point, and that's an easy one. Tonic's coming in with a triple off of that crucial rocket barrage, and that is all of them off the point.
Now it's down to Joker just to get the touch onto the point. Tracer.
Coming back to the Bloomfield versus Keen matchup, it was a clutch finish from Zenipu as he finishes off Brandon without dropping a single stock.
No, one more lease on life. Lease on life indeed for Brandon. Looking to hold the ledge, but a recovery from Zenipu. He says second time's the charm. He'll send him to the moon, and once again, Zenipu will not drop a stock.
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though, it's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Back roads around the high ground to try and avoid that as much as possible.
Oh my absolute days! Here was me looking for that Transcendence to counteract the grab, and no, it was just a big fat go button. In comes the pulse bomb, down goes SUNY Poly Wildcats.
Phil, I can't remember the last time I've seen...
Last packing our way into the number 2 spot though, it's a 4K from Butta to cement the lead for Providence College.
Not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retna bringing out that Stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind, a 4v2. But really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down.
And in our top play from the last week of regular season play, it is a nail-biter last-second goal that will keep you guessing until the very end.
Leaves their own open, a little bit of high pass, you angle it in, but it's just off the top of the goalpost.
Off the top of the Post coming in deep. Matrix able to find something here. The demolition comes through. 7 seconds left for a true game win, but in overtime, feeling incredibly likely. But tied out of a wide open goal. No! No! Orbital, the waffle iron has been flipped, and Farmingdale finds themselves up 4-3. 2 seconds left on the clock. The only hope for Louisville to win this out is with a kickoff goal. They cannot make a single mistake, or they will.
And with that, I mean, what more do you guys want me to say? It was a crazy week to wrap things up, but it's really just been a crazy season overall with the addition of Division A and what I personally think is some of the most competitive action here in collegiate esports. I mean, what a season, and there's only much more to come. With the playoffs starting on April 4th, you guys can expect to see a lot more action that will continue all throughout the month, and that will wrap up on the week of April 25th. Now, if you guys want to stay up to date on all of that, make sure you follow us on Twitter at ECAC_esports, or follow us on Twitch at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. Mondays and Tuesdays, matches will be lighting off at 8 p.m. Eastern. On Wednesdays, it is going to be the doubleheader of Rocket League and Overwatch at 7 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you guys are tuned in. And as for me and the rest of the crew behind the scenes that works on not only just the production, but these highlight videos for you guys, we just want to say thank you for joining us for what has been another incredible season. And we look forward to so much more that we're going to bring you guys in the next school year, in the fall and the spring and beyond. We've got a lot of great things coming, so stick around, don't go anywhere. Come back right here to this channel, to this Twitter, to this Twitch, to this YouTube, wherever it is you see this. Stay tuned, because even more is on the way. Thank you guys once again. I've been KTAD. It's been a wonderful season, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilence, joined by Brenda, who is not only a Twitch streamer, but a cancer survivor, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Brenda, of course, if you're comfortable, can you please kind of walk us through what cancer you had and kind of how you battled that over time?
Yes, of course. So I was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia, AML. It's a very rare cancer. Thankfully, treatment for it is pretty good. So 97% chance of it never coming back. I've been cancer-free for 4 years now. Because of this, I am not able to donate blood, which is something I always wanted to do. So I found different ways to help out, and doing charity streams, charity events has helped out a lot.
Great, and what a perfect segue. I was going to ask, I feel like there's a very unique bond between cancer and video games. That's not something people would often kind of put hand in hand, but somehow you've gone above and beyond to create this connection between the two. And even off the interview, we talked about those charity streams that you've done. So can you walk us through kind of how you use your Twitch channel and your streams to bring awareness and raise money for these foundations?
Yeah, so I use the site Tosify. From there, you can choose any foundation, any society to donate money through. You make a campaign, and I like to share it. I like to raise awareness and funds, if possible, for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. They have helped my family. They have helped many people in the past, and in the future they will be. So that's just how I work around it.
Yeah, so how do you kind of encourage your viewers to donate money? Is it just kind of setting it up and, hey, it's for a good cause, or do you have incentives or kind of fun little activities that encourage people to spend that money?
Yeah, so I do a lot of incentives. I work at a pottery shop, so I do ceramics kind of thing.
Sure.
I'll pay you something. They can choose what kind of games they want me to play, things for me to sing, all kinds of things.
Yeah, so we talked a little bit off the interview about kind of being trapped inside, right, and having video games as that outlet and utilization of kind of feeling a little bit less stuck. And were there any games you found yourself kind of really attracted to, or games you found yourself just playing more and more often as time went on?
At first, it was a lot of Gary's Mod, Prop Hunt. That was the thing back in the day, you know. And then I also play a lot of multiplayer games, League of Legends, party games, all kinds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So if somebody kind of looked at your situation from an outside perspective and they thought, oh, you know, how could somebody ever utilize video games to address something as serious as cancer? How do you feel you've been able to successfully utilize this unique platform?
It's amazing, you know, you get through Twitch especially and other streaming apps, you get access to meet people all over the world.
Yeah.
People globally. So you get to raise awareness globally. You get to teach people about blood cancers, about what they can do to help people. So it's just an amazing way to spread the cause.
Absolutely. Well, Brenda, just one more quick question. Well, less of a question, but more of an opportunity for you to kind of let us know where can we find you when you're raising all of this money and doing great things on stream?
Of course. You guys can find me over at twitch.tv/balloonsbunny. I am a VTuber, so I don't show my face often. It's mostly my model.
This is an exclusive. Brenda's face.
Yes.
Well, Brenda, thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at VALORANT Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. Tore my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me than anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. VALORANT wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last, lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually, I made it on to some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams, played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu that played with Complexity's VALORANT team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At VALORANT Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. That's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up and coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Could those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournament? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at VALORANT Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and VALORANT Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for XSET versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming if that's something you love. And then my final comment is just a reminder that, you're going to be in games sometimes and people are going to say terrible things. I hope that ends someday, but just know that no matter what they say, you belong here. You deserve this. You deserve to play this game. You deserve to be in this competition. And I wish you all the best of luck. Thank you so much for having me. I can't wait. I know there's going to be some superstars. I hope I see you one day at VALORANT Champions kicking ass. Thank you so much for having me.
My name is Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's
I was
all over.
just
It's all
wondering.
over the place.
So, how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. It's you don't do it.
Mhm.
Not everyone has it, and it's
Mhm.
something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports. Let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them since a lot of things have been remote recently. I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game? And do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch different content creators in that niche just to like inspire me to play a little bit more, you know. Do I carry it into my everyday life? I do. I'm very into like music production. There's a lot of things you can do like the same thing. You do it every day. You watch YouTube in that niche. You take things you learn and you apply it. There's a lot of similarities of things like if you want to do something, you very much have to dive deep into that niche of things you want to do.
If you had to guess or just kind of spitball here, how many hours a week do you think you spend gaming?
Honestly, I've never thought about it. I'm on my computer almost every day. It's up there. It's up there. It's up there. Between playing with friends and kind of just doing stuff by myself, it's up there.
You spoke about burnout when it comes to playing, and you play every day. What do you do to kind of get yourself back into the zone, or what do you do when you're experiencing burnout?
It kind of goes back to like watching content creators, like the people I watch on YouTube. I'll see if they post anything new, or I'll just watch whatever they have, and I'll get inspired to do it, and I'll just be like, all right, what time to hop on. Even if I don't, not feeling it, I'll try to do something.
Would you say that there's anyone on your team that really stands out to you or kind of motivates you to play?
Yes. One kid on our team, his name's Alex. He is Diamond 2. Diamond 1 or Diamond 2 in Valorant. So he's up there. He only really plays with us. He plays on his own, but he plays with us during games and sometimes afterwards. Trying to be at his level, I think, would be very the goal. So it kind of like inspires you to kind of like keep going. Anyone really that's higher ranked than you kind of inspires you to like, all right, you want to push yourself to be where they are. And that's
Right.
kind of what I've been doing recently. There are people like that.
For you, since this is your first time being on a collegiate team, do you have any advice to people who may be looking to join a team or aren't sure if they should or not?
I say just go for it. When I saw the poster in the school, I was like, maybe they have like, Valorant team, whatever. At the time, I kind of doubted my ability, right? I kind of doubted my ability because like I was a low rank. I know I could hold my own in the game, but I didn't know how I would like compare. But I think you just have to go for it because if you don't, how would you know if you don't go for it?
Would you say that the people on your team helped you out?
Yeah, for sure. I think people who are higher ranked than you are like they teach you. You obviously learn on your own, but there's a lot of things that you can get taught from your teammates and just how they play.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
And there's so many other jobs as well that
That's
can
right.
translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us.
One known Pokemon trainer, a potential second Pokemon trainer, and then the Olimar, right? And not just that, taking into account the fact that Beastly has not played today, as an anchor or not even as a third person on the rotation. They have not played a single match today. That means that they are completely kept in the dark. They are absolutely that wild card that we could see the PT, or we could see whatever they've been practicing, right, to round out the team, whatever they want to do. There's so many variables that UT Austin kind of have to think about and decide if they're willing to take the risk with certain actions.
Yeah, and that is a tough call to make, Orbital, because while you do love to use this time to experiment and see what other options, what other counter picks you can bring to the table, at the end of the day, I feel like playing optimally is just the play. Going your main is almost always the play. Unless your main does horribly in a certain matchup, in which case we would see something like the Snake come out. Unless that's the case, you're going to want to be seeing those mains consistently, because that's how you build up the practice. Now, with who is most likely going to be Gallon, the anchor, yeah, Gallon has the Lucina and the Pikachu. Now, while I love the Pikachu Online is very difficult to make consistent. You need consistency right here and now, so I would not be shocked to be seeing the Lucina against this Pokemon trainer.
It would be a right call, I think, and I definitely agree with that fact. You know, making sure to have that, you know, that safety of, yes, I can hit these combos, yes, I can continue these movements, I can kind of do all the things that I need to do to be able to run out what is going to be a total of 8 stocks. That is what they have to break through. That is what Gallon's job is right now, and you called it, nail on the head, Kilo Miles, perfectly executed. This is going to be that Lucina.
Yep. As 2 stocks on the side of Davey, 3 on the side of Gallon, as they're going immediately for these falling aerials. They're very safe, and what I love to see, Gallon is very comfortable going for an uppie out of shield even at low percents, and that is what you need to do against these low body characters, because sometimes it's just the only way you can hit them. Oh no! A push away with the water gun means that Gallon is down a stock immediately.
Oh, that one hurts. That one, to lose a stock like that is a horrendous feeling, right? It's not going to feel good to see what happens here, and Gallon might be feeling a little bit anxious here. Already up at 68% on Davy's side, and is going to try and recover and get a very quick stock from here out, immediately dropping down and setting up high on the ledge, but right into the bullet seeds, straight up in the air. This is Gallon dancing for a stock and really hoping to break this down quickly.
Oh, tech chase right here, and you know Davy's not going to drop that one, but down air, up air is going to put Davy at even higher percent, but now comes the question, how do you get the kill? They get the single hit in air, but not in a good position to get a forward smash right here, as Gallon desperate to try and get one of their confirms. At this point, the edge guard is your best friend, but they can't quite snatch Davy on their way to the ledge.
That would have been crazy to watch, but that is going to be the forward air, I believe, that came out. Gallon is able to take a stock, but it's still a long road ahead. The Charizard coming out to play, and immediately into a couple swings. This is Gallon trying to go hard. Flare Blitz going out. Davey not hitting that one, and he's just going to try and play with it, but that's going to be a slap to the back of the head. Davey hoping to take one more stock, put Gallon on 1 going into the third match.
As now the Squirtle swap actually does give Davey the brief bit of invulnerability that they need to escape the juggle, as you see that the scary thing about that Razor Leaf is it pops you up right in the range where you can either get up-aired or up-aired by Ivysaur. That's what Gallon's trying to avoid. But they're also trying to avoid that.
Oh, even Gallon's a little bit frustrated that that happened. You can see there, what just happened? What did I allow to just happen right there? Right now, going straight into the fight. Davey at 122, 136 at the end will be finished. But being able to snatch 2 more stocks away, Gallon, 1 stock against 6. The most uphill battle that we will see so far here today.
And that is the issue right here and now. I talked about wanting the consistency, but now after seeing the consistency, maybe you need a little bit of cheese in there. Maybe you need something that can just steal stocks away instantly, because that's the issue with Lucina. Her edge guarding is amazing, her combo game is pretty good, her disjoints impeccable, but she doesn't really have that wow factor. She doesn't really have that one thing that can instantly delete a stock. You need to really outplay your opponent to get early stocks, otherwise you're going to be fighting them to about 120% and edge guarding them. That's what we saw consistently happen, and I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that style of play win out over UT Arlington. I have to be honest with you, Orbital. When you're going for more clean, consistent play like that, all that needs to happen is you get cheesed once, or not even cheesed. That's not even a good word for it. You get outplayed. You get reversaled when you try and come back from the ledge. One time, and all of a sudden you're out of there.
And that's such a scary prospect, right? You have to be on point, and if you can't, well, you're immediately down to 0, right? Even if you're at 99.9%, or, you know, anything of that variation, well, you make one slip up and you're down. So that is what they're trying to deal with right now. Gallon, though, was able to take out 2 of UT Arlington's players, or 1, and bring it down to 2 left, I should say. This is better than we saw before. This is UT Arlington finally having to buckle down. The question is, do they show Beastly, right? That is finally the question that I want to bring. I know I've already beat it into the ground because they're still hiding Beastly. I have gotten word, I've gotten tangible evidence that they are still sending in Army Ollie, and they will be playing here as a 3rd player for UT Arlington. Beastly being hinted away from the entire world to not play until the time is needed.
Yeah, I feel like this is pivotal right here because, like you mentioned at the very beginning of this broadcast, the loser, this is a 3-person pool. So the loser is going to have to go back and fight UCF Knights again. UT Austin, they just beat out UCF Knights. They do not want to have to go back and play them again. So, all or nothing right here on the side of Gallon. Can they fight through Army Ollie's Snake and take it home? That remains to be seen right now. Gallon SC's plays 1 stock against the Snake.
And this also leaves a very wide variation for Army Oliver to do as well, right? Because the fact that you only have to take one stock means that these 2 first stocks are going to be highly aggressive, is the way I feel, right? Going for some of those plays that you don't normally go for, going for some of those moves that you don't normally try and hit. That's what you get to play for, and right there is going to be an attempt at a nice tech off the wall. Ooh. This is Army Ollie going, hey, I can play the Snake here. I'm going to have some fun. What a tech off to save themselves from losing that first stock almost immediately.
What an amazing opening to this game, Orbital. You can see how Gallon is applying constant offstage pressure to Army Ollie, and yet Army Ollie, every single time he gets the opportunity, a trade. Every single time, Army Ollie will pull out a grenade and make sure that Gallon is punished for going for combos against him. As even though Gallon holds the lead in the percent for now, it is slowly being taken away from them.
This is now the little bit of a juggle game with the nades. Gallon dropped down on 2 by accident, I think, so he's going to have to deal with that later. And Army Ollie just decided to SD that one. I think didn't have the the recovery option, so surprising to say the least, Army Ollie drops a stock.
Yeah, and regardless of how it happened, this is the best possible scenario right now for Gallon, as 2 down airs is a great opening, but 1 up tilt is your life right now, and especially as that shield goes low, Gallon needs to find the way back on stage, avoids the Nikita rocket for now, but you got to find a way to avoid this edge guarding. You hit Army Ollie right into his own grenade and put him off stage again. The up air continues the juggle. This is perfect play right now from Gallon, but you can only have so much perfection when Snake is involved. Misses the down tilt tech chase. That's a heartbreaker right there.
And it's getting so dangerous. Remember, so many hits are there. Army Ollie is going to lose a second stock, and now they got to get serious if they want to finish it here, if they want to complete the series, or if they're going to try. Gallon has a huge opportunity here. 147. Play it on a nice edge, if you will. 1 single mess up could mean that Gallon is done, and UT Austin moved to the lower finals, or not the lower finals, are going to move into their second match to try and qualify for the bracket stage. Army Ollie looking a little bit dangerous here, just trying to figure out what they need to do to try and finish it off. That's going to be a grab throw backwards. 158 on the call, and now it is the finisher with the tracker. What a blow. Army Ollie able to finish off the series.
I was on the edge of my seat, Orbital. I could not believe how close that came down to it, because we were in a scenario where if Galen got Army Ali off stage once on that final stock, I was prepared to start getting ready for the next game. It really felt like Galen was on the top of their game. That's the issue with Snake, though. Even if the other player is playing perfectly, you're still going to be punished for it because of Snake's ability to pull out grenades immediately and combo break. Make sure that you never get too many follow-ups. That means that consistently, even though it was Galen who was winning neutral, outplaying Army Ali, they would still take damage for it. They would still get their health bar chipped away consistently until they were at a percent over 140, where one mistake was their downfall, and that was it at the end. They thought the Nikita was coming straight at them. Instead, Army Ali sent it down to catch the air dodge. It was a 50-50 situation, and the coin flip did not go Galen's way.
Not at all, and it resulted in a win for UT Arlington, who have now locked in their move into the bracket stage. It'll now go to UT Austin to try and beat UCF Knights once again, and this time we get to see if they can do it in front of the stage, right? We get to see how they did it last time, or if UCF Knights will have some revenge. That is the two options that will occur. We'll go to a quick break, make sure the teams are ready, and then get underway with our third series of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Into the revenge.
A little bit of a squishy. Rescue Nerd feels that backhand and immediately goes for the lariat, and that'll be the stock. Rescue Nerd dropping down to 2. Yeah, percentages. Rescue really wants this.
It really does. Ooh, able to get that up smash right there. If they're
caught off on the edge, almost able to get back, but again, a little bit of a whirl means Curry whips out and gains a little bit more damage. 99, and then the knee to the face.
All for the bait, as right now, Broken wants to get that uppy out of shield. That will kill. You can tell how much they want it. Will the forward throw finally finish it off? Yes, it will. Davey is able to...
Always feasible with the Steve, and a little block, but has to let the shield drop. Don't want to let it get broken, and now swapping around an immediate tail whip. That's all you need to do. Immediate swap back to neutral and saying, okay, take a little bit of breather. How do I fight this out? That's all you need. It's a slam of the forehead. And Shulker is down to the last stop.
And that is what you need to do against these low body characters, because sometimes it's just the only way you can hit them. Oh no! A push away with the water gun means that Galen is down a stock immediately. Nat maybe on their way to the ledge.
That would have been crazy to watch, but that is going to be the forward air, I believe, that what came out. Galen is able to take a stop.
Right in the range where you can get up speed or up aired by Ivysaur. That's what Galen's trying to avoid.
Oh!
That.
There. What just happened? What did I allow to just happen right there? Right now, going straight into the fight. Davey at 122, 136 at the end will be finished.
Tech chase. That's a heartbreaker right there.
And it's getting so dangerous. Remember, so many hits are there. Army Ollie is going to lose a second stock, and Dangerous here just trying to figure out what they need to do to try and finish it off. That's going to be a grab throw backwards. 1P8 on the call, and now it is the finisher with
aspects, in-game aspects, what can you do in this situation to be better? But sometimes, like, mentality comes first, and they're not going to be able to make those steps and make those leaps without, like, making a change in their mentality first, or at least, trying to make an improvement somewhere there. And there's a lot of different, like, perspectives for it, but yeah.
I really admire your mindset. That's really cool. A lot of the gamers that I've talked to are like aggressive. So it's really cool to hear that. Switching gears a little bit, how do you feel about the CECC? What do you think about it, and do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
So far, I think it's been good. It's been fun, and I do think there's a very high chance we would go to Atlanta. With my mentality, like I was talking about before, sometimes I just go into it and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and I'm gonna play, and that's really what it comes down to. But I am really confident in our team's ability.
I really think that there's been a sorely missed opportunity for developers to take a step back from competition and take a step forward with community. And if they do that, I think we all win, because community, I would argue, is the one thing that no one's trying to solve. We're trying to solve recruitment. We're trying to solve competition. Tell me, where's community? Honestly, any one of you, go ahead. Shout out what's the national community for Scholastic right now. Any title, tell me.
Yeah.
Where do I go? How do I meet and hang out?
Of the
How
storm.
does you?
Community, zero.
There's
Yeah.
nothing. It
That-
doesn't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist statewide. It doesn't exist school-wide. It doesn't exist region-wide. It doesn't exist nationally. It doesn't exist digitally on Twitch. It doesn't exist digitally on Discord. It doesn't exist through any form of skill-based development. It doesn't exist on any form of, skill-based learning or just pure socialization and fandom.
Mm-hmm.
Huge missed opportunity. You want to take their time and make it more efficient, in my opinion. Tell Riot Scholastic politely to stop what they're doing with competitive, and their integration with LCS should be, Twitch, symposiums and summits and conversations and learning and all sorts of wonderful things, and promoting camps and educational learning activities and RSSA sponsored curriculum. That will move the needle. I don't see any of that.
So Chris, that was pretty much the last topic. You kind of wrapped it in a nice package called community. And I was kind of thinking more from an organizer and a broadcaster point of view around growing fandom. And how do we get fandom around collegiate esports to look more like traditional sports across the board? And that helps us go out and sell sponsorships in the place, of which trickles down to all our member schools that we represent. But when we go to brands and we can't check that box of, 1 billion impressions and 1 million views, we still are challenged with selling those sponsorships. So my last and final is, do we have any secrets around how to grow fandom or grow community let's just start with on campus?
I got the bed one real quick.
Okay.
Best way to grow community: food nights. It has nothing to do with playing the game. I'll give you a real life example. We used to do dollar burger night at the University of Cincinnati. We'd just go out to Bar Louie. We used to have dollar burgers every Wednesday. We'd post in at this time it was Facebook groups, tell people where to show up. 6 people, 12 people showed up the first week. By the third month, we had 40 plus people coming. And it was the biggest revenue night of the week for Bar Louie every week, purely because of us. But we had friendships, we had relationships, we had roommates, we had all sorts of great, wonderful things come from that. And that translated to our LANs, our club meetings, and everything from that.
Mm-hmm.
It was nothing beats food nights.
Just like pro sports, we need to focus on tribalism. And the way that you create tribalism is you have to prioritize in-person experience, in my opinion. I think that there's a lot of companies trying to become unicorn online platforms, but at the end of the day, I think we need pockets and hubs around the country that serve as regional and local hubs. Once you get a group of people together that share their love for the team that is on their campus, they start to develop a bond around that. You can do that online, but it won't be nearly as effective. Professional esports is having this tribalism problem because it's the majority of it's online. It's resulted in fans following players more so than the teams. I mean, that's a pretty broad topic, though. Like, we're starting to see those trends in traditional sports as well start to occur. People will follow LeBron and specific players on different teams to wherever they are. But I think for collegiate specifically, schools need to create meaningful live experiences. And if we're talking explicitly about fandom, you have to make the students on your campus care about the team first. That's the biggest thing. Either you create a level of pride through community engagement, or through the team itself. At a lot of schools, the groundwork is there for this. Like, there are schools like UBC, Ohio State, with Buckeye Gaming Collective that have clubs that number in the 2,000 to 3,000 range, right? So they have a base to begin with. At a school like Maryville, like we kind of developed it the opposite way. When I came in and started building our esports program, we had 3 kids in our esports club. And so we've kind of built the team, and then the club has followed, which is kind of the opposite for a lot of schools. But I think that we have to develop tribalism, and that starts with meaningful live events. And the more that these events, the longer that these events continue to be like only online, the less effective it is in creating that final goal.
Agreed. Doc, you wrap it up for us, please.
I would just say this: clubs ebb and flow based on their leadership. But if all students, all clubs, all groups are given regular and meaningful invitations to come in, use the space, create what you want out of this, then it will continue to thrive despite the change in leadership. I can just imagine that Cincy student group with Chris heavy in the leadership there just being amazing. But there's not always someone with his skill set at the helm. So you just need to be open and look for opportunities to serve, even though it can be more difficult, especially in the scheduling of the space. I know a lot of people that don't like anybody else but the players they're recruited to use their space. As much as we can, if we want to build community, we have to open the space to people that we wouldn't normally see in there and let them do the types of things that they want to do.
One more thing, so like on a national level though, if we want to raise the general viewership of all of collegiate esports and not just different pockets, that's a hard one because people watch esports to see people do stuff that they're better than them at, right? So naturally at the collegiate level, we're going to be at a lower level than pro. So it's hard to get people to watch for that reason. But what we can sell are narratives and storylines, matchup histories. And as we start to
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC Southern Open Qualifier for the game of Valorant right here on twitch.tv/esportsu. I'm Catnator3K. That is Ash Cast, and we're taking y'all on through it. We just got through the group stages. Now 16 teams are waltzing on forward into what will be their chance at qualification into the closed qualifier. But they got to win this game first, Ash. It's been a week for the games. Tried and true, baby. It's a set coming out here now. Ash, things are interesting, right? There's been some question marks. Excuse me, CECC admins. Why is UH Premier not #1 seed going out of groups? They didn't win no games, bro. They come out the decider, and it was a very close showing to get out. Was it a 13-11 scoreline in their decider game? So losing one game to what was the 17th seed, or the 16th seed, excuse me, then winning as a 17th seed in what was a very close margin. At UH Premier, going into the start of the season, power rankings sitting there in #2, but you gotta play the games, right? It's not just what's on paper. So UH Premier, maybe they were sleepy, man. It's an early showing for them. Not gonna lie, they were in that first group to play, so maybe they were tired. But they better be woke up now because it's do or die time. Right. That Astra leads everything to bear. And we'll see. You know, it's really hit or miss sometimes. It's very, very hit or miss. I think the Astra utility is good. It's just a question of utilization a lot of the time. And if you're able to consistently hold those stars and you're able to capitalize on... You mentioned it pretty well in the bind matchup. There's a couple instances where we got to see... that Brimstone trying to lurk and then not being able to throw smokes later. You don't have the issue with Astra. It gives you lurk potential. A lot of times we see Astra start to anchor outside of B lobby for attacking hits over towards A side. So if you're able to really utilize the agent, she can be absolutely phenomenal as a controller, but it's up to if you can utilize it properly. I'm a fan of the Raze. I think with the KO combination, the Astra will get tons of value in terms of utility, and I think it gets just as much value as you're going to get out of what is a Jet. And then you already have an Opping Age in the chamber. So I really like the UH Premier comp going into this one.
I just realized I was muted on broadcast, but it's okay. Kat, you heard me. And that's all that matters. I'll throw it back over to you.
Walk up through Cat for UH Premier. Gonna play their way into this angle. Timing. We'll see if it's on Noble's side or not. He's actually tucked far enough now in forward, so no big deal. Have the help from Scaffold, so cross be known about. This will show up the glass now. It'll draw some interest. That allows Noble to swing. That's a beautiful team play to grab two for Noble. Great trade one back now. UH Premier trying to funnel their way out. Flash gonna pop behind the Astra. Air Capital full blind, but not before he grabs the first frag. Runs out of bullets in the frenzy for like a finished dam, so it is a trade to come back quickly. It's 1-0 for Tamu Maroon.
Ooh, this is what I was talking about, as you heard me, but unfortunately the audience did not during that first round. Is the fact that we saw Tamu Maroon earlier today on Ascent, where they took it 13-6, and that was over the team, as I scroll through my notes, UA Crimson. So as we go further on, we've seen known aggression to come out from Liz's Kitten as they continue to scale up in the game, obviously playing a little bit more safe on this anti-eco, considering they don't want to give any guns away. But a lot of utility already being expended here towards B Garage, and somehow aggro. I mean, it is the buy-up, but aggro's only got to go, still taking 3 down just with the pistol. Noble to clean up a flawless round here for Tamu. And UH Premier will be on the next 5.
Nice anti-eco. Very solid, and things looking good for the bonus. Aggro will go ahead and get Vandal into this round, which is the fact that they are playing on just that ghost. They grab 2 frags anyway. Still get money off of the kills.
Not ready.
And then they don't have to worry about that Spectre upgrade, messing around with any sort of eco shenanigans. Able to go full blazing with the Vandal in hand. So a rifle into this round to suit up with the rest of those bonus weapons. And Aggro looking to be that yet again. Up in the B main is going to talk to the boss and just jump down mid for this kid. We saw this before on this team, and Solely going to snuff it out rather quickly. Quay as well. Now we'll fall in towards that archway side, and UH Premier getting all the value in mid thus far.
Ooh, Prowler gonna chase aggro all the way back towards the end, the boathouse, and unfortunately, UH Premier actually hasn't scaled off of that utility quite yet. Now making their way up towards lane, trying to isolate the player in back boat. Well, looks to be likely a flawless round to come through. Damn, though, as I cast or curse it, we'll get the drop down on Koi and pick up this Phantom. Use the Shrouded Step to cross over Market. Avoid the Diligent Eye watching and get this reflank down towards Garage. This has really nice potential to catch them off guard, because I'm not sure they actually heard that TP come through. They're expecting the push to come out from CT or Market, about to throw a dark cover as well, just to cause a little bit of extra confusion. Dam looks to be going for some exit frags, just trying to do a bit of damage over to the economy of UH Premier.
100%. Tucked down to the ticket booth, and definitely not a show that you're going to want to will call for. Dan will be up close and personal with Jivy, and we'll find that frag. So that's one exit to move away, and that's the Phantom for Dam out of this round. UH Premier going to walk away with 3 alive, and obviously a win on the round as well.
Now, forcing up to an operator here for aggro, despite the fact that he did buy up to that rifle in the last round, but those 3 early kills plus the save in round number 2 is going to allot him this gun going forward. So a little bit of an economy strategy here for Tamu. No ultimates on the board quite yet, as we see UH Premier leaning heavily towards the B site. There will be a Prowler to clear out towards B main. One in response from Sully as well. And Liz hit aggression towards mid here. Now actually punished a little bit, taking a bit of poke damage, forcing the fall back.
Fall all the way out of mid. Dam gonna stand back through. That dark cover gonna find one. Take a bit of damage on the paint shell, but is back to safety. Into the jaws of admin, but has picked up the dink and converted the body shot afterwards as well. So a secondary frag for Dam there into mid market. UH Premier now going to look to pivot towards Cat. Noble sits ready and waits. Will swing forward, gets caught on the elevation change. And the bolt's going to rise. So Koi will pick that one up. But it's aggro, out scaffold, grabs one, will rendezvous to the safety of the teammate. They're ready to go for the retake. 2 members up for Tammy Maroon.
Ooh, Sully doing his best to equalize here. Let's take down aggro. Will fall back for the late reflank, but the re-peek takes down Liz's Kitten, who is so low. Now equalized 2v2 situation. Seize in hand, looking to find another pick. Unfortunately, Nabber with util in hand will get caught off guard now. A 1v1 situation as Dam does equalize for his team.
Catch them.
On over the top. Taft for Dam. Gonna stick it here in the dark cover. It's only nothing you can do. You grab the frag, but it's 2 seconds too late. Dam will take the defuse, and Tammy will walk away with their 3rd round.
That's what's really tough, though, about playing split like that in, you know, a 2vx situation. Like, yes, Sully, so much impact getting those kills, but unfortunately, the door wasn't broken. It wasn't opened back up after sneaking on into tree, and to reflank towards heaven like that when the other player already has total control of site is it's tough to stop that defuse from actually going down because they got that timing through. Flash. I see Flash going out really deep towards arches to come out from Koi. They're focused very heavily on mid this time around, UH Premier, instead of going for those extremities. But we will see them going to re-clear and reclaim that space towards A.
Push coming on his way towards Cat. It'll be stalled for now. That's that null command going to come through reactively from Noble. His team going to halt for now. Just looking to hold off, wait the timing of the null command, play a little freeze tag, and then step back forward once it's gone awry. That dark cover, though, going to make things harder. That one-way setup. Hearing that Cat control the Texas A&M side.
There. Another one-way thrown to continue to stall out a push into tree. Tamu Maroon, I mean, they haven't pushed out towards B main, though, so playing very passively on B, more stacks here towards tree, but that might be their demise with the showstopper coming in, landing one on his Kitten, but Noble, always good to equalize. Now Tamu Maroon are looking with the man advantage. as Eric Appleson secures this plant on the site.
Spike planted.
Door broken pretty early here. Master Util gonna come up here to cover it. Paranoia's caught both players, and it's an easy swing for Dam. He's found both. Fantastic Util and phenomenal observing to get us the third person angle on that look. That could not be showcased better if you tried.
Today, I'm afraid.
Ooh, so well played here by TAMU Maroon, and this is it's kind of what we anticipated. You know, we saw them playing on Ascent. We know that they can get aggressive, but even if they don't elect to do so, they're very good at playing off of each other, playing off each other's contact, getting those crossfires down, and trading out those kills, which when you're in gunfights, that's what reigns supreme, right? You got to be able to trade out your partners, avoid giving as much of an advantage over to the enemy as possible.
Here's Premier.
There.
We'll step into mid here on this eco round.
Get it.
We'll tag players here in mid-market. The Roomba to reconfirm. Space taking our choice for now. Prowler's committed, and Chivy's gonna find bullets onto Liz. Adam's gonna find aggro. Suddenly UH Premier a chance in this round. Instantly traded back though by Noble and Dam. So 3-3. Things were even. Spike still sits down all the way. Look to be recovered by the fade, and that it is. Police fragment will buy some time, and Door will go down. He's pushed himself forward. I'm so cautious of the fact that he might be in this position. Admin, with his newfound rifle, has found Dam. Finally coming through Door, and Koi's gonna win it out with the Stinger. So he's got a rifle now in his hands as well. A lot of work for Naber to do, but he's found the first.
Planted.
Info given also towards Naber because he knows that Koi will be playing back towards Tree, but it doesn't matter. Sully capitalizing off the chaos of the Door breaking will get that thrifty round down here for UH Premier, taking them 2-4, actually forcing TAMU Maroon onto an eco round this time, though they do have 2 eco ultis available to work with, and that's the perk of running the Jet and the Chamber on the same team composition, is that you can fall back on those, and when it comes down to it, it's really up to Koi to be able to suppress those ultimates so that they can't
play? Let's play.
A chance to go back towards mid again. Adams waited so long out towards A main, has found Noble.
Okay, falling back now towards Heaven. We've got a Bucky play here up in Tree. We saw once before Dam going for a slightly long angle with the shotgun, but actually gonna try and bait someone through, considering that the dark cover was thrown for that one way, so you wouldn't expect someone to be tucked in the right side. Rotation being pulled from UH Premier, except they don't want to risk going for a Tree at the moment. It's going to be a 5-person execute towards A main to kick things off. A pop flash to start. The null command also to cancel out that tool to false. And just for good measure, going to throw down that Cosmic Divide.
30 seconds left.
Gonna grab that KO back up here, so Admin will make sure it is going to be 5 on 3 for the post-blunt hold for UH Premier. Nebula's gone down. Dragon lasts just a bit longer, and it's going to be fresh anyway. Agro's picked up one. Naber will grab another, and Admin traded back the other direction.
Some presence shown towards Heaven, but the drop down in Tree is going to get that little soft grass down. A haunt to go out towards Tree as well, just to clear a deep angle. Naber trying to push up close and personal, but Eric Appleson with the gun advantage will be taking him down. That's 3-4 here now for UH Premier. On the side of TAMU, they do have 2 ultimates to work for. Noble also only 1 off of the null command. Would not be surprised whatsoever to see that come out in this particular round, considering the fact that Noble is pretty good for getting at least 1 pick off in a round. Try to maybe fall back, use that ulti for the retake. But UH Premier, they've continued to kind of try and keep Maroon guessing at this point, swapping up their positioning at the early rounds here on the attack.
And the dark cover is going to come through on the one way, but no one to challenge it. So UH Premier play pretty brazen to step in front of it and been rewarded. So they're going to have that early space into A main, pretty much uncontested. Negated that piece of utility in its entirety. Deep in the tile. Some spam coming through from both mid players. Not going to bait any players out though. Lizkin is still going to be pretty cautious on this one. Definitely activated. The peek to come forward. One out. Oh, that dash has gone way awry. Lizkin goes straight into the wall. Recovers quickly though. Course correction is fast. Costs both the cloud burst, but you get back to safety nonetheless. Aggro from deep range out of B main, found one. Navrat with the refrag as well. Something happens over towards A main is going to be Jivvy, and he's caught himself a death. Dan will pick up the last two. 5-3.
What's interesting also is that we're seeing TAMU Maroon playing with a lot more respect so far on the defense than they did previously. Very much so changing up their pacing, definitely going for some aggressive angles as far as early points of contact. But in the last matchup that we saw them playing here on Ascent, you saw Liz's Kitten consistently pushing out towards mid, beyond arches, aggressing towards tiles, but it only really worked because that team would so consistently hold that tiles angle. Meanwhile, UH Premier, they're spread out a little bit more, tend to play more defaulty with a heavier lean towards the A side.
Hands hooked deep into wine here. Patience will be a virtue for him if no one will check it. Utilities come through for TAMU Maroon. It's going to actually push UH Premier off of this one in its entirety. So we won't get to see the implications of Dam in this position just yet. I doubt we'd see it later in the round either. That spike defaulted outside of B lobby as it sits currently.
Now trying to reclaim space that's been held by Adam by Fridge Arches. They're creeping up. A Prowler actually with perfect timing to answer here from TAMU. A deep cover as well with the smoke. Blast Pack to take down the trademark to provide a bit more additional mid pressure because now they don't have that util to tell, okay, has somebody crossed over? They could be hiding in that smoke. We got to check towards CT now a little bit more. But UH Premier with 30 seconds on the clock. Spike so far back outside of the B main as well. Just taking so much attention away from the B site, but I don't think the spike's actually going to make it in time.
10 seconds left.
It's going to be close for sure. 4 seconds. They make it down to site with 6, so 2 to spare for UH Premier. Plant's going to go down, and they've got themselves a numbers advantage. 2 extra players up into this post-plant situation. For a freebie, looking for something to make this easier. And Admin looking to do something. Step out of the Nebula's found 2 off the spray transfer. Possibly 1 more. Damn, from B main. Has found himself 1. 30 HP. Work with for the Omen. A little Shroud of Step shenanigans, and they'll be caught before he can TP back. Jivvy has it picked up. It's 4-5 as UH Premier claw their way back, 1 away from the tie.
A buy round to come through. Nearly for both teams. Actually kind of surprising to see the rifles being forced up on the side of TAMU in this round. And half buys for the rest of the team here. This is kind of, I'm like, what is going on for a second? So not all members are going to be able to full afford going into the next round if they don't win this one out. The Prowler to come in. No one knows that Dam has crossed once again, throwing that one way for main to stop any suspicion of the wine position. But at the same time, I feel like time and time again, Dam in this great positioning towards wine, not really able to capitalize off of it because UH Premier has this tendency to fall back, rotate. They don't want to deal with that one way, but it still provides them quite a bit of information towards A.
We'll walk into lobby now. Haunt's gonna come to a shot early. So we don't know how many players actually looking away for this skin. On the early contact has found one. Abner will trade back the other direction, and Jivy will throw the whole rocket at Naber up towards the boat. So he'll fall. 2 players on their way now through mid for TAMU. We'll see if they're able to grab anything. They do grab themselves that rifle, so they've got a chance at doing damage. And who knows? Maybe they can snowball it.
They'll hear that rifle be picked up. A lot of poke damage already done on a few members here of UH Premier. Noble about a couple seconds away from getting that 0 point online. Just gonna actually walk right through, and with the distraction, Dam trying to go for a cheeky shrouded step. Deep lane not gonna pan out. We're now equalized here between both teams. And what looked like really nice scaling originally on the defender side here from TAMU Maroon. UH Premier is currently looking to steal that momentum away.
Tied up here in this one. Now the UH Premier swapping the default yet again. Now instead, so much juice dumped into this one. Lizskin gonna pick up Jivy. Dust does settle on this fight initially. They want to push anyway. They want to still push through this one way, and they've done so. They've taken the space. Do they know about Dan? They do. Koi annihilating the Omen player. That's looked at this round for the defense. And Hago just looking for more. Waltz it into it. Look like an empty step into the angle. And Sully more than happy to take those 2 frags. Damn, you feeling confident. Sully shuts that confidence on down. So UH Premier, they've got themselves a numbers advantage. They've got confident control of the spike. They've got options on where they want to go on the map.
Both members on TAMU playing really split at the moment. In these kinds of situations, it's often better to just play as the pair. You know, you play for one site, you retake the other one, instead of letting yourself fall into a 1vx situation. But at the very least, we do have a more passive hold towards B, while the one on A is a bit more aggressive, so can still play a safe retake
30 seconds
if
left.
they so desire. Luckily, no one on UH Premier will be sneaking up towards mid to catch either of these players off guard behind themselves, as UH Premier makes a full rotation here towards the B site. And Naber also has all util up -1 Prowler, so a lot of stall potential for Hunt to come through.
10 seconds left. One enemy.
Now Hunt's gonna have tons of value for Naber. He's picked up 2 frags. And suddenly, things looking pretty good for TAMU. Additional damage gonna come through the green box as well. And Naber, stay composed here. We'll wait for his KO to come help. The low HP player, you can bait the hell out of this guy. The flash will not land, but Noble will find the frag. 6 to 5. Naber's massive. You said there'd be hot potential, Ash. There was hot potential.
Save the day.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent known for its paper-thin walls, and just to be able to wall bang those players, they were so low as is. We've got the quick little replay here as well. That was just massive to gain the advantage over for TAMU, but I like how this adjustment came through, Kat. You know, TAMU was playing a lot more passive as far as the defensive default hold went, and then that round was the first time they really switched it up with the aggressive push towards A main to contest it while putting Dam still in that wine positioning.
You want to play? Let's play.
Blocking vision.
Good first online for UH Premier. And they've came back into mid. Prowlers through. Nothing archway, nothing pizza. They haven't occupied their own bodies in that positioning just yet. For now, going to hold on to mid. Roomba. Recognize that Liz snuck over. Sully's picked up Noble. He gets a bit greedy out towards Cat. UH Premier, for the first time in a couple rounds, going to have themselves that early lead, that early pick. See what they can do off it.
They're looking to scale up towards mid. Maybe take down that trademark once again, but instead of just taking it down. Okay, yeah. Info garnered. It looked like they were actually going to full send it towards market, but just looking to apply that pressure instead. Jivy still making noise buying time for his team to climb up towards tree, where Dam's just waiting. One force against entire army, able to take down
30
one,
seconds left.
but no more as Koi gets the win.
Now we're massive into the last
Spike
round, looking to
planted.
wide swing
One
for
enemy
value.
remaining.
Caught by Adam's operator instead. JV's gonna find aggro. And suddenly it's 1v4. Last round of the half, throw the ult out, it don't even matter. Adam will wrap that one up. 6-6. That's UH Premier. I've got things
Switching
all
sides.
tied up at the half.
Swapping sides, we're going to see Premier now on the defense, Maroon on the attack. And at 6-6, complete clean slate across the board here for both teams. Pistol round is almost, no, okay, I'm not going to say always, but it often is a kind of a hint at how the rest of the half might play out, depending on how the team scales off of it, especially as long as they're able to secure that second round. They build up that nice little economy. If round number 2 goes well, you know, they carry those weapons over into the next one. And here, TAMU playing very split default, leaning heavily towards B, and mid pressure with a bit of a work to clear out Wine there. And as I say that, Adam's just going to get aggressive, get that pick down onto Liz, and that's huge because on TAMU, I mean, they still have a chamber, they have aggro for that first point of contact, but they're very aggressive duelists. Liz Kitten not able to make space onto site no longer.
Just 2 players. Just far enough back for value. Waiting for noise for this utility. They've been so very patient on it. There's the noise. There's the nade. It's out and it's caught. Noble. He'll fall. The Jivvy will get traded back by aggro. The chamber will step all the way through on this wide thing. Into CT, but caught from the back of the site. As Sully's still there. Boathouse. Now fragged by Naber. Looking to find their way out towards land. They've done just that. CT Stair going to be occupied by 2 players now as Eric Appleson has come through the CT spawn. Dam will TP to site. It'll be just a moment of calm. As 2-on-3 is underway. The retake starts to come through. That utility for UH Premier to try to get these players out of these positions. To jump down towards lanes. To good over under angle for Koi as he's picked up both players. Doesn't even need the player on top of things coming through that smoke. UH Premier will take the pistol. 7-6.
Really nice retake there from Premier. Really clean as well. You know, you saw, like you said, that moment of calm to regather themselves, communicate, be like, okay, this is what we're going to do with our utility. This is how we want to scale onto site and pitch these players to get the defuse down. And no advantage over towards UH Premier. TAMU Maroon not looking to do that typical buy up that we've started to see a little bit more frequently after getting the spike plant secured on site despite a round loss. Instead, gonna play it safe with their money considering it's a close game. Don't want to risk anything. Looking to draw out some utility towards the A site before now taking a full rotation over towards B, where they will be met with 2 players as aggro tries to sneak up towards mid. Trademark on his right, but still potential to catch somebody off guard.
Walk for Jivvy, Spectre spray down close range. He's looking for it. It's picked up 1. Solely going to come through for another. The bait and switch plays on its way. Roomba's out's been shot early though by these last 2 players chilling in B main. Chambers walked up mid, has recognized the trademark pizza. He's backed off the angle.
Now looking to rework Cat as the rest of the players are still hovered outside B. Thing is, with the 0 point to come through, it's a lot of information garnered here for UH Premier, and it's only 35 seconds left. They don't really have any other options because they'd forego
30
giving
seconds
up,
left.
you know, space taken, but smoking off the trademark. UH Premier, they don't know that he's walked through here in CT.
Spike down
Jivvy
B.
is going to take down Naber and still TAMU trying to force the issue on this B site. Jivvy will grab a 3rd and Koi will grab the last 8-6. As UA's Premier will take themselves a flawless anti-eco round. All their weapons into the bonus.
Yeah, that's huge, especially on Ascent. I mean, very standard map blueprint, but with the SMGs, there are also a lot of tight corners, close angles that you can hold while also getting away for free afterwards. Make use of those as much as you can. Could be interesting to see here on the side of TAMU Maroon. Obviously playing for the round win, but also potential to try and farm some kills. And oh no, that's okay. I thought Nabers was dead.
Noble's gonna pick up 2. It's the admin trade as well.
Last player standing.
This round coming pretty close. So not if Noble has anything to say about it. We'll grab a third now, and it's pretty much shut down any hope of this bonus coming through unless this low KO makes something happen. It's a 1-on-2. Dan will be on this cross. In Koi's favor. The Dan's back in the swing. Has an easy headshot at 7-8.
Such a tight series here because, again, round of 16. Tomorrow we've got quarterfinals, semifinals, I believe the bronze match, as well as finals for this series. And it's only top 8 that make it. So right now, Kat, not are these teams only fighting not to go home before tomorrow. They're also fighting to secure their spot for the regional closed qualifiers for the CECC, because the top teams, top 8 teams, I might say, are the ones that make it in.
Yeah, seeding's one thing, but being in the picture is a whole nother. TAMU can picture themselves in mid early into this round. Liziskin will find the frag. This team will walk away from what was that fade utility outside of the lobby, and they'll take themselves to the A site. Cat's going to be a free passage for them, and they'll walk on in. Door will be closed, and Plant will go down. Everybody going to be playing Great here for UH Premier. Not much you can do to get in against that null command, and they'll recognize.
Yeah, retake game from CT and Tree. Little do they know that you have Liz's Kitten actually posted up. Deep Cat ready for a reflank as they hear all these members trying to cross back towards Heaven. Eric Appleson good for 1. Jivvy trying to clear out towards Hell. But still, the reflank is looking to come through as Noble is holding it down on site with the 3K, and Liz's Kitten cleaning things up, equalizing here again, 8-8.
Tied up in broken eco for UH Premier. Aren't able to find themselves a gun round victory. It means they got themselves Stingers into this one. Now, Jibby with the Stingers, been a bad man, so still opportunity for UH Premier. Don't count it out just yet, but it is not going to be easy. The admin Sheriff has had value as well. The Headhunter, this is playing that chamber. We'll see. We will see. They're going to push themselves quickly out towards B main. It's just the fade, and they're playing pretty far from range. Now we'll recognize the action happening. We'll get out of dodge, but they're all haunt.
Careful here.
So I see you boys. Get back to the team over in main. This is going to take all these things up towards scaffold. Satchel play for Jivvy, but caught out. 20 HP, but alive is Liz.
I mean, that haunt was huge too. It gave the signal over to TAMU to scale up onto A site, highlighting those 2 players already pushed out through B, so they know that A is being held a bit more passively if the ebb and flow is over towards the B side. As I say that, stinger kill come through here for Koi. So UH Premier still looking to do a bit of damage here on this eco round for themselves, but pushing in through trees, Heaven is even a lot more difficult considering this one way that's posted up.
Haunt didn't get any tag, so Noble's not able to spam through. Dan's picked up Adam and pop flash forward. Noble has all the space, got boxed, and will take down Koi. 9-8 for TAMU. The eco shut down quite nicely by the Texas A&M side. Rebuy is going to come through now. UH Premier, they need this round here with the guns and another after if they want to equalize.
taking a look on the side of UH Premier, the ones that, I mean, if you look over at TAMU, despite the fact that the scoreline is so close, they have money to play with. Meanwhile, University of Houston does not whatsoever. They're going to be forced onto an eco after this round, so you got to make use out of the ultimates you have available. There's the Showstopper as well as the Nightfall for any like retake or to do a lot of damage out AoE in a choke point. I'm giving B main up for free here, allowing TAMU to secure that ult orb in their hands, but UH Premier is still holding steady so far as TAMU is going for a very quiet default at the moment, actually giving up a lot of map control to rotate over towards the A side. And aggro going to be backing out of B main. It does have that trademark to watch the flank, and maybe to go for a late reflank here towards mid to catch off a rotation.
Here's that contact coming through up towards A.
Oh, face your
Right
fear!
under the barrel of Jivy. He's got no idea how close this jet really is, but she'll clear wine. So safety for Jivy.
Spike down.
The pink shells will find one. The Showstopper will have damage onto the wine player. It will not finish the job. Nightfall to come through from the other side of things. Is this team going to work their way out of a lobby? Aggro, the mid player. The late lurk going to step into mid-market. Picked up one CT. Doesn't know about this Astra on site, though. Eric Appleson in quite the predicament. He'll take the chamber down now. Rest of the team now realizing there's a threat that poses them onto the site. Eric Appleson wants to go back to Boathouse for the extra cover, but falls to Dam in the process. That's the site open for TAMU. That's the crisis averted. Liz's Kin's going to find one for mid-market, and not done just yet. Looking for Corey on the peak, and has it. A second frag he picked up, a dash to go back towards lane, and they've got all the safety in the world against what is this final player of Jivy. We'll break the Haunt out. We'll kill some time. We'll deny the scan, but still a 1v3, and there's fights you've got to isolate. One more frag, you get yourself the chance at your paint shells, your grenade back. We'll step forward. Elaine has picked up one. This is Kin going to fall. The nade goes awry. It goes to the top. It hits the top of the roof. And Nauber will hit the top of Jivy's head. We'll take him down. It's 10-8. TAMU lead by 2.
Ooh, Cat. This is also up against what is in the power rankings here, the second seeded team predicted for this upcoming season. TAMU's really showing up at the moment to give them a run for their money. But, I mean, this series is just so close. And
the camera, bro. When they say caught in 4K, this is not what they meant.
yeah, it's a hard non-play but here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. It's just so very close. Little moments all around. If Eric Appleson stays towards lane, that's probably a different round entirely. Liz's Kin good to pick up that first frag, and that's his A&M. Good about not overstaying their welcome in certain moments. So they'll feel that util presence, and they'll grab their frag. They'll pack up happy with what they got, and they'll head down now. They'll head down now into New Horizons over towards the mid.
I think UH Premier also has a bit of a read on this. I mean, a little bit more heavily stacked towards A, but 0 point to make B try and fake them out a bit towards B, but that trademark's still up. It doesn't matter. And Tool to False now being able to be popped in this eco situation here for UH Premier. It's going to send TAMU Maroon running from A, looking to make their way towards B, where Sully
30 seconds left.
is the only one standing.
Oh, he's so close on contact here. He's picked up one. The Nebula will cover his exit as well, so he can sneak away towards lane, back to the side, or maybe not. Noble's jumped out and takes full confidence and has found the frag. Null command activated. Protects his A&M to get them onto the site safe and secured.
10 seconds
UH
left.
Premier will be out towards CT. We've got a chance at the retake still. A tour de force available for these longer sight lines going into the B site. We'll see what these boys can find.
Cover going out.
Cover to go out for CT, but it's a little late because they've already pushed through here. Eric Appleson first pickup. Refrags come through. Now we're in a 1v1 situation. Adam has the Phantom as well as the Tool of False in hand. We'll stick half before re-peeking. securing that last kill. Perfectly played here. It's textbook here for UH Premier. A thrifty round to narrow that gap a little bit further.
Yeah, narrow that gap indeed. As they get back into their bye, they've got themselves a round win. So it'll be looking at a chance to tie it up here. The number 2 team in the country in terms of power rankings still trail by 1. As Texas A&M look to bring themselves into the matchups tomorrow. They've got a little bit of a new default on their side going into this one. So they're going to send extra fade util up through D-Lane.
Looking to keep that economy a little even across the board. You've got Blade Storms popped here by Liz's Kitten. Just paired up with a Stinger in case he finds himself in a close situation. Hunt expended now towards Arches by UH Premier as well, just to clear out the close angle. That flash does... Hold on, I think... whose flash was that?
I don't know.
I couldn't even tell.
I don't know. I think Koi's, no? 'Cause that's the second flash.
Probably, I think so. I just couldn't tell because of like the angle it was thrown at. I couldn't tell if it was Maroons bounced off of the building or if it was like a really deep out from Arches. But I digress on the point. TAMU aggressing through a tree. Probably one of their favorite avenues to take the A site through. And now Liz's Kitten, again, playing this box angle, this time with the knives. Able to kind of like hop up and jiggle it in that kind of fashion. Trying to get some shots down. But it's a retake game here again for UH.
Liz's Kitten looks with the Blade Storm just above the head of Sully. Crouches under the blades, able to pick up one. Admin has another to go back with it, but is immediately traded. Paranoia has hit one. It's just Jibby to bring it out to the site right now. Has picked up Noble. The jump through from Dam, looking for it all. Finds 2, but cannot find Sully, who survives with 33 HP to the name of UH Premier. They've got things tied up.
All tied up right down to the wire. 2 ultimates available on both sides. And honestly, if you look over at Tam, you might see Dam pulling out that from the shadows, but ultimately the more potent ones on the board at the moment are going to be that Nightfall as well as the Cosmic Divide. Both huge as far as the retake goes, and really nice combinations with each other as well. If you throw them out, you know, grab the information, what's behind the wall, who's maybe in front of the wall, who can we isolate, and get that info through the Cosmic Divide despite not being done some damage. Needs to come out first. And it's actually no Nightfall to be paired with it quite yet. The front shadow is being expended though to get towards backside.
You want to
play, Nightfall for the retake here, and almost certainly you expect to see them come out. They're so good in terms of retake abilities, and they got everybody alive here for UH Premier. Same story for this post plant side, so that really can be the difference maker. Door broken early, flank on its way from Naber. Someone, do they check this? Nightfall tag these players onto the site. They're not ready for Naber though on the flank. He shut down the hope for the retake from the door. Liz's Kitten and Dam both gonna find themselves one chance to trade back. And Naber got some shots coming through the wall. The jiggle peek, and Dam will wrap it up. 11-10 for Texas A&M. They bounce right back and they take themselves back into the lead.
So much impact coming out from Naber, that late reflank. The C's as well. That jiggle was just really clean to secure that kill, but now we're gonna see a replay of just exactly what went down in that round. But as we do, we're actually looking at, I believe, an eco round to come up here from UH Premier. So, you know, 2 rounds if they can't thrifty it to come back as they sit towards match point on the enemy team. But I mean, this match is just right down to the wire so far.
And we're gonna break Prowler early. Gets dinked though.
Ooh, that's
a very low aggro. That's 2 players gone from Texas A&M. This is not going to be an easy round to convert. At the very least, they got the initiator and they've got the smoke still up.
Egger also just straight up threw that rifle off the map, considering the fact that, you know, he's like, okay, I'm low, I don't want to give them the rifle for free, just in case you guys are put into that 4v2 situation. So, really smart move in that kind of sense. Okay, no, he just threw off the extra rifle. He still has one in his hands. I was like, okay, this is like sure, but also would be an iffy kind of situation to put yourself in. And, I mean, TAMU, they played quiet, hoping to re-hit. However, unfortunately, with the 0 point coming out, info given, they're actually choosing to rotate off with 30 seconds left. They'll make it over towards the B site, but if UH Premier stalls them out, it's going to be a really tight spot to try to get this plant down.
Yeah, this util's got to be good. It's coming out now. Dark cover at the mid-market. Dark cover to CT. No! Aggro has picked up admin. That just leaves Eric Appleton back to the side of Classic. And a dream. Left. If he can take down the plant, and shut down this round. The plant's going to go to behind the green box. They planned for it. TMU was ready. And damn will find the frag. So Eric Appleton shut down. 2 very low players still for UH Premier. They've got rifles to work with if they make their way down CT.
Flashbang to go out towards stairs. They clear out, but the garage player is going to get the drop on one. Sully to equalize. Does have Haunt in just about a second. Will toss that out. So it will catch out one player, but the counter paranoia to continue the stall is a really nice reactive play. And playing contact, Nabber is going to clean things up, taking TAMU Maroon to match point.
Match point.
Match point for what is statistically the underdog in this showing. It's a timeout coming through from the University of Houston Premier. You cannot blame them. Absolutely on the fence here. Jivy's back to the Stinger. There's light armor for Koi. They've got ults to work with to make this one possible. Coach Ash, draw up the play. What do these boys need to do?
Well, it's hard because I can't really draw up a play for the defenders as easily when it's often the attacking team that sets that tempo, right? It's going to depend a lot on how TAMU decides to present themselves in the early rounds. But at this point, you kind of have to play that sustain. I wouldn't even be upset at the fact that, you know, if UH Premier just elect to play retake on either site as 5, try and use those ultimates to the best of their ability to take them over to an 11th round, considering the fact that they do have that null command as well as the cosmic divide, which can be huge as far as making space on that retake, right? But as it stands, it looks like TAMU, who were originally leaning towards A before that timeout was called, actually rotating now over towards the B side. There is going to be the lurk in their chamber aggro, but otherwise looking to show a lot of heavy presence here towards B-Link.
Suppressed early, so cannot use that dash the next 2 seconds. Stalled him for a moment down towards mid. Dash now activated. Frag picked up, and Jivvy's showstopper will get no value. Noble's taking down Koi, and suddenly the B split's on its way. A lot of pressure onto Admin here. He's been big before. Can he be big again? He's picked up one from Log. He's got away to CT as well. Gonna be here for the retake. A Cosmic Divide still available for the Premier side of things. But a null command for Texas A&M can shut all of this retake utility down before it gets a chance to get started. 45 seconds on the clock. Can UH Premier get their way back in?
And at the same time, null command is just a beacon to tell people, okay, this is exactly where I'm sitting right now. You have the radius that comes out from your body, and playing a very one and done angle on stairs here makes that risky. And had Noble popped that null command, he wouldn't have gotten the pick down on Sully. Now UH Premier trying to equalize. One member super low. It doesn't matter because Nabbers is available. Null command still to come through, but with the vision given, the comms will give TAMU the contact kill and the 13-10 here to take them into the top 8.
Texas A&M will do it. They take down the big dogs in this event. That second rated team, that first seed, and they fly themselves into tomorrow, the round of 8. They guarantee qualification into the closed qualifier as well.
Yep. Really well done there by TAMU. I mean, UH Premier, that last round, yeah, it could have gone either way considering the fact that, you know, the weapons weren't too far off. I think that knowing that mid aggression that was coming through, obviously it's a little bit different because we do get to see like that vision of where all the players are hiding at the moment. But to hear such deep aggression already towards Arches, the Showstopper just has such a long pullout animation that it's tough to justify taking it out in a moment like that. But regardless, both teams duked it out to their hearts. GG's to both of them. Congrats to TAMU to moving on towards tomorrow. Fortunately, UH Premier wasn't able to pull it together in the end, but Kat, I mean, it's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Teams duking it out, and they will be again tomorrow. If you are wanting to stay up to date with the Southern Region VALORANT Qualifier action, it's 9 a.m. Eastern, or yeah, 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. Sorry, I do the time different in my head. It is 10 a.m. Eastern, same time as today, right here on twitch.tv/esportsu. If you want to check out the action over on Esports U2, it's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That's duking it out still right now. And if you are lazy, you know, maybe you don't want to tab back in from whatever you're doing on your primary monitor. I get it. It's cool. We'll raid the channel for you. Just stick around for a little bit after show close, and we'll send you in that direction.
Maya Bagger's only got a go, still taking 3 down just with the pistol. Will fall back.
Gonna take it. You're in the dark cover. It's only nothing you can do. You grab it out. Fantastic. Oh, that dash has gone way around. Step out of the net.
That signal point online, you can actually walk right
The defense, and Agro just looking for more. Walks it into it. Look like an he stepped into the angle. Now, Hall's gonna have some help. The low HP player, you can bait the hell out of this guy. There's the noise. There's the nade. It's out. It's caught. Noble. He'll fall. The Jimmy will get traded back by Agro. The Chamber will step all the way from the slide. Into the CC. Pop to the back of the site. That's always still there. Try to get these players out of these positions. To jump down towards lanes. To get under. Special spray down to close range. He's looking for it. Picks up.
back towards Hell. Opposite good for one. Jimmy's trying to clear out towards Hell. But still, he's playing his game to come through as Noble is
Scaffold. That ball to the jam in the process. That's the side over for Cam. He has to fight Suburban. With his team to find one from in market. Not done just yet. Looking for Gordon. Back, step forward the lane, try, goes to the top, and hits the top of the roof, and now big check for Michael. Tagging players onto the site, not ready for now, but on the flank, he steps down the hope for the retake the door. This is giving them damage, it's gonna find themselves
super low. It doesn't matter if Nappers is available. No command still to come through, but with the vision given, the comms will give TAMU the contact kill of the 13-10 here.
To continue that gameplay, keep that pressure up, but just clean up the kill confirms a tiny bit. Look for more of those down tilt up airs. Look for more of those nair dash attacks. That might turn them into a true CEC level threat.
We always talk about that. Are they a threat just yet? Are they ready to go? Well, maybe not. Maybe they are. Only time is going to tell. Remember, this is just the start of the season, right? There's so many more tournaments to be played. This is just one of the qualifiers I'll be running here. And I think that is one of my favorite things to think about, right? Because this is just a taste of what the rest of the year has to offer, and that is the amazing thing about it, right? There's so many opportunities here, Esports U being able to kind of show this off and be able to put so many tournaments on. And of course, as you've been watching, for those tuning in, there have been so many other games being played, right? We have Rocket League right before this. I know VALORANT, I think, is still being played with some awesome people, and that'll be transversing into tomorrow as well. So many more awesome pieces of action to be followed through. So make sure not just to watch here at Esports U2, but on Esports U as well. Get all the action, see all the teams that are being fielded, and be able to enjoy so much collegiate action. I implore you, watch it everywhere, because you do not want to miss a second of some of the rivalries that might be starting up here as well, right? Some of these players going against each other, some of these teams going tooth and nail to nail, whatever you want to say. That's what makes collegiate esports so much fun, I think.
Yeah, and one of the main things that makes a college a really good collegiate esports team is when they're able to field rosters that are winners in every game they play. Like UT Arlington, as an example, who's currently sitting in the winner's spot in Group A. They field a lot of winners, especially their Rocket League team, their VALORANT team. UT Arlington, they've got the pick of the litter. Meanwhile, and then you can't even talk about this without talking about the reigning Smash champion of Bay State. Nowhere near the South, they're up in Boston, but whoever wins this and qualifies for CECC later this year, well, they're going to have to probably contend against those top-tier level teams from other regions. That's the great thing about these regionals that lead into a national. You get to see the top talent from every single region and see who comes out on top.
And that's the fun of it, right? That is definitely the fun to see all these regions come together, but I think there's something more fundamentally awesome about this as well, because as we talk about some of the other games, right, we're talking about Rocket League, we're talking about VALORANT. These are games that very specifically